Chapter 449. To Ling Kong, Hagami Munyan was like a huge mountain pressing down on his head, causing him to be unable to breathe. No matter what, they could not offend Hagami Munyan for any reason. That would be a terrifying thing. Even Liu Piao, who was sent by Nieli to monitor them, had to be carefully served, afraid of offending her. Just the many martial ancestor realm experts led by Liu Piao were enough to completely destroy Ling Yun's sect. In the following period of time, Ling Yun's sect moved the entire Ling Yun sect to Myriad Dao Mountain under Liu Piao's supervision. Not only Ling Yun's sect, but many other sects were also subdued by Hagami Munyan. The current Hagami Munyan was already a colossus. Even the disciples of Hagami Munyan found it hard to imagine that Hagami Munyan had actually reached such a peak under the leadership of Nieli. Everyone in Hagami Munyan was brimming with confidence. The current Hagami Munyan was fully deserving of being the leader of the righteous path. Thunder rolling mountain range. Steep mountain peaks stood tall and towering. Giant mountains that were suspended in the air revolved like stars, forming a mysterious and unfathomable formation. Red-scaled pterosaurs that were burning with blazing flames were circling and dancing in the air. At the peak of the mountain, a majestic building stood there. It was an extremely majestic palace, with pavilions, terraces, and other buildings. It was extremely beautiful. An incomparably huge red pterosaur circled around the palace. That pair of red eyes seemed to be burning with flames. This was the territory of Yao Shen's sect. Yao Shen's sect had been operating here for thousands of years. Without a doubt, Yao Shen's sect's strength was extremely shocking. The surrounding sects were all intimidated by Yao Shen's sect's strength and became Yao Shen's sect's subsidiary sections. The Demon God sect had a total of 10 pinnacle martial ancestor realm experts and several thousand Dao of dragon realm experts. With such a frightening strength, no one dared to provoke the Demon God's sect so easily. At this moment, in the main hall of the Demon God sect, a man donned in silver armor sat high up on the throne. His entire body was shrouded in nebula as a majestic aura gushed out from his body like a surging river. This person was the patriarch of Yao Shen's sect, the Flame Spirit Warlord. The Flame Spirit Warlord was a 7-stage martial ancestor realm expert, one of the overlords of the Draconic Ruins realm. Patriarch, we've just received news that Long Tieming's plan has failed. He's already been imprisoned. We don't know what's going on with Hagami Munyan, but they've chosen a kid of unknown origin to be their patriarch. A subordinate knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. The Flame Spirit Warlord slowly opened his eyes. Within his crimson eyes, a blazing flame flashed. Have you investigated that kid's origin? According to what we know, that kid comes from the tiny world. We don't know why he's able to obtain the support of 5 martial ancestor realm experts from Hagami Munyan. Furthermore, Hagami Munyan has been making frequent moves recently. They've gathered dozens of smaller sects and even sent 7 martial ancestor realm experts. 7 martial ancestor realm experts? The Flame Spirit Warlord's expression turned cold. The atmosphere in the hall was so oppressive that it was terrifying. That's right. Hagami Munyan has been in seclusion for a long time. It's hard for us to find out what's going on inside. When Hagami Munyan came out of seclusion, there were suddenly a lot more martial ancestor realm experts, including countless Dao of dragon realm experts. The subordinate's voice trembled. He could feel the blazing energy in the air. It seemed that if he was the slightest bit careless, he would be burned to ashes by that energy. From the tiny world. Interesting. The Flame Spirit Warlord slightly raised his brows. It's not just Hagami Munyan. Recently, several righteous sects, including the Flame God sect and the Heavenly Note sect, have also produced new martial ancestor realm experts. They've all recruited disciples from the tiny world. This subordinate suspects that they might have obtained cultivation techniques from the tiny world. Among the 3,000 lesser realms of the Draconic Ruins realm, the tiny world is the most mystical. It's been restricted by an almighty expert. Only the people inside can enter and exit it. Outsiders aren't allowed to enter. The tiny world has produced several supreme experts in the past. Although they've all disappeared, they're not to be underestimated. A gray-robed elder said. He was the flame spirit warlord, the grand elder of the Yaoshan sect. His status was second only to the flame spirit warlord, and he was a 5-stage martial ancestor realm expert. Send Xian Mei and the rest into the tiny world to investigate the origins of these people, the flame spirit warlord said with a cold gaze. The flame spirit warlord's eyes turned cold. They had also nurtured their own forces in the tiny world. The flame spirit warlord looked at the flame spirit warlord and asked, "How should we deal with Hagami Myunyan? Hagami Myunyan has produced so many martial ancestor realm experts. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for our Yaoshan sect. However, Hagami Myunyan has been in seclusion for so long, and it's only now that they've revealed their strength. This means that they're confident that they can face our Yaoshan sect. If we directly declare war, I'm afraid that we won't be able to do anything to them." The Flame Spirit Warlord's voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. The Flame Spirit Warlord looked at the Flame Spirit Warlord and cupped his hands. "I wonder what brilliant plan Patriarch has. Hagami Myunyan could have continued to cultivate in seclusion, but they've chosen to reveal their strength. This proves that they're in a hurry to do something. Let's investigate this thoroughly first. Furthermore, we only need to report this matter to the Ancestral Demonic Saintland. When the time comes, the Ancestral Demonic Saintland will definitely send people over. This will save us a lot of effort." The Flame Spirit Warlord revealed a cold smile. The Flame Spirit Warlord paused for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. Patriarch is wise. All this while, although the Yaoshan sect had submitted to the might of the Ancestral Demonic Saintland, it had still been secretly expanding its own strength. It had wanted to go against the Ancestral Demonic Saintland. The Ancestral Demonic Saintland controlled the major sects of the evil path, and it was above everyone else. However, the Flame Spirit Warlord was someone who was unwilling to submit. Everyone wanted to be the overlord of a generation. As the patriarch of the Yaoshan sect, how could the Flame Spirit Warlord be willing to submit to someone else? However, the Ancestral Demonic Saintland was too powerful. The experts there were shockingly powerful, and their inner resources were unfathomable. Letting the Ancestral Demonic Saintland deal with Hagami Myunyan would be a good opportunity to probe the Ancestral Demonic Saintland's strength. The Ancestral Demonic Saintland was an extremely terrifying and mysterious existence. No sect dared to go against such a terrifying existence. Within the Hagami Myunyan, Nyeli was currently cultivating frantically. The more he cultivated the heavenly god cultivation technique, the more difficult it became. However, his strength also became stronger. In addition, Nyeli had the battle experience from his previous life. With so many precious treasures on him, the current Nyeli was not inferior even to a Tao of Dragon Realm expert. Although he might not be able to defeat a Martial Ancestor Realm expert, at least he had the ability to protect himself. Chapter 450. Nyeli could feel the powerful aura entering his body and nourishing his limbs and meridians. Just as Nyeli was cultivating, a mysterious energy suddenly burst out from the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Nyeli was startled and immediately looked into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. All he saw was a blazing flame burning within the painting, like a sun. This boundless energy filled the entire myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. It was Plume Flame God Knees. Nyeli looked at Plume Flame God Knees and saw Plume Flame God Knees' petite figure bathed in the blazing flames. Her clothes had already been burnt to ashes, revealing her curvaceous figure. Plume Flame God Knees was flawless. Any man that saw her would probably feel their heart palpitate. Nyeli. Plume Flame God Knees slowly opened her eyes. Blazing flames flashed in her eyes. Her calmness seemed to contain a faint anger. "Big Sister Plume Flame, what's wrong?" Nyeli couldn't help asking. The powerful energy that burst out from Plume Flame God Knees left him shocked. Plume Flame God Knees raised her head and looked into the sky. "I remember now. There are many things, the cause and effect." "What did you remember?" Nieli couldn't help pausing for a brief moment before asking. Plume Flame Godnese went silent for a brief moment, then looked at Nieli. I remembered the things that happened in my previous life. I thought I'd forgotten them, but they're still deeply hidden in my memories. Are you willing to follow me back to the tiny world? The tiny world? But the entrance to the tiny world isn't open yet. How are we going to go back? Nieli looked at Plume Flame Godnese. His gaze swept across Plume Flame Godnese's smooth body before he awkwardly retracted his gaze. Plume Flame Godnese looked at Nieli. I can open the seal to the tiny world, but that also means that the tiny world is completely open. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Nieli was filled with astonishment. Plume Flame Godnese actually said that she could open the seal to the tiny world, just what was hidden in the tiny world. Among the 3,000 lesser realms, only the tiny world was sealed. The tiny world must be hiding a great secret. Although I don't know why Big Sister Plume Flame wants to go to the tiny world, since Big Sister Plume Flame has already decided, then I'll go with you, Nieli firmly said. Plume Flame Godnese was stunned for a brief moment before she sighed. Nieli, thank you. You're the only person that I can trust. Plume Flame Godnese's bleak tone touched Nieli's heartstrings. In his previous life, he was also alone. No one could understand that kind of loneliness and helplessness better than him. Fortunately, he had reincarnated and started over again. He still had so many friends and relatives. In this life, everyone will be protected by me. Nieli looked at Plume Flame Godnese. He could feel the deep sorrow in Plume Flame Godnese's heart. The flames on Plume Flame Godnese's body turned into a gorgeous veil that slowly covered her beautiful figure. She raised her head and said, if you want to return to the tiny world, you either have to wait for the next opening of the tiny world or break the seal. But we don't have enough time right now. We have to find that thing as soon as possible. He had no idea what Plume Flame Godnese was talking about. How can we break the seal of the tiny world? Nieli couldn't help asking. Nieli, have you heard of the Godslayer artifact? Plume Flame Godnese asked as she looked at Nieli. Godslayer artifact? Nieli was stunned for a moment. That's right. In this world, there are 2 Godslayer artifacts. These 2 Godslayer artifacts have existed since ancient times and are extremely powerful. These 2 Godslayer artifacts are the Myriad Ancestor Sword and the Demonic Saint Blade. Plume Flame Godnese explained. I seem to have heard of the Myriad Ancestor Sword and the Demonic Saint Blade. Nieli slightly knitted his brows. The Myriad Ancestor Sword and the Demonic Saint Blade were once controlled by the Ancestral Godland and Ancestral Demonic Saint Land, respectively. These 2 powerful Godslayer artifacts allowed the Ancestral Godland and Ancestral Demonic Saint Land to become the 2 most powerful forces. Plume Flame Godnese sighed as she continued. It's just that it's been a long time since anyone has been able to use the Myriad Ancestor Sword. In a battle, it was shattered into 7 fragments. These 7 fragments are controlled by the Ancestral Godland, Hagami Myunmyun, and the other 6 righteous sections. 7 fragments. This was the first time that Nieli had heard of this matter, so he had no idea how powerful the Myriad Ancestor Sword was. That also means that Hagami Myunmyun also has a fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword? That's right. Plume Flame Godnese nodded her head. Why haven't I heard about it from the big shots of Hagami Myunmyun? Nieli couldn't help asking. This is a great treasure of Hagami Myunmyun. It's a deeply hidden secret and is controlled by the strongest martial ancestor realm expert. Only after his death will it be passed down to the next martial ancestor realm expert. Plume Flame Godnese explained. It looks like this great treasure is in the hands of Hierarch Martial Sky. Nieli nodded his head as he continued. But what does this have to do with breaking the seal of the tiny world? Only the Myriad Ancestor Sword can break the seal of the tiny world. Plume Flame Godnese said. Why would such a great treasure be needed to break the seal of the tiny world? Nieli couldn't help asking in puzzlement. The tiny world was sealed by a supreme expert. There's a treasure that's even more powerful than the Godslayer artifact sealed inside. It's called the Temporal Demon Spirit Book. Only by finding the Temporal Demon Spirit Book will we have a chance to defeat the Ancestral Demonic Saint Land. Otherwise, it's impossible, Plume Flame Godnese said in a solemn voice. This is also the reason why I'm in the tiny world. The temporal demon spirit book? Nearly was stunned for a brief moment. Indeed, the temporal demon spirit book was extremely powerful. However, Nellie had no idea where it went. Using the Godslayer artifact to break the seal of the tiny world would mean finding the temporal demon spirit book? But where are we going to find the temporal demon spirit book? Nellie couldn't help asking. The temporal demon spirit book is a supreme saint artifact. It's even more powerful than the two Godslayer artifacts. Because of the seal of the tiny world, the temporal demon spirit book has disappeared without a trace. As long as we can break the seal of the tiny world, we'll be able to sense the aura of the temporal demon spirit book. Plume Flame Godnese said. Nellie went silent for a brief moment. The disappearance of the temporal demon spirit book had always been a sore point for Nellie. He had to find the temporal demon spirit book. Only then would he have the confidence to confront the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor was too powerful. He was currently sealing and refining the entire Draconic Ruins realm. Not to mention that he had many powerful underlings under him. Without absolute confidence, he couldn't confront the Holy Emperor directly. If we break the seal of the tiny world, will the Holy Emperor be able to find the temporal demon spirit book before us? Nellie couldn't help asking. This was also something that he was extremely worried about. Chapter 451. The temporal demon spirit book contained a lot of secrets. Ever since it appeared in this world, it has caused many powerhouses to fight for it. However, the holy artifact has its own spirit, and it's also searching for its owner. Nellie had a feeling that after Glory City was destroyed, he had experienced all sorts of suffering and had been on the run. In the end, he was the only one left. When he was in a life and death situation, he actually entered the desert palace, obtained the temporal demon spirit book, and reincarnated because of it. All of this seemed to have been arranged. It was as if it was fate. Nellie vaguely felt that this wasn't as simple as it seemed. If he didn't have the temporal demon spirit book, he probably wouldn't be able to find the answer. However, he couldn't allow the temporal demon spirit book to fall into the hands of the Holy Emperor. If the temporal demon spirit book falls into the hands of the Holy Emperor, then no one would be able to stop the Holy Emperor from refining the Draconic Ruins realm. Everything will be turned into eternal nothingness. Nieli's loved ones would also disappear from this time-space. This was something that Nieli absolutely couldn't allow. The aura of the temporal demon spirit book will indeed alarm the Holy Emperor. However, if we have the Godslayer artifact, we can conceal the aura of the temporal demon spirit book, said Plume Flame Godnese. Nieli fell into silence. He didn't know why, but at this moment, his soul realm was faintly fluctuating. The vine in his soul realm was constantly growing, as if it was extending into the endless void in search of something. The Holy Emperor is still in a deep slumber. His consciousness can't sense the temporal demon spirit book, so there's no need to worry. However, we need to have sufficient means to deal with his minions. Nieli thought of the 6 deity-rank demon beasts under the Holy Emperor. Those 6 deity-rank demon beasts were extremely powerful, and they were monitoring the entire Draconic Ruins realm. The moment those 6 deity-rank demon beasts appeared, Nieli wouldn't be able to deal with them. Plume Flame Godnese also fell into silence. The 6 deity-rank demon beasts under the Holy Emperor were guarding the 8 Desolate Mountain. Nothing in the Draconic Ruins realm could escape their surveillance. Under normal circumstances, these 6 deity realm demonic beasts wouldn't make any moves, because the various sects weren't worth their time. Before I open the seal of the tiny world, there's a place I have to go first. Nieli smiled as he thought of something. Where? Plume Flame Godnese was stunned. Nieli smiled mysteriously, but didn't say anything. Heavenly Music Chamber. Here, hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, and the trees were lush. It was like a fairyland. Elegant zither music lingered in the air. In the forest, birds chirped and sang, rising and falling with the music of the zither. In a pavilion, a group of beautiful young girls were chatting happily, and it was very lively. Among everyone, Xiao Ninger and Yizun were undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Ever since Xiao Ninger and Yizun came to the Heavenly Notes sect, The talent that they had displayed had shocked everyone. The two of them came from the tiny world, and both of them were 9th-grade heaven spiritual roots. With such powerful talent, even the elders of the Heavenly Note sect couldn't help feeling envious. Xiao Ning and Yi Ziyun had become the disciples of the two most powerful elders of the Heavenly Note sect, and both of them had reached the Tao of Dragon Realm. To reach the Tao of Dragon Realm in such a short period of time was extremely rare, even in the tens of thousands of years of history of the Heavenly Note sect. Without a doubt, Xiao Ning and Yi Ziyun would be strong contenders for the position of patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect in the future. Ning Yi Ziyun alone obtained the Grand Elder's favor. She's simply too arrogant. I feel that it's unfair for you. Why can she enter the Heavenly Cloud's secret realm, but you can't? A woman in her 30s pretended to be nonchalant as she spoke, but there was a hint of gloominess in her eyes. Her name was Xianyu, Xiao Ning's senior sister. She and Xiao Ning were disciples of the same master. Senior sister Xianyu, Ziyun was sent into the Heavenly Cloud's secret realm because of a compatible bloodline. Xiao Ning slightly knitted her brows as a look of disgust appeared on her face. With her intelligence, how could she not know that Xianyu was trying to sow discord between them? Ziyun is my good friend. You don't have to say such things. Xianyu curled her lips. Ning, are you muddle-headed? You treat her as a friend, but does she treat you as a friend? Xiao Ning suddenly stood up and fixed her eyes on Xianyu. Senior sister Xianyu, please conduct yourself with dignity. Gossiping behind others' backs will only lower your status. Xiao Ning turned her head away, ignoring Xianyu. A trace of viciousness flashed in Xianyu's eyes, but it only lasted for a moment. Although she was Xiao Ning's senior sister, her master's love for Xiao Ning was clearly much stronger than hers. Furthermore, during this period of time, Xiao Ning had obtained some mysterious elixir from God knows where and offered them to her master. After consuming them, her master's cultivation greatly improved and treated Xiao Ning even better. Furthermore, Xiao Ning was surrounded by a large group of outstanding disciples of the Heavenly Note sect. Thus, she already had a deep influence in the Heavenly Note sect. Not only Xiao Ning, but Yi Ziyun was also the same. Yi Ziyun had also received much attention due to her outstanding talent. Furthermore, after coming out from the Heavenly Cloud's secret realm, her cultivation had improved even more, and there were many talents around her. Regardless of whether it was Xiao Ning or Yi Ziyun, both of them had become influential existences in the Heavenly Note sect. Xianyu was extremely depressed. She had been in the Heavenly Note sect for so long, but she wasn't comparable to a few girls that had just entered the Heavenly Note sect. She was naturally unconvinced in her heart. Therefore, she tried to instigate the relationship between Xiao Ning and Yi Ziyun. However, no matter what she said, Xiao Ning ignored her. Junior sister Ning, this big sister's words might have gone overboard. However, this big sister is truly thinking for you. Young Master Xiao Ming of the Phaseless sect will be arriving soon, so you have to grasp this opportunity. Young Master Xiao Ming has outstanding talent and is also the son of the old patriarch of the Phaseless sect. He's practically the next patriarch. If you have a good relationship with him, you'll be one step closer to becoming the patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect. At that time, Yi Ziyun wouldn't have anything to do with it. Xinyu pursed her lips as she smiled. She refused to believe that Xiao Ning wouldn't be tempted by this. Wasn't the reason why Xiao Ning did so many things just to become the patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect? Since senior sister Xianyu is so concerned about that young Master Xiao Ming, then you can just have a good relationship with him. Why drag me into this? Xiao Ning coldly said without any ripples in her voice. How could Xianyu understand that everything she did wasn't to become the patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect, but to get closer to that person? The person that was engraved in her life, Nieli. Coming in contact with someone like Xiao Ming would only cause her to be further away from Nieli. Therefore, Xiao Ning naturally wouldn't do that. Xianyu flung her lips as she coldly sneered in her heart. Xiao Ning was acting like a holy maiden. She refused to believe that Xiao Ning could be so calm to the point that she didn't even care about the patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect. Chapter 452. The position of patriarch of the Heavenly Notes sect was something that many people yearned for. So how could Xiao Ninger not be moved by it? She was probably just talking about it. Xianyu did not believe that there was no ill feelings between Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun. Young Master Xiaoming of the Phaseless sect was about to pay a visit to the Heavenly Notes sect for the sake of an alliance. Xianyu naturally knew that if she could form a good relationship with young Master Xiaoming, her position in the Heavenly Notes sect would definitely be greatly improved. However, young Master Xiaoming would definitely not look at her. With her position in the Heavenly Notes sect, it was impossible for young Master Xiaoming to look at her. Senior Sister Ninger, Senior Sister Xianyu, we've just received news that aside from the Phaseless sect, the Hagami Munyan has also arrived. They said that they want to pay a visit to the old patriarch. A girl with her hair combed into a bun rushed in as she panted. The Hagami Munyan has arrived? Xiao Ninger abruptly stood up. Her face was filled with expectation. Her eyes had a faint trace of expectation. She was hoping that Nieli would appear, but at the same time, she was afraid that her expectations would be disappointed. Seeing Xiao Ninger suddenly stand up in excitement, Xianyu was startled. That's because Xiao Ninger had always been as calm as water. There must be a reason for her to suddenly lose her composure. It looked like there was someone in the Hagami Munyan that Xiao Ninger wanted to meet. Xianyu couldn't help smiling in disdain in her heart. The Phaseless sect was one of the strongest of the 6 major sects. Furthermore, young Master Xiaoming was the son of the patriarch. As for the Hagami Munyan, it was one of the lowest-ranked sects. Regardless of who Xiao Ninger wanted to meet, or what status they had in the Hagami Munyan, they couldn't be compared to young Master Xiaoming. He didn't know what Xiao Ninger was thinking. Why was she so interested in Hagami Munyan? Xiao Yi, is there a person named Nieli among the people who came? Xiao Ninger asked anxiously. Nieli? I'm not sure. Xiaya shook her head and said, but I heard that Hagami Munyan seems to have changed their patriarch. The new patriarch's surname is Nye. No one knows where he came from. New patriarch? Surname Nye? Was it him? Had Nieli become the new patriarch of Hagami Munyan in such a short time? Xiao Ninger was a little confused. But no matter what, the Hagami Munyan was here. He had to go and take a look. Xiao Yi, Senior Sister Xianyu, let's go take a look. Xiao Ninger said as she looked at the two beside her. The group walked towards the Great Hall of the Heavenly Notes sect. The Great Hall of the Heavenly Notes sect was extremely imposing, with all sorts of celestial music lingering within. It was said that the first ancestor of the Heavenly Notes sect was a stunning woman that had countless connections with the ancestral godland. The Heavenly Notes sect was an extremely mysterious place that only recruited female disciples. Although they allowed female disciples to interact with other sects, they weren't allowed to marry. As for the reason, no one knew. This had always been the tradition of the Heavenly Notes sect. Nieli raised his head and looked at the signboard of the Great Hall of the Heavenly Notes sect and lightly smiled. His fiancée and his soulmate, Xiao Ninger, were both in the Heavenly Notes sect. If the Heavenly Notes sect wasn't willing to let them go, would he tear the Heavenly Notes sect apart? In a group of over 10 people, 3 of them were martial ancestor realm experts as they followed Nieli into the Great Hall. At this moment, the Great Hall was extremely bustling with many males and females gathered. Looking towards the front of the Great Hall, they saw a graceful middle-aged woman sitting there with a sweet smile. That middle-aged woman should be the current patriarch of the Heavenly Notes sect, Nangong Xianin. On the chair to the right of Nangong Xianin sat a youth that looked to be 16 or 17 years old. He had an elegant demeanor and stood out from the crowd. Standing beside him were several experts dressed in gray. They were probably Tao of Dragon Realm experts, Xiaoming of the Phaseless sect. Looks like this promising youth is the legendary patriarch Nye. Nangong Xianin's gaze fell onto Nieli, who had just entered, as she lightly smiled. When her gaze swept across the group behind Nieli, a trace of astonishment flashed across her eyes. Amongst the experts behind Nieli, there were 3 martial ancestor realm experts. If they were only martial ancestor realm experts, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, the Heavenly Note sect also had 8 martial ancestor realm experts. The crucial point was that she actually didn't know any of the 3 martial ancestor realm experts. Reaching the martial ancestor realm, one would be a famous figure in the various sects. However, she had never seen these 3 before. Could it be that the 3 of them were newly promoted martial ancestor realm experts? The sudden appearance of 3 newly promoted martial ancestor realm experts was definitely not an ordinary matter. This little one pays his respects to Patriarch Nangong. Nieli lightly smiled as he cupped his hands. Patriarch Nye is being too polite. Nangong Xianin lightly smiled. Xiaoming cast a glance at Nieli as he said with interest, I never thought that the Patriarch of the Hagami Munyan would actually be so young. This is indeed a little surprising. Brother Xiaoming is also very young. Nieli lightly smiled. You know me? Xiaoming was clearly a little astonished. Nieli had never seen him before, so why would he know him? A light flashed across Nieli's eyes. In his previous life, Xiaoming had some interactions with him. Xiaoming's talent was outstanding. In just a short span of 6 years, he had cultivated from the Heavenly Star Realm to the Martial Ancestor Realm, becoming a super genius that was sent to the Ancestral Godland. Even Long Tianming and the rest couldn't be compared to him. Later on, Xiaoming had slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people of the Phaseless sect in order to cultivate a cultivation technique called the Heavenly Annihilation Heart Technique. Not even his parents and clansmen were let off. This person's ruthlessness wasn't any inferior to the Holy Emperor. But even after he mastered the Heavenly Annihilation Heart Technique, he still couldn't defeat the Holy Emperor. Regarding this person, there were all sorts of legends. Some said that the Phaseless sect was willing to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of lives in order for him to master the Heavenly Annihilation Heart Technique and confront the Holy Emperor. There were also others that said that when the Heavenly Annihilation Heart Technique was cultivated to the limit, one would have to sever all emotions and desires. Therefore, he had directly annihilated the entire Phaseless sect. At this moment, Nieli couldn't determine if this Xiaoming was a righteous or evil person. Of course I do. How can I not know the young patriarch of the Phaseless sect? Nieli lightly smiled. Oh, Xiaoming lightly replied as he took a few more glances at Nieli. Indeed, he had never seen him before. But this Nieli had just risen, so it was normal for him not to have noticed him. Could it be that Brother Nye has seen me before? I have. Nieli lightly smiled as he nodded his head. But young Patriarch Xiao has a short memory, so you might not remember me. I wonder, why has Patriarch Nieli come to my Heavenly Note sect? Nangong Xianin couldn't help lightly smiling. Xiaoming came here under the invitation of the Heavenly Note sect, while Nye Li came uninvited. Not only did Nye Li come uninvited, he even brought 3 newly ascended martial ancestor realm experts with him. Just what was the deep meaning behind this? Chapter 453. Nieli lightly smiled. There are a few reasons for me coming to the Heavenly Note sect. Firstly, it's to pay my respects to Patriarch Nangong. Secondly, it's to meet a few old friends. Lastly, it's to request an item from Patriarch Nangong. The few old friends that Patriarch Nye wants to meet should be Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun of our Heavenly Note sect, right? Nangong Xianin looked at Nieli as she continued. They're the same as you from the tiny world. Patriarch Nangong is truly clear about it. The 2 old friends of mine are indeed Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun. Nieli lightly smiled. I will immediately send someone to inform Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger to come over. Nangong Xianin lightly smiled. Hearing Nieli's words, a trace of peculiar light flashed across Xiaoming's eyes. Due to their outstanding talents, the 2 genius girls of the Heavenly Note sect had attracted the attention of the various divine sects. Many youths wanted to get close to them. He never thought that the 2 genius girls would come from the tiny world and have some relationship with Nieli. Then, I'll have to trouble Patriarch Nangong. Nieli lightly cupped his hands. I wonder what relationship Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger have with Patriarch Nye. Xiaoming couldn't help lightly smiling. Truth be told, Ziyun and Ninger are my bosom friends. Especially Ziyun. She's my fiancée. Nieli frankly smiled. Hearing Nieli's words, everyone in the hall was stunned. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger were bosom friends of Nieli? Not to mention that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger were both from the Heavenly Note sect. The women of the Heavenly Note sect would never marry anyone. Furthermore, both of these girls had outstanding talent and were cold to others. They wouldn't even bat an eye to any man. How could the two of them fall in love with the same man? Hearing Nie Li's words, Xiaoming laughed. Brother Nie really knows how to joke. I'm not joking. Nie Li spread his hands out. He had spoken the truth, but why didn't these people believe him? But thinking about it, it was reasonable. Who could have thought that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger would fall in love with him? A man dressed as a servant next to Xiaoming sneered. Sect Master Nie, you're thinking too highly of yourself. You actually said that Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun are bosom friends of yours. You're simply dreaming. Nie Li shrugged his shoulders and said with an indifferent attitude, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Seeing Nie Li's expression, Xiaoming's face slowly turned dark. He had a vague feeling that what Nie Li said seemed to be true. He couldn't stop the rage in his heart. There were two talented girls in the Heavenly Note sect. One was Yi Ziyun and the other was Xiao Ning. Yi Ziyun was being nurtured as the next patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect. Therefore, he did not dare to have any improper thoughts. Previously, when he saw Xiao Ninger, he fell in love with Xiao Ninger at first sight and swore to marry Xiao Ninger. He used all sorts of methods to convey his intentions through the people around Xiao Ninger, but Xiao Ninger rejected him. If Xiao Ninger was really Nie Li's bosom friend, then Nie Li had to die. A cold light flashed across Xiaoming's eyes. That cold light was captured by Nie Li as Nie Li's expression turned cold. In his previous life, he did not have much understanding of Xiaoming, so he didn't know if Xiaoming was good or bad. But if Xiaoming had any thoughts towards Ziyun and Ninger, then Nie Li would definitely make him remember that he couldn't touch anyone's woman. Nangong Xianin coldly coughed. I wonder if Patriarch Nian knows of the rules of my Heavenly Note sect. Rules of the Heavenly Note sect? Nie Li's brows slightly twitched as he said, is it a rule that forbids disciples from marrying? Correct. Since Patriarch Nian knows about it, then I believe there's no need for me to say more. Nangong Xianin coldly snorted as a chilling pressure spread out in the surroundings of the hall. Nie Li had publicly said that Yi Ziyun was his fiancée, which was a taboo of the Heavenly Note sect. Thus, it was impossible for Nangong Xianin to ignore it. Hearing Nangong Xianin's words, Xiaoming crossed his arms in front of his chest as he sat there with a faintly discernible sneer hanging on the corner of his lips. Since the patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect had spoken, then there was naturally no need for him to make a move. Rules are dead, people are alive. But today, I'm not here to quarrel with Patriarch Nangong. Nie Li smiled as he looked at Nangong Xianin and said, previously, I had entrusted Yun and Ninger to give some elixirs to Patriarch Nangong. I wonder how are the effects of those elixirs? Hearing the first half of Nie Li's words, Nangong Xianin's face was extremely unsightly. But when she heard the second half of Nie Li's words, she was stunned for a moment. Those elixirs were given by Nie Li? The anger on Nangong Xianin's face slowly disappeared as a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Some time ago, Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun had given her some elixirs. The effects of those elixirs were extremely powerful, allowing her and several elders of the Heavenly Note sect to have an astonishing increase in their cultivation. It was so much so that she had directly broken through from the 6th stage of Martial Ancestor Realm to the 7th stage of Martial Ancestor Realm. To the Heavenly Note sect, this held great significance. If those elixirs were given by Nie Li, then Nie Li would be a great grace to the entire Heavenly Note sect. Even when Nangong Xianin's anger surged, it was quickly suppressed. Elixirs? A trace of doubt appeared in Xiaoming's eyes as he looked at Nangong Xianin before looking at Nie Li. He clearly had no idea what the elixirs that Nie Li was talking about were. But from Nangong Xianin's expression, he could determine that the tense atmosphere from before had already eased up. Although he had no idea what had happened, Xiaoming vaguely felt that this matter wasn't simple. Since Patriarch Nie has come to my Heavenly Note sect, I wonder if you can spare some time for me to invite Patriarch Nie for a cup of tea? Nangong Xianin said after a brief pondering. Knowing that the elixirs were from Nieli, Nangong Xianin naturally did not dare to neglect it. However, there were too many people in hall, so she had to discuss it privately. Patriarch Nangong, there's no rush. Ziyun and Ninger have yet to arrive. Furthermore, I have a request for the Heavenly Note sect, right? Nieli lightly smiled. Earlier, Patriarch Nye said that he came to the Heavenly Note sect to request for an item. I wonder what it is. Nangong Xianin recalled it and couldn't help saying, Patriarch Nye, please speak. My Heavenly Note sect will do its best. Nangong Xianin's tone was extremely polite, causing everyone in the hall to be puzzled, whether it was Xiao Ming's group or the Heavenly Note sect's group. Just what was it that caused Patriarch Nangong's attitude to change so quickly? As the Patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect, Nangong Xianin was also a martial ancestor realm expert with a transcendent status. Yet, she was so polite to Nieli. Just what was the meaning behind it? Xiao Ming's abstruse gaze fell onto Nieli as he sized up Nieli. To be able to become the Patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun at such a young age, this youth before him wasn't simple. Chapter 454. Because Nieli was the Patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, if Xiao Ming wanted to touch Nieli, it would mean starting a war with the entire Hagami Myunmyun. In addition to the change in Nangong Xianin's attitude, Xiao Ming temporarily retracted the rage in his heart. Let's wait and see. At this moment, Nieli appeared to be leisurely as he sipped a mouthful of tea and calmly said, Myriad Ancestor Sword. Hearing Nieli's words, both Nangong Xianin and Xiao Ming widened their eyes as they stared at Nieli. Nieli wouldn't be joking, right? Nieli actually wanted the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword. The Myriad Ancestor Sword had been split into 7 fragments, which were respectively controlled by the Patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, Heavenly Note sect, and the other divine sects. This item was the sacred artifact of a sect. Nieli actually said it so casually, wanting the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword from Nangong Xianin. Xiao Ming was speechless. This fellow, Nieli, couldn't his brain have been clamped by a door, right? The fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword. Nangong Xianin frowned her brows. If it was an ordinary person, she would definitely chase the other party away when the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword was mentioned to her. However, she did not want to offend Nieli. There was no other reason, because Nieli had the elixir that even she yearned for. Although the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword would definitely not be given to Nieli, Nangong Xianin did not have the intention to chase Nieli away. I wonder what Patriarch Nieli wants the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword for. Nangong Xianin couldn't help asking. Nothing else, it's just for fun. The fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword might have a huge and frightening reputation, but Patriarch Nangong should be clear about its use. Aside from being extremely sharp, it has no other use, right? Nieli said with a light smile. The god-slaying artifact, the Myriad Ancestor Sword, was indeed incomparably powerful. However, the god-slaying artifact in Nangong Xianin's hands was not a complete one. It was merely a fragment. Although it was precious, it was meaningless. Although it's useless, it's still an inheritance of the Heavenly Note sect. Nangong Xianin shook her head as she continued. This item cannot be casually given to others. In such a massive Heavenly Note sect, there should be at least 8,000 inheritances, if not 10,000. Of course, I don't expect Patriarch Nangong to give me the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword. I don't have that kind of face, Nieli said with a laugh. I hope that Patriarch Nye can be magnanimous enough to forgive me. Nangong Xianin spoke. Her voice was ethereal, as though she was a fairy that didn't belong to the mortal world. Speaking of which, this fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword is just a useless item in the hands of Patriarch Nangong. Why don't you exchange it for something more practical for the Heavenly Note sect? Nieli said, right now the Yaoshan sect is getting restless, and the other demonic sects are also eyeing covetously. Patriarch Nangong, you have to consider for the Heavenly Note sect. Patriarch Nya, there's no need to speak any further. Our Heavenly Note sect will not exchange the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword for anything. Nangong Xianin said without any hesitation. Patriarch Nangong, you don't have to reject it so quickly. The elixirs that Ning-Er and Ziyun gave to you are just low-grade elixirs. I have a sacred elixir with 100-fold effect, Nieli casually said. Hearing Nieli's words, Nangong Xianin's heart violently jolted. The elixirs that Xiao Ning-Er and Yizun gave to her previously had an extremely shocking effect, allowing her and the few elders to have a breakthrough in their cultivations. Just how powerful was the sacred elixir with 100-fold effect that Nieli mentioned? Just where did Nieli get those elixirs from? As the patriarch of the Heavenly Notes sect, she couldn't possibly ask about such a private matter. Even if she did, Nieli probably wouldn't reply to her. She had to admit that such a sacred elixir held too much significance and value to the Heavenly Notes sect. With such a sacred elixir, the Heavenly Notes sect might have an additional 5th or even 6th-stage martial ancestor realm expert. Just like what Nieli had said, the demonic sect was eyeing them covetously. The moment a battle broke out, the Heavenly Notes sect might not be safe and sound. If the sect fell, what was the use of having the fragment of the myriad ancestor sword? Nangong Xianin pondered for a brief moment, before clenching her teeth and said, "We will definitely not exchange it with the fragment of the myriad ancestor sword. I'm afraid that we will have to disappoint Patriarch Nia." Xiaoming was a little curious, as he had no idea what the sacred elixir that Nieli had mentioned was. The fragment of the myriad ancestor sword was so precious, yet Nangong Xianin was actually a little moved. Could it be that the sacred elixir was something extraordinary? 2 sacred elixirs. Nieli faintly smiled as he continued. I'm willing to exchange it with 2 sacred elixirs. I wonder if Patriarch Nangong is willing. I'm sorry. Nangong Xianin hesitated for a brief moment before decisively rejecting him. 5 sacred elixirs, Nieli said without any change in his expression. Hearing Nieli's words, Nangong Xianin could no longer suppress the shock in her heart. That was a total of 5 sacred elixirs. Even as the patriarch of the Heavenly Notes sect, she couldn't help feeling shocked by Nieli's generosity. She slightly understood why Nieli could become the patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun, and also understood why Nieli brought 3 newly promoted martial ancestor realm experts with him when he came. She wondered how many martial ancestor realm experts the Hagami Myunmyun had right now. The number should be extremely shocking, right? It's still not enough. Nangong Xianin calmly shook her head. Since Patriarch Nangong is so unwilling to part with it, then I can only forget about it. Nieli sighed as he continued. Wait till I see Ning-Er and Ziyun, then I'll return home. Looks like this sacred elixir wasn't enough to move Patriarch Nangong's heart. Xiao Ming inwardly thought, it seems like this sacred elixir is just an ear. Just when Nieli finished his words, he heard Nangong Xianin's voice. Patriarch Nia, please wait. Patriarch Nangong, is there anything else? Nieli pretended to be at a loss as he asked, but his eyes flashed with light. I've thought about it. Since Patriarch Nia is so interested in the myriad ancestor sword's fragment, then I can only reluctantly part with it. Nangong Xianin's voice was still calm, except for a smear of redness that flashed across her flawless face. As the patriarch of the Heavenly Notes sect, she was actually so unscrupulous. How shameful. Truth be told, when Nieli said that he was willing to use 5 sacred elixirs to exchange for it, Nangong Xianin's heart violently leaped. She clearly understood what 5 sacred elixirs meant. But in order to trick Nieli, she forcefully endured the raging waves in her heart and rejected Nieli. But when Nieli said that he would drop the matter, she immediately regretted it. If she missed out on these 5 sacred elixirs, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. Even if she had to use the myriad ancestor sword's fragment to exchange for it, she wouldn't hesitate. 5 sacred elixirs were sufficient to protect the Heavenly Notes sect for a few hundred years without being harassed by the demonic sect. It was so much so that they could have a showdown with the Yaoshan sect and wash away their shame. Although the myriad ancestor sword's fragment was precious and was an inheritance, it was still a useless item in the end. If the Heavenly Note sect no longer existed, then what's the use of a fragment? Nangong Xianin naturally knew what was important. The animated series Legends of the Demon God was being broadcasted on all major video platforms. It was produced by Snail, planned by Snail, produced by Snail, scripted by Snail, and written by Snail, so how could everyone not watch it? Chapter 455. Xiaoming was dumbfounded for a long time. He had never imagined that this would be the result. That was the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword. Even if the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword had no use, it was still an extremely important symbol. The 7 fragments were respectively controlled by the 7 divine sects and have been passed down for thousands of years. Nangong Xianin actually gave it away just like that. Just what was that sacred elixir? It actually made Nangong Xianin use the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword to exchange for it. This matter was indeed puzzling. The crucial point was that Nangong Xianin had changed her attitude. She did not have the bearing of a patriarch of the Heavenly Notes sect and was like a merchant, bargaining with Nieli and purposely bluffing Nieli, which made everyone's eyes drop to the ground. Patriarch, please reconsider. Patriarch, please reconsider. Although the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword has no use, it's not something that could be exchanged with just anything. When the protectors heard Nangong Xianin's words, they immediately advised. They all thought that there was something wrong with Nangong Xianin's head for her to agree to the exchange with Nieli. They had no idea what the 5 so-called sacred elixirs were. So why did the patriarch agree to the exchange? You guys are questioning my decision. Nangong Xianin frowned as she looked at the protectors. Sensing the anger hidden in Nangong Xianin's eyes, the protectors immediately bowed. This subordinate does not dare. But this, Nangong Xianin waved her hand. You guys don't have to say anymore. I know what I'm doing. Yes. The protectors did not dare to speak any further. The sacred elixirs that she had previously obtained could only be enjoyed by the elders of the Heavenly Notes sect. These protectors had never used any sacred elixirs before, so they naturally did not know how powerful they were. Nangong Xianin was clear about what 5 sacred elixirs meant. Therefore, she was determined to obtain them, even if she had to give up the fragment of the Myriad Ancestor Sword. Patriarch Nangong, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Nieli lightly smiled. Just at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Nieli, the voice was filled with joy and excitement. It was a voice that was familiar to the bone. Nieli turned his head and looked at the person who had come. A smile appeared on his face. It was Xiao Ninger. Compared to before, Xiao Ninger seemed to have matured a little. Her figure was also more plump than before. Her curvaceous figure was even more charming and alluring. Seeing Nieli, Xiao Ninger's face blushed slightly. Seeing Nieli again made her very excited. The goddess, who usually did not smile, suddenly revealed a smile. It was like a spring breeze caressing the face, as if the whole world was overshadowed by it. Xiaoming was dazed for a moment, and it took him a while to react. Compared to Xiao Ninger, those few beauties in the surroundings had instantly turned into common rouge and powder. Xiao Ninger walked to Nieli's side and stared at Nieli. After a while, her heart was filled with sorrow. After such a long time, Xiao Ninger felt that she had been forgotten. Ninger seems to have grown taller and more beautiful than before. Nieli compared his height with Xiao Ninger and touched Xiao Ninger's cheek. It was as smooth as congealed fat and was really delicate. Her figure also seemed to be more plump than before. During this period of time, Nieli was more than a head taller than before, and Xiao Ninger had also grown a lot taller, becoming slender and elegant. Nieli's gaze fell on Xiao Ninger's chest. Ninger was indeed more plump than before, and he vaguely recalled the first time he treated Ninger, the ambiguous situation. Feeling Nieli's fiery gaze, Xiao Ninger felt a little sweet in her heart, and at the same time, she felt a little shy. Wherever Nieli's gaze swept over, there seemed to be a strange feeling. Almost like Nieli, she also recalled the first time Nieli treated her, and her cheeks couldn't help but burn. Xianyu, who was at the side, saw this scene and instantly understood. If someone said that there was nothing between Xiao Ninger and Nieli, she would never believe it. This Xiao Ninger usually pretended to be a noble and virtuous fairy, but behind her back, wasn't she still intimate with a wild man? Xianyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva, and in her heart, she scolded. Adulterous couple. Although she scolded in her heart, Xianyu's face revealed a warm smile, and she said, "Junior Sister Ninger, how do I address this handsome young man in front of me? Aren't you going to introduce him?" Hearing this slightly sharp voice, Nieli's gaze fell on Xianyu, and he slightly frowned. Although Xianyu was smiling, Nieli's eyes were very sharp. With one look, he could tell that Xianyu was an extremely hypocritical person. Hagami Myunmyun Patriarch Nieli. I wonder, how do I address this senior sister? Nieli lightly smiled as he looked at Xianyu. Hagami Myunmyun Sect. Master. Xianyu's voice slightly paused. There were many words that she wanted to say, but she couldn't help swallowing them back down. Who would have thought that a brat like Nieli would actually be the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun? With her identity and position, she didn't even have the qualifications to speak with Nieli. After all, Hagami Myunmyun was a super sect that wasn't inferior to the Heavenly Note sect. She was just one of the more ordinary disciples in the 63rd generation of the Heavenly Note sect. Ahem. Nice to meet you, Patriarch Nya. Xianyu was a little embarrassed. Xianyu, how can you not know the gravity of the situation? Can't you see that the Patriarch is speaking with Patriarch Nya? Quickly retreat. A protector by the side said in a deep voice. Yes, Protector Lei. Xianyu immediately retreated to the side. If it was during normal times, she could be more casual. But since the Patriarch of the two sects was discussing, it wasn't appropriate for her to interrupt at this moment. Patriarch Nya, you said that Yi Ziyun is your fiancé? Nangong Xianin looked at Nieli and inquired. Xiaoming's gaze instantly fell onto Nieli. He had also heard of Yi Ziyun. It was rumored that Yi Ziyun's beauty wasn't inferior to Xiaoning. Furthermore, she was the one with the strongest talent amongst the younger generations of the Heavenly Note sect. Her cultivation was progressing at a godly speed and could be considered as a rare genius. It was said that Nangong Xianin had the intention to nurture Yi Ziyun to become the next patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect. Nieli actually said that Yi Ziyun was his fiancée. Xiaoming still didn't believe it in his heart. That's right. Nieli nodded his head. Hearing Nieli's confirmation, Xiaoming frowned his brows. Right now, Nieli was using the identity of the Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch to answer this question, so it was naturally impossible for him to lie. Xiaoming couldn't help feeling a burst of jealousy in his heart. He didn't even dare to think of someone like Yi Ziyun. Then, your relationship with Nangong Xianin's gaze fell on a Xiao Ning, who was standing beside Nieli. Even a fool could tell that the relationship between Nieli and Xiao Ning wasn't ordinary, judging from the way Nieli and Xiao Ning exchanged glances. Chapter 456. Hearing Nangong Xianin's words, Xiao Ning lowered her head as a trace of sadness flashed across her eyes. Yi Ziyun was Nieli's official fiancée, but what about her? She wasn't anything. Perhaps she didn't have any official status, but she had already silently acknowledged Nieli in her heart. Even if she knew that it was impossible between her and Nieli, she still decided to stay by Nieli's side. Regardless of life or death, Nieli glanced at Xiao Ning, who was beside him, and saw the disappointment and bewilderment in her eyes. Nieli recalled the events of his previous life. Xiao Ning had died because of him. In his previous life, their fates were bound together and could never be severed. He had let down so many people in his previous life, but in this life, he would protect everyone. Nieli raised his head and looked at Nangong Xianin as he lightly smiled. Patriarch Nangong, she is also my woman. Hearing Nieli's words, Nangong Xianin was stunned for a moment. Nieli's reply made her extremely shocked. It was fine if Yi Ziyun was Nieli's fiancée, but even Xiao Ning was one as well. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were the two most outstanding geniuses of the Heavenly Note sect. Xiaoming, who was by the side, was simply going crazy. What the hell was going on? Whether it was Yi Ziyun or Xiao Ning, They were both heaven's proud daughters that were admired by countless people. They were goddesses in the hearts of many youths of the six major sects. Xiaoning's shoulders lightly trembled as her eyes were filled with tears. In such a long time, this was the first time that Nieli had admitted that she was his woman. Even if it was to deal with Nangong Xiaoning, Xiaoning still felt satisfied. Just as they were talking, a pretty figure walked straight in from the entrance of the hall. This person was Yi Ziyun. She was wearing a purple silk dress and looked like a fairy. Xiaoning, and Yi Ziyun, both of them had their own merits. That kind of breathtaking beauty made everyone in the Heavenly Notes sect seem to have turned into commoners in that instant. Xiaoming was slightly stunned at first, but then he suddenly thought of something, and a gloating smile appeared on his face. Nieli actually said that Xiaoning was his woman in front of his fiancée, Yi Ziyun. He was afraid that there would soon be a fire in his backyard. You're so proud of yourself, but now you've failed. When Nieli saw Yi Ziyun, he instantly felt awkward. He blamed himself for being too quick with his mouth. This time it was awkward. How should he explain it to Yi Ziyun? Yi Ziyun took a glance at Nieli. At this moment, her eyes were filled with longing. In a Heavenly Notes sect, although she was held up by tens of thousands of people, she still felt extremely lonely. In the entire Heavenly Notes sect, she only knew Ning. However, there wasn't much conversation between her and Ning. She knew that Ning liked Nieli, and she was Nieli's fiancée. This awkward relationship had caused the two of them to be in a deadlock. Actually, in Yi Ziyun's heart, she no longer minded it. From the distant tiny world, they came to the Draconic Ruins realm together, experienced life and death together, and faced the unknown future together. What's there to not let go of? Only by supporting each other would they be able to walk down the path and complete their mission. Seeing Xiaoning's apologetic gaze, Yi Ziyun calmed down. She lightly smiled as she walked toward Xiaoning and held on to Xiaoning's hand. Xiaoning raised her head in astonishment as she looked at Yi Ziyun's gaze. In that instant, it was as if their hearts were linked and she understood. When they were young, they had always been good friends. After experiencing so much together between life and death and fate, what could they not let go of? At this moment, even Nieli was dumbfounded. What's going on? Everyone in the hall exchanged glances. Clearly, they didn't understand the situation. Xiaoming widened his eyes. He never imagined that this would be the outcome. This was two. How did Nieli accomplish it? He managed to subdue two heavenly geniuses at the same time and still not have a fire burning in his backyard? Xiaoming was speechless. Nangong Xiaoning was also astonished. She understood Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning very well. The Heavenly Notes sect did not restrict the female disciples from interacting with the male disciples of other sects. Many of the female disciples had Tao companions. Only Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning did not interact with the male disciples of other sects. They were extremely cold. Furthermore, there seemed to be some grudges between Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning, so they did not interact with each other. But everything that she saw today made her think that she had seen wrongly. Patriarch! Yi Ziyun cupped her hands towards Nangong Xiaoning in an extremely respectful manner. Zun, this is the new patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, Nieli. He said that he's your fiancé? Nangong Xiaoning still couldn't confirm it, so she could only ask Yi Ziyun personally. Yi Ziyun and Nieli exchanged a glance. Nieli couldn't help rubbing the back of his head. Everything that had just happened made Nieli feel a little awkward. Reporting to Patriarch, he is indeed my fiancé. Yi Ziyun nodded her head. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Nangong Xiaoning's face instantly sank. Ziyun, do you know your mistake? Yi Ziyun immediately cupped her hands. Ziyun did not hide it on purpose. I hope that Patriarch can forgive me. Ziyun, the sect has always focused on nurturing you guys, and even has the intention to pass the position of Patriarch to you. You guys know the rules of the Heavenly Notes sect. The Patriarch of the Heavenly Notes sect is not allowed to marry. Nangong Xiaoning's face sank as her tone was a little strict. Yi Ziyun felt a little guilty. After all, she was in the wrong for this matter. The Heavenly Notes sect had spent so much effort to nurture her, but she hid the matter of her engagement. In this period of time, After entering the Heavenly Note sect's secret realm to cultivate, Yi Ziyun's 9 revolving ice phoenix technique had soared. She was no longer inferior to an ordinary Tao of Dragon Realm expert. Seeing Yi Ziyun's appearance, Nie Li's brows slightly twitched. Yi Ziyun had a pure and kind nature. Even if she was bullied by Nangong Xianin, she could only swallow it down. However, Nie Li wasn't someone that was willing to suffer. So when he saw Yi Ziyun's wronged appearance, he was immediately unhappy. Nie Li flung his lips aside as he said, "Patriarch Nangong, your words aren't right. The Heavenly Note sect has indeed spent a great amount of effort to nurture Ziyun and Ning Er. However, Ziyun and Ning Er's innate talents are there for all to see. Even without the nurturing of the Heavenly Note sect, they can still achieve their current achievements." Hearing Nie Li's words, Nangong Xianin couldn't help turning silent. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were indeed different. After coming to the Heavenly Note sect, they did not cultivate the cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Note sect. That's because in the entire Heavenly Note sect, there wasn't a cultivation technique that was more powerful than the 9 revolving ice phoenix technique and the lightning dragon technique. Furthermore, Ziyun and Ning have also contributed quite a bit to the Heavenly Note sect. Nie Li was naturally referring to the sacred elixirs that Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning had previously gifted to the Heavenly Note sect. Chapter 457. Although Nangong Xianin's heart was a little shaken, her expression was still a little stern. If Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning couldn't become the future patriarch, then she realized that the Heavenly Note sect couldn't find a third candidate. Seeing Nangong Xianin's hesitation, Xianyu's heart blossomed with joy. All along, Xianyu had been coveting the patriarch position of the Heavenly Note sect, treating Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning as formidable opponents. The talents of the two of them were too powerful. As long as Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were around, there wasn't even a 1 in 10,000 chance for her to become the patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect. But who could have thought that there would be light at the end of the tunnel? Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were actually engaged. According to the rules of the Heavenly Note sect, disciples of the Heavenly Note sect were not allowed to marry. If they did, then they would have to leave the Heavenly Note sect. This was a rule that had been in place for thousands of years, so who could break it? Xianyu immediately stood out and cupped her hands towards Nangong Xianin. "Patriarch, little sisters Yun and Ning are already engaged. Our Heavenly Note sect has never done something like destroying the marriage of others. Since they have no intention of staying in the Heavenly Note sect, why don't we let them go?" Nangong Xianin furiously said, "Shut up." Seeing Nangong Xianin's furious expression, Xianyu was startled. She had never seen Nangong Xianin in such an expression, so she could only stand to the side in embarrassment. Nangong Xianin could naturally see the scheme in Xianyu's heart. If Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning were to leave, then Xianyu, would naturally be the first choice for the patriarch. However, Xianyu was already in her 30s, and her cultivation had yet to step into the Tao of Dragon Realm. Compared to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning, the difference was too great. Furthermore, Xianyu had a jealous nature. She wanted to be a patriarch, but she did not have the character of a patriarch. If such a person were to become the patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect, her future could be imagined. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning couldn't leave. If they did, the Heavenly Note sect would have no successor. Nangong Xianin smiled bitterly as she looked at Nie Li and said, "Patriarch Nie Li, must you bring both of them away? Can't you leave one for us?" Nangong Xianin's tone seemed to have a pleading tone. Hearing Nangong Xianin's words, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning blushed. "Take both of them away." There was a hint of ambiguity in this sentence. Xiao Ming, who was by the side, could only roll his eyes. He felt depressed in his heart. Originally, he thought that Nangong Xianin would fly into a rage. But in the end, she used such a tone to talk to Nie Li. It could be considered that she had already given in. He was originally waiting to watch a good show, but in the end, before the show even started, it had already ended. Nie Li awkwardly smiled. "Patriarch Nangong, I also don't want to. Who asked the Heavenly Note sect to have such weird rules?" I know that Patriarch Nangong is very fond of Ziyun and Ning but I can only snatch them away. Don't tell me that you want Ziyun and Ning to be widows for the rest of their lives on the position of Patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect? Nangong Xinin's face flushed red. You. Nieli immediately added, Patriarch Nangong, I'm not talking about you. Nieli smiled with his eyes narrowed. In his previous life, the Heavenly Note sect declined after Nangong Xianin abdicated. That old hag already had a lover outside and was only waiting for her to abdicate the position of Patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect so that she could roam the world. He wanted to throw this hot potato to Ziyun and Ning but there's no such thing as that. Anyways, Hagami Myunmyun wasn't afraid of anything. With Hagami Myunmyun's current strength, he couldn't even defeat 2 Heavenly Note sects. Yiziyun hastily stood out and cupped her hands towards Nangong Xianin. Patriarch, Nieli's mouth has no filter. Please don't take it to heart, Patriarch. After coming to the Heavenly Note sect, Ziyun deeply felt Patriarch Nangong's love. It was so much so that Ziyun had the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Note secret realm to cultivate. If Ziyun were to leave like this, then she would be letting the Heavenly Note sect down. Nangong Xinin's eyes lit up. Could it be that Yi Ziyun wanted to stay? That's right, the position of Patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect was a temptation that ordinary people couldn't resist. It was reasonable that Yi Ziyun wasn't willing to give it up. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Nieli became anxious. Yi Ziyun continued, Ziyun will definitely leave. But before that, as a disciple of the Heavenly Note sect, Ziyun naturally has to share the burden of the Patriarch. Nangong Xianin still thought that there was a turn for the better, but who knew that Yi Ziyun still wanted to leave. Thus, she even had the heart to cry. Share the burden? How would she share the burden? If Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger were to leave, who could share the burden for her? Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Xian Yu's heart was suspended. But when she heard the latter part, her heart calmed down and the corner of her lips slightly twitched. As long as Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger left, everything would be fine. Xiao Ninger took a glance at Nieli and cupped her hands. Ninger's heart isn't here, so I will leave as well. But Ninger is also willing to share the burden of the Patriarch. Hearing that, Nangong Xinin's heart turned gloomy as she waved her hand. Forget it. If you guys want to leave, then leave. Although Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger had said so, Nangong Xianin knew that no one could share the burden of Yi Ziyun's burden. Yi Ziyun called out toward the outside. Xiao Yu Mingner, come in. A group of female disciples walked in from the entrance. The place was bustling with noise, and there were roughly a dozen of them. Xiao Ninger also called out, Xiao or Yuin, come in as well. Another dozen or so female disciples entered. Nangong Xinin's gaze fell onto those female disciples and was briefly stunned. Suddenly, she sensed something and her eyes lit up. Those female disciples would usually follow Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger and rarely come in contact with the outside world. They could be considered as the guards of the Heavenly Note sect assigned to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. Before Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun came to the Heavenly Note sect, those female disciples had already reached the Heavenly Star Realm. However, in Nangong Xinin's view, although the talent of those female disciples was pretty good, they were too lacking when compared to Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning. It had only been a short period of time, but those female disciples seemed to have undergone shocking changes. Yi Ziyun cupped her hands towards Nangong Xianin. Patriarch, these sisters were all handpicked by Ziyun. They're not even 20 years old, and every single one of them has outstanding talent. Recently, their cultivation has been progressing swiftly. There's a total of 16 of them that have already reached the Tao of Dragon Realm. Xiao Ninger continued. Ninger's sisters are also not over 20 years old. There's a total of 15 of them, and all of them have already reached the Tao of Dragon Realm. Nangong Xianin closed her eyes and sensed. When she opened her eyes again, a smear of astonishment flashed across her eyes. Indeed, it was as Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger had said. Those female disciples had already reached the Tao of Dragon Realm. To be able to reach the Tao of Dragon Realm before the age of 20, that was simply a rare talent that only appeared once in 1,000 years. But now, there were suddenly over 30 of them, which was simply too unbelievable. However, the truth was placed before her, so she had no choice but to believe it. Xian Yu was initially complacent, but at this moment, there were thousands of galloping horses galloping through her heart. Just what the hell was going on? Could it be that she had not woken up yet and was still dreaming? Chapter 458. All along, Xian Yu had been boasting that she was the third genius of the Heavenly Note sect. Aside from Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun, Xian Yu had never placed anyone else in her eyes. Xian Yu never imagined that aside from herself, there would be so many Dao of Dragon Realm geniuses in the Heavenly Note sect. In just an instant, her dream of becoming a patriarch had been shattered. No, this is impossible. Lord Patriarch, they must have used demonic arts to deceive Lord Patriarch. Xian Yu yelled in a frenzy. At this moment, the restraint and bearing that she usually pretended to be was nowhere to be found. Xian Yu's frenzied actions made Nangong Xianin frown her brows. Patriarch, you must not be bewitched by those vile people. Xian Yu was a little hysterical. Nangong Xianin was naturally clear in her heart that the sudden appearance of so many geniuses did not conform to common sense. But when this matter fell onto Nieli, it became extremely reasonable. Just those sacred elixirs that Nieli had given her were powerful enough to create a few Dao of Dragon Realm geniuses. Xian Yu, don't make a ruckus in the hall. Men, bring her down. Nangong Xianin barked. Very quickly, several guards came over and brought Xian Yu down. Xian Yu turned her head back and gave a deep glance at Nia Li's group of 3. She hung her head dejectedly, looking extremely unwilling. But she understood that she was powerless to reverse the situation. Seeing Xian Yu leave, Nangong Xianin fell into deep thoughts. She clearly did not expect that Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun would actually nurture so many geniuses. Those geniuses were all nurtured by Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun, so they would clearly be branded with the two of them. Just what was Nieli's motive? To control the Heavenly Note sect? If he had such intentions, would he still be able to use those people? If he didn't use those people, who else could he use in the Heavenly Note sect? Nangong Xianin couldn't help but rub her brows. Seeing Nangong Xianin's distressed look, Nieli couldn't help smiling and said, Patriarch Nangong seems to be distressed. Nangong Xianin gloomily glanced at Nieli and bitterly smiled. Patriarch Nia, you did it on purpose, right? Patriarch Nangong is exaggerating. Nieli smiled faintly and said, I've received the latest news that Yao Shan's sect has obtained the inheritance of the ancestral demonic Saint Land and is recruiting without restraint. The Pentestrike Demon sect and the Crimson Moon Demon sect are following the lead of Yao Shan's sect. It won't be long before Yao Shan's sect can't hold back anymore. I also know about it. Patriarch Nia said that this objective is... Nangong Xianin frowned. Nieli smiled faintly. If the Yao Shan sect were to attack the righteous path, who would they target first? Naturally, the weakest sect. Nangong Xianin said after a brief silence. Then the weakest sect is... The corner of Nia Li's mouth rose into a smile. Feather God. Just when Nangong Xianin wanted to say it, she couldn't help feeling a little awkward. After all, the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun was still present. In the past, the weakest sect was undoubtedly Hagami Myunmyun. However, the current Hagami Myunmyun is no longer the same as before. I believe Patriarch Nangong already knows the reason. Nieli looked at Nangong Xianin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Nangong Xianin went silent for a brief moment. She naturally understood the meaning behind Nieli's words. In the past, Hagami Myunmyun was indeed the weakest sect. However, it was hard to say now. Not to mention the others, she had also witnessed the powerful effects of the elixirs that Nieli had given her. Just those few elixirs that Nieli had given her had allowed several martial ancestor realm experts of the Heavenly Note sect to advance. Furthermore, he had also nurtured so many top-notch geniuses for the Hagami Myunmyun. Therefore, the Hagami Myunmyun definitely had more elixirs in his hands. Right now, the strength of the Hagami Myunmyun was unfathomable. Amongst the 6 divine sects, the Hagami Myunmyun would be eliminated. The Skyblaze sect would be the strongest, followed by the Sky Origin sect and Phaseless sect, followed by the Heavenly Notes sect and Hundred Flowers sect. Therefore, there was a high possibility that the Heavenly Notes sect would be the first to be attacked. Let's not talk about who will be attacked first. The ancestral demonic Saint Land is brewing a huge plot to refine the entire Draconic Ruins realm. If the ancestral demonic Saint Land succeeds, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Notes sect won't be able to remain unscathed. Nelly calmly said. Hearing Nieli's words, both Nangong Xianin and Xiaoming trembled. Is there a reason for those words? Xiaoming looked at Nieli. If those words were true, then the Sky Origin sect would have to make preparations in advance. Although he didn't like Nieli, it concerned the life and death of the entire divine sect. Therefore, he had no choice but to let go of his prejudice. It's up to you guys to believe it or not. Anyways, the Hagami Munyan has already made preparations for a battle. As for the other divine sects, our Hagami Munyan has nothing to do with them. Nieli smiled. Recently, the Yaoshin sect has been making frequent movements, Nangong Xianin said after a brief silence. She had to admit that Nieli's words had quite an impact, refining the entire Draconic Ruins realm. The moment the ancestral demonic Saint Land completed this matter, no divine sect will be able to survive. Patriarch Nie's words are wrong. When the nest is overturned, no eggs will remain intact. Xiaoming immediately said, I wonder if Patriarch Nie has any good ideas? We can only increase our own strength. Nieli paid no attention to Xiaoming as he looked at Nangong Xianin and said, facing the ancestral demonic Saint Land, no one has any chance of victory. If the Heavenly Notes sect still has any grudges and guard against the Hagami Munyan, then there's nothing I can do about it. Nangong Xianin understood the meaning behind Nieli's words. Right now, the Heavenly Notes sect's strength wasn't sufficient. If they didn't use those capable young disciples because of the grudges and guard in their hearts, then the future of the Heavenly Notes sect would be even more dangerous. I will consider Patriarch Nie's words. Nangong Xianin nodded her head. At this moment, Xiaoming was thinking about another matter. If the Hagami Munyan and the Heavenly Notes sect formed an alliance, then the two divine sects would be safe. But what about the Sky Origin sect? Just what was the sacred elixir that the Heavenly Notes sect had obtained from the Hagami Munyan? Why was Nangong Xianin so concerned about it, to the point of exchanging the myriad ancestor sword's fragment for it? Patriarch Nie, I wonder, what is the sacred elixir of the Hagami Munyan? Xiaoming couldn't help probing. Sacred elixir? It's just some ordinary elixirs that can increase one's cultivation. Nieli appeared to be very casual about it. If it was an ordinary elixir, Nangong Xianin wouldn't be so concerned about it. The more casual Nieli was, the more Xiaoming's heart itched. He was the young patriarch of the Sky Origin sect. Although he was furious that his sweetheart was snatched away by Nieli, he was more concerned about the rise and fall of the sect. As long as he could protect his position as the young patriarch, what kind of woman wouldn't he have? Xiaoming glanced at Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun, then quickly retracted his gaze. From a conversation between Nangong Xianin and Nieli, he could determine that the Hagami Munyan was no longer the same as before because of the sacred elixir. At the same time, the Heavenly Notes sect had also tasted the benefits of the sacred elixir. Since the Heavenly Notes sect and the Hagami Munyan were strong, how could the Sky Origin sect fall behind? I wonder if Patriarch Nie can give me a portion of the sacred elixir. I can purchase it from Patriarch Nie, Xiaoming said after a brief pondering. Chapter 459. Hearing Xiaoming's words, Nieli chuckled and said, Young Patriarch Xiaoming is too courteous. Speaking of which, I do have some history with the Phaseless sect. Oh, what history? Xiaoming was clearly surprised. I have a brother in the Phaseless sect, and I'm indebted to the Phaseless sect for taking care of me. Nieli said, I wonder who Patriarch Nie's brother is? Xiaoming was stunned. Duan Jian. I wonder if young Patriarch Xiaoming knows him? Nieli smiled and said, Duan Jian? Xiaoming inhaled a breath of cold air. He never expected that Nieli's brother would actually be that freak, Duan Jian. It was no wonder that Xiaoming was so shocked. because Duan Jian, that fella, was simply a legendary existence in the phaseless sect. Duan Jian hadn't been in the sect for a long time. He was usually a loner, taciturn, and didn't even speak a word. He had always been wholeheartedly cultivating. At the start, everyone was a little fearful of this fellow with wings. But gradually, they started to look down on him. From time to time, they would tease Duan Jian, but Duan Jian completely ignored them. Maybe it was because of Duan Jian's tolerance, but people thought that Duan Jian was easy to bully. There was one time when dozens of younger disciples impudently surrounded Duan Jian and attacked Duan Jian. At that time, everyone thought that Duan Jian was going to be miserable, but the result was shocking. Those dozens of younger disciples were all beaten to the ground. The one with the lightest injury had 3 ribs broken, and there were even a few whose cultivation was almost crippled. Because of the internal strife, Duan Jian was punished. He received the heaviest punishment in the phaseless sect. The punishment was extremely terrifying. Those who were punished would start crying for their parents on the first day. After 3 days, they would be bedridden for at least 3 months. In the end, for 3 days, Duan Jian didn't even make a sound. At the end of the 3 days, Duan Jian was back to his usual self, eating and cultivating as usual, moving about alone. At that time, the younger disciples were all dumbfounded. Was he still human? He was simply. What happened next made everyone even more speechless. After those dozens of younger disciples lost, they were naturally unhappy. Many of them had powerful backgrounds, so they found many experts in the sect to stand up for them. Thus, they gathered a group of experts to attack Duan Jian. But the outcome did not change. These dozens of people were beaten by Duan Jian, and not a single one returned in one piece. Everyone in the phaseless sect was dumbfounded. Those dozens of people were all famous experts in the phaseless sect. Many of them were direct descendants of elders. But when they ganged up on Duan Jian, they were actually beaten up by Duan Jian. This was an outcome that no one expected. According to logic, Duan Jian still had to endure 3 days of punishment. But the previous time he was punished, Duan Jian wasn't injured at all. Just as the deacons of the phaseless sect were discussing how to punish Duan Jian, the grand elder of the phaseless sect stood out and protected Duan Jian. He even accepted Duan Jian as his disciple. After that, Duan Jian didn't make a move for a long time. The next time he made a move was during the genius battle of the phaseless sect. In that battle, geniuses came forth in large numbers. Almost all the geniuses of the phaseless sect participated. In the end, Duan Jian won first place. Moreover, it was done in a way that left everyone speechless. All the geniuses were instantly killed by Duan Jian in a single move. Everyone's attacks were ineffective against Duan Jian's physical body. There was a genius who didn't believe it and used a treasure to slash at Duan Jian's head. In the end, that treasure was directly broken by Duan Jian. Monster. This was probably the only word that could describe him. It was no wonder that Xiaoming was so shocked after hearing Nye Li's words. Xiaoming rejoiced inwardly. Luckily, he didn't form a death grudge with Nye Li. If he did, forget about the power behind Nye Li. Just Duan Jian alone would be enough to give him a headache. I didn't expect Patriarch Nye to be friends with big brother Duan Jian. Xiaoming chuckled. Duan Jian? Big brother? Nye Li was stunned for a moment. Patriarch Nye still doesn't know, right? Big brother Duan Jian is now the disciple of our great elder. He's the most outstanding genius of our phaseless sect's younger generation. Xiaoming smiled. If he wanted to take the position of patriarch of the phaseless sect in the future, he would need Duan Jian's support. So that's the case. Nye Li smiled. In the letter, he had heard from Duan Jian that he had become the disciple of the phaseless sect's great elder. However, he didn't know that Duan Jian actually had such a high prestige in the phaseless sect. However, Nye Li wasn't too clear about the relationship between Xiaoming and Duan Jian. Xiaoming smiled and said, "If Patriarch Nye is free, you can pay a visit to the phaseless sect. At that time, I'll be the host and invite Patriarch Nye and Big Brother Duan Jian to have some tea together." Sure, Nye Li smiled. With a move of his right hand, He retrieved a bottle of sacred medicine and threw it over to Xiaoming. Xiaoming hurriedly caught it. "This is the sacred medicine. Consider it as a meeting gift from me to young patriarch Xiaoming," Nieli said with a faint smile. Seeing Nieli casually giving out a sacred medicine, Nangong Xianin's eyes couldn't help flashing with ripples. She knew what a sacred medicine like this meant. However, Nieli actually gave it away so casually. Raising his head to look at Nieli in doubt, Xiaoming lowered his head to look at the sacred medicine. When he opened the bottle, he only felt a dense fragrance drilling into his nose. With just a sniff, Xiaoming felt the energy in his body endlessly surging. Xiaoming couldn't help sucking in a mouthful of cold air in his heart. He finally understood why Nangong Xianin, as the patriarch of the Heavenly Notes sect, would lose her composure for these sacred medicines. She didn't even hesitate to exchange for the myriad ancestor sword's fragment. Just this sacred medicine alone was enough to raise the cultivation of a martial ancestor realm expert by 2 to 3 levels. Furthermore, it could allow a pinnacle Dao of Dragon Realm expert to advance to martial ancestor realm. Just what kind of concept was that? To his sect, a martial ancestor realm expert was a strategic power. Facing the Yaoshan sect and the other 2 demonic sects, the 6 righteous sects had always been under great pressure and were in a disadvantageous position. If it wasn't for the protection of a martial ancestor realm expert, it was possible for their sects to be annihilated. And in every sect, there were at most 3 to 5 people that could reach martial ancestor realm. Xiaoming took a deep glance at Nieli as he suppressed the emotions in his heart and said, "I wonder how many of these sacred medicines Patriarch Nia has. Can you sell some to my phaseless sect?" "I can't consider that. But what is the phaseless sect willing to exchange for them?" Nieli said with a faint smile. He knew that he had already successfully hooked Xiaoming's interest. "Just like the Heavenly Notes sect, we are willing to use the fragment of the myriad ancestor sword to exchange for them. If Patriarch Nia is interested in other things of the phaseless sect, we can consider that as well," Xiaoming said. His words were already a little blatant. He wanted to exchange for as many sacred medicines from Nieli's hands, regardless of the price. Chapter 460. If a sect could have a few more martial ancestor realm experts, their strength would rise to another level. But for Nieli, the martial ancestor realm was just the beginning of his cultivation. It was still too early for him to step into the ancestral demonic saint land and compete with the Holy Emperor. The reason why Nieli gave out so many sacred elixirs was to obtain his own benefits and also to strengthen the strength of the righteous sects. After all, the righteous sects were the main force to confront the ancestral demonic saintland. In any case, Nieli could mass produce the sacred elixirs. "I will stay in the Heavenly Notes sect for a period of time." Nieli looked at Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger couldn't help blushing as they shifted their gazes elsewhere. Nieli couldn't help lightly smiling. Xiaoming pondered for a brief moment, then said, "I will send someone back to the phaseless sect to retrieve the fragment of the myriad ancestor sword. Then I will have to trouble young Patriarch Xiaoming." Nieli laughed. If Xiaoming were to retrieve it himself, it would naturally save him a lot of trouble. "Patriarch Nia, you're too polite." Xiaoming immediately cupped his hands. "You're welcome." Nieli smiled. For the next period of time, Nieli stayed in the Heavenly Notes sect while extending his hands to the other divine sects. When the other divine sects knew that the Heavenly Notes sect and Phaseless sect were using the fragment of the myriad ancestor sword to exchange for the sacred elixirs, they couldn't sit still. Aside from symbolism, the fragment of the myriad ancestor sword did not have any other use. But the sacred elixirs were different. A single sacred elixir could create a martial ancestor realm expert, which was a tangible benefit. Through various channels, the divine sects used the fragment of the myriad ancestor sword to exchange for the sacred elixirs with Nieli. In the end, the 6 fragments all fell into Nieli's hands. It was much simpler than Nieli had imagined. The power of the sacred elixir was just too great. No one could resist its temptation, not even the most powerful flame god sect. In addition, in the eyes of the major sects, Hagami Myunmyun had become an extremely mysterious existence. Hagami Myunmyun had been in seclusion for a long time and had only come out recently. They gradually understood the reason for this. During this period of time, Hagami Myunmyun had probably been in seclusion to increase his strength crazily. With so many powerful sacred medicines and such a long period of seclusion, who knew to what extent Hagami Myunmyun's strength had increased? At least for the time being, before they could figure out Hagami Myunmyun's true strength, they could not help but be in awe of Hagami Myunmyun. Many patriarch and elders from the various divine sects wanted to visit Nyeli, but they were all rejected by Nyeli. In the eyes of the outside world, Nyeli seemed to have mysteriously disappeared. During this period of time, Nyeli, Yiziyun, and Xiaoning were living a carefree life in the Heavenly Note sect. In a hidden courtyard of the Heavenly Note sect, Li stood beside the table and took out the 6 fragments of the myriad ancestor sword and placed them on the table. He could feel the powerful energy that was being emitted from the myriad ancestor sword's fragments. A surge of aura was circulating on the myriad ancestor sword's fragments. Nyeli closed his eyes to sense it and couldn't help frowning his brows. Nyeli, what's the use of these fragments? Xiaoning couldn't help asking. It wasn't easy to obtain the fragments of the myriad ancestor sword, but she still couldn't figure out the use of these fragments. Yiziyun also looked at Nyeli in astonishment. Nyeli had been studying these fragments for half a day, but she had no idea what Nyeli was trying to do. Can these fragments be combined into the myriad ancestor sword? Yiziyun blinked her eyes as she looked at Nyeli. It's already impossible. The sword's soul has been lost, and I'm afraid that it will be hard to recover. Nyeli sighed as he shook his head. Then what should we do? Without the myriad ancestor sword, we won't be able to return to the tiny world in a short period of time. Plume Flame frowned her brows. The myriad ancestor sword can break the seal of the tiny world. Hearing Plume Flame's words, Yiziyun and Xiaoning widened their eyes. They had been looking forward to returning to the tiny world, but they had never heard Nyeli mention it before. Nyeli, why didn't you say so earlier? Yiziyun looked at Nyeli. Nyeli bitterly smiled. Actually, I had expected this situation. I was just worried that the greater your hope, the greater your disappointment. Then what should we do now? Is there no way to repair the myriad ancestor sword? Xiaoning couldn't help asking. She felt a little disappointed in her heart. After all, she also wanted to return to the tiny world, to Glory City. That was her home, and her father was also there. There's a way. Nyeli's eyes lit up after a brief pondering. What way? Everyone couldn't help looking at Nyeli. That is to use the Thunder God's meteorite sword to absorb the energy of the myriad ancestor sword. Nyeli lightly smiled. Is that possible? Plume Flame couldn't help knitting her brows as she fell into hesitation. After all, this wasn't a simple matter. The Thunder God's meteorite sword isn't any weaker than the myriad ancestor sword, so it should be possible. Once it devours the fragment of the myriad ancestor sword, it would also mean that it would devour a portion of the myriad ancestor sword's energy and possess the ability to break the seal. Nyeli said after a brief pondering. It's feasible. Although I can't guarantee a 100% success rate, it's worth a try. Otherwise, these fragments of the myriad ancestor sword would be useless. Plume Flame said with a little vexation. She never thought that the myriad ancestor sword would be so badly damaged. Nyeli placed a fragment of the myriad ancestor sword on the table and took out the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword was flickering with lightning. Within the metallic luster, there was a mysterious power that was faintly flickering with lightning. Until now, Nyeli had never unleashed the true power of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. However, Nyeli knew that the power of the Thunder God's meteorite sword was extremely strong. Although he didn't know its origin, Nyeli knew that this sword wasn't simple. Every time he drew the sword, Nyeli could feel a surge of energy in his body. A majestic energy was released with the Thunder God's meteorite sword as the center. Xiaoning, and Yiziyun couldn't help but take a few steps back. The energy gave them a strong sense of oppression. Nyeli frowned slightly. He could vaguely feel that the Thunder God's meteorite sword was a little different today. The fragments of the myriad ancestor sword on the table were also stirring. The 6 dazzling lusters seemed to be trying to break through all the shackles. However, they were completely surrounded by a flash of lightning. Nieli, do you know the origin of the sword in your hand? Plume Flame couldn't help but ask in surprise. I don't know either. I only know that this Thunder God's meteorite sword is an ancient sword. Why? Nieli asked curiously. It seems to be suppressing the power of the myriad ancestor sword, Plume Flame said in shock. Chapter 461. Plume Flame knew how powerful the myriad ancestor sword was. It was the strongest weapon in the ancestral godland. However, the myriad ancestor sword's aura was completely suppressed by the Thunder God's meteorite sword. How was this possible? Just what was the origin of the Thunder God's meteorite sword? Nieli stared at the Thunder God's meteorite sword in his hand. Nieli could vaguely feel that the sword was like a huge black hole that was constantly devouring the myriad ancestor's sword's energy. The terrifying lightning seemed to be trying to break free. The Thunder God's meteorite sword's might grew stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it wanted to break free. What's going on? Nieli held onto the Thunder God's meteorite sword tightly in an attempt to suppress it. However, a terrifying lightning bolt pierced through Nieli's body. Arg! Nieli let out a painful roar. This power seemed to be tearing his body apart. Nieli could feel that his strength was completely unable to withstand the power of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nieli, what's wrong? Plume Flame asked anxiously. Xiao Ninger and Yiziyun also wanted to support Nieli. Don't touch me. Otherwise, my lightning will be transmitted to you. Nieli hastily stopped them. Then what should we do? Yiziyun's eyes were filled with tears. Nieli, how can we help you? Xiao Ninger calmed down a little and asked anxiously. My strength can no longer suppress the Thunder God's meteorite sword. We have to enter the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Follow me, Nieli said in a deep voice. He quickly opened the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone turned into streaks of light and disappeared. After entering the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, Nieli instantly felt that his strength had increased by several times. This was Nieli's domain. In this world, everything was under Nieli's control. However, the power of the Thunder God's meteorite sword was still like a wild horse out of control. Nieli could not understand why the Thunder God's meteorite sword had become so powerful after absorbing the sword of Sage Ancestor. It was completely different from the usual Thunder God's meteorite sword. What's going on? Could it be that the Thunder God's meteorite sword is hiding some secrets? Nieli sent his soul force into the Thunder God's meteorite sword. He immediately felt that the sword was like an abyss, and he couldn't see through it. It seemed like he had underestimated the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The power of the myriad ancestor sword had completely activated the Thunder God's meteorite sword, causing the Thunder God's meteorite sword's potential to be completely unleashed. The current Thunder God's meteorite sword was simply a divine weapon. Plume Flame closed her eyes and felt the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It's beyond my imagination. It shouldn't be something from this world. If it's not this world, then where did it come from? Nieli couldn't help thinking. Although he had entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting and his pain had lessened by a lot, he still couldn't control the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nieli's soul force had been searching the Thunder God's meteorite sword, feeling the energy within it. All of a sudden, a deep voice resounded in his mind, like the ringing of a bell. Infinity has no beginning. No beginning can have no end. That deep voice was very old and hoarse, as if it came from the ancient times. Hearing this voice, Nieli's eyes suddenly widened. He was naturally very familiar with these words. These words were left behind by Kongming the Great on the stone tablet. Suddenly, countless thoughts flashed through Nieli's mind. Countless clues seemed to be connected at this moment. The underground of the ancient Orchid City, the empty stone coffin, and the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book. Glory City, the ancient array that led to the Abyss prison realm, the stone tablet hidden in the Abyss prison realm, and the Thunder God's meteorite sword that was sealed in the heavenly sacred border. There was also the ancient desert palace in the depths of the endless desert. There was a mysterious connection between all of these. The Thunder God's meteorite sword and the temporal demon spirit book were the same. They both came from another world. All of the clues were gathered on Kong Ming the Great. Just who is Kong Ming the Great? What was he trying to do by leaving these behind? A guess flashed through Nie Li's mind. Perhaps Kong Ming the Great isn't someone from this world. When he came to this world, he brought the temporal demon spirit book and the Thunder God's meteorite sword with him. Naturally, this is only a guess of Nie Li's, and there's no way to verify it. In this vast universe, it's probably hard to find traces of Kong Ming the Great. If he wants to defeat the Holy Emperor, the temporal demon spirit book and the Thunder God's meteorite sword are crucial. The entire space-time of the Draconic Ruins realm has been sealed by the Holy Emperor. Everything within the Draconic Ruins realm can be sensed by the Holy Emperor. No powerful weapon, including the Myriad Ancestor Sword, can defeat the Holy Emperor. This is also the reason why the Myriad Ancestor Sword was shattered into pieces. The space-time of this world is under the control of the Holy Emperor. If he wants to defeat the Holy Emperor, he can only rely on something from the outside world. And that's the Thunder God's meteorite sword and the temporal demon spirit book. In his previous life, Nie Li possessed the temporal demon spirit book, which allowed him to fight against the Holy Emperor. However, he was still defeated. In this life, if he had the Thunder God's meteorite sword, a determined light flashed through Nie Li's eyes. No matter what, he has to control the Thunder God's meteorite sword. He gripped the Thunder God's meteorite sword tightly and poured his soul force into the Thunder God's meteorite sword, trying to control it. Boom! Boom! Black lightning bolts struck Nie Li's body, causing Nie Li to reveal a painful expression. This power is simply too powerful. Like a dragon that refused to yield, lightning burst out from the body of the sword that was faintly glowing with a cold light. Seeing the situation, Plume Flame immediately looked at Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger and said, "Let's help Nie Li to suppress this Thunder God's meteorite sword. What should we do?" Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun have long been impatient, seeing how much pain Nie Li was in. Yet they couldn't help him. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. "Let's pour our soul force into Nie Li's body together," said Plume Flame as she rapidly formed hand seals. The surging soul force surged out from her body and turned into a torrent that surged towards Nie Li. Seeing this, Xiao Ninger and Yi Ziyun also quickly formed hand seals and started condensing the soul force in their bodies. 3 powerful energies were all poured into Nie Li's body. At this moment, in the depths of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, a small creature slowly opened its eyes and trembled as it stood up. Its entire body was golden, and it had a big belly. As it swayed, it looked like a duck. On its back was a pair of tiny wings, and its large eyes were wide open. Glug glug, glug glug glug. This little fellow was the golden egg that had been sleeping in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. After such a long slumber, its fur was even more translucent than before. Glug glug. The golden egg blinked its eyes. It was originally sleeping well, but the abnormal energy fluctuation from the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting woke it up. Chapter 462. Nie Li could feel that the Thunder God's meteorite sword was like a huge black hole that was constantly absorbing his soul force. Nie Li suddenly understood many things. Although the Thunder God's meteorite sword was powerful, it was a treasure without an artifact spirit. However, due to the fact that the Thunder God's meteorite sword was too powerful, it was still fine if it wasn't activated before. But after absorbing the Myriad Ancestor Sword's energy, it was completely activated and began to frantically absorb Nie Li's soul force. It wants to turn me into its artifact spirit. Thinking about it, Nie Li broke out in cold sweat. If he became the artifact spirit of the Thunder God's meteorite sword, then Nie Li's physical body would be completely destroyed. It wasn't easy for him to be reborn, and he even had two beautiful wives. How could he turn into the artifact spirit of a weapon? Nieli let out an enraged roar and began to frantically circulate his soul realm to resist the thunder god's meteorite sword. However, Nieli could feel that his soul force was constantly being torn away. At this moment, Xiaoning, and Yi Ziyun, who were transferring their soul force to Nieli, couldn't help letting out a groan. They could also feel their soul force being torn away. That terrifying pain caused them to let out a groan. Seeing this scene, Plume Flame Godnese was extremely anxious in her heart. The current situation was extremely critical, and she had no other choice. The power of the Thunder God's meteorite sword wasn't something that she could resist. The only thing she could do was to continuously transfer her soul force to Nieli. However, it was still a drop in the bucket. All along, Plume Flame Godnese had believed that the Myriad Ancestor Sword was the most powerful artifact in the entire Draconic Ruins realm. But now, she finally understood that the Myriad Ancestor Sword was nothing compared to the Thunder God's Meteorite Sword. The Thunder God's Meteorite Sword shouldn't be something from the Draconic Ruins realm. Perhaps it came from another world, an item of a higher level. Seeing the painful expressions of Nieli and the rest, Golden Egg blinked its eyes and appeared to be a little curious. Gurgle, gurgle. The Golden Egg wobbled and landed on Nieli's shoulder. Just as it landed on Nieli's shoulder, a majestic power instantly withdrew from its body, as if it was going to drain it dry. Gulp, 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 gulp. The Golden Egg kept struggling, but no matter what, it couldn't break free. Nieli's body was like a magnet, completely attracting it. Nieli was currently immersed in his own soul realm. In order to prevent his soul from being sucked away by the Thunder God's meteorite sword, Nieli had already sunk into a mysterious state. He used his own soul realm to form a mysterious array to block the terrifying suction force of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Although he had not found a solution, he would not be sucked dry by the Thunder God's meteorite sword for a while. Nieli's consciousness could sense that Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning were trapped in endless pain. He wanted to fight back, but there was nothing he could do. This couldn't go on. Just when he was hesitating for a solution, an endless stream of energy surged in. This energy was like a flood, surging endlessly. It was more than 10 times more than Nieli's own strength. Just who is it that actually possesses such majestic energy? Nieli was slightly stunned. He used his consciousness to sense it and discovered that it was actually the Golden Egg. All along, the Golden Egg was like a starving ghost that couldn't be fed to its fill, constantly eating in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Nieli couldn't imagine that this guy's body had actually accumulated such majestic energy. Got it. Nieli's eyes lit up. He quickly guided this energy and injected it into the array in his soul realm. The vine in his soul realm continued to extend until it touched the Thunder God's meteorite sword. This energy was like a spider web that covered the entire Thunder God's meteorite sword. Nieli could feel the Thunder God's meteorite sword slowly fusing with him. The man and the sword slowly fused into one. At this moment, Nieli seemed to have entered a mysterious state. This sword came from beyond the heavens. After I obtained this sword, I created the 36 forms of the Thunder God's meteorite sword technique. By integrating the sword intent into the sword, the 36 forms of the Thunder God's meteorite sword technique can break through all techniques. An old voice slowly narrated in Nieli's mind. Nieli's heart skipped a beat because he recognized this familiar voice. This was the voice of Kong Ming the Great. Even the Thunder God's meteorite sword was related to Kong Ming the Great. The mysterious sword technique continued to evolve in Nieli's mind. As the sword technique continued to evolve, Nieli became more and more startled. The power of this sword technique wasn't any inferior to the pinnacle of the Heavenly God cultivation technique. If this sword technique was combined with the Heavenly God cultivation technique, the power would increase by several folds. The entire myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting surged as the Thunder God's meteorite sword constantly devoured the essence chi in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, constantly growing stronger. At this moment, in the Heavenly Note sect, no one in the Heavenly Note sect knew what was happening in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The sect was still quiet. Because of the sacred elixir, the elders of the Heavenly Note sect were in closed-door cultivation, concentrating on raising their cultivation. In the pavilions, groups of female disciples were chatting with each other, looking extremely lively. At this moment, it was the gathering time of the Heavenly Note sect. Over 50 female disciples were gathered together as they chatted and laughed. I wonder where little sister Ning went. Yeah, the patriarch has been looking for her for a few days. Not only little sister Ning, even little sister Ziyun has disappeared. Have you guys heard? Little sister Ning, and little sister Ziyun's fiancé are actually the same person. Both little sister Ning, and little sister Ziyun are proud daughters of the heavens. Just how outstanding must one be to obtain the favor of both of them? The ones who spoke were the important female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect. They were all filled with curiosity towards Nieli and wanted to see who Nieli was. At this moment, a series of black shadows landed on the surrounding pavilions and turned into human figures. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the entire area. Who is it that dares to trespass into my Heavenly Note sect? A female disciple barked as a white ribbon turned into a sharp sword and shot towards one of the black figures. A streak of black chi blasted the white silk and exploded with a bang. Tisk TSK. I never thought that the girls of the Heavenly Note sect would be so hot. But I like it. A black figure turned into a solid figure as his face slowly appeared. That person looked extremely ugly with a mysterious scarlet color in his eyes and two extremely long fangs at the corner of his mouth. Surges of mysterious black aura constantly revolved around him, filled with a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. People from Yao Shan's sect, seeing the appearance of that person before them, the female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect were startled in their hearts as they immediately raised their guards and prepared to fight. People from the Yao Shan sect actually dared to trespass into the Heavenly Note sect. Just what were their intentions? Chapter 463. It's Shermei from the Yao Shan sect. When they saw the appearance of the intruder, some of the knowledgeable female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect couldn't help inhaling a mouthful of chilled air. Shermei from the Yao Shan sect was a pinnacle Dao of Dragon Realm expert, just a step away from the martial ancestor realm. He was wrapped in a black cloak, and the only thing that was exposed was the skin on his hands, which were as withered as tree bark. The black aura that was being emitted from his body was filled with a chilling energy. A pinnacle Dao of Dragon Realm expert actually dared to barge into the Heavenly Note sect. After all, there were several martial ancestor realm experts in the Heavenly Note sect. Could it be that there were reinforcements? Shermei, you actually dared to barge into the forbidden grounds of my Heavenly Note sect. Men, take him down. A deacon coldly barked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 streaks of light pounced toward Shermei. The 7 female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect were at least in the Heavenly Axis realm. They instantly formed into an array, and sword curtains frantically fell towards Shermei. Poof, poof, blood splattered. In just an instant, Shermei had already made his move. Black streaks of light turned into formless sword images and instantly pierced through the bodies of the 7 female disciples. Ha! The minor 7-star array of the Heavenly Note sect is only SOSO. Shermei laughed maniacally. His body suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already beside the female deacon. He grabbed the female deacon's neck and lifted her up. The female deacon struggled with all her might, but her vitality was rapidly fading from her body, and she was reduced to ashes in an instant. You dare to commit murder in my Heavenly Note sect? Unforgivable. A deep voice resounded from the void. In the void, a woman stood in the air. She wore a pure white silk dress that fluttered in the wind. Dazzling rays of light shone from her body, as if she was a goddess that had descended from the heavens. She was solemn and dignified. Fairy Ling Su, long time no see. Shermei wildly laughed as he continued. We're old lovers. How have you been? Cut the crap. Fairy Ling Su's pure white hands quickly formed a seal, and strands of sword chi formed around her. Fairy Ling Su, your talent has always been inferior to mine. When I was at the 7th stage of the Tao of Dragon Realm, you were only at the 1st stage. Now that I'm at the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon Realm, you want to fight me alone? Shermay laughed maniacally. If you come over and obediently call me husband, maybe I'll have tender feelings for the fairer sex and let you live. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant for. Fairy Ling Su snorted coldly and waved her right hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword lights shot towards the corpse demons. That terrifying pressure hit them in the face, and the corpse demon was suddenly shocked, revealing an expression of disbelief. You've already cultivated to the martial ancestor realm, Shermay said in fear. He never imagined that Fairy Ling Su had already cultivated to the martial ancestor realm. Back then, they were still from the same sect, an unknown small sect in the Draconic Ruins realm. Later on, the two of them went their separate ways. He joined the Yaoshen sect, while Fairy Ling Su joined the Heavenly Note sect. Back then, Fairy Ling Su's cultivation had always been inferior to his. He had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon Realm for nearly half a year. The martial ancestor realm wasn't that easy to break through. It would take at least 3 to 5 years, and, at most, a dozen years. May's cultivation speed was already extremely fast, and he could be considered as an astonishing genius in the Yaoshen sect. However, Fairy Ling Su was even faster than him, and had already broken through to the martial ancestor realm. May probably never imagined that the reason why Fairy Ling Su's cultivation was so fast was because of Nie Li's sacred elixir. If it wasn't for Nie Li's sacred elixir, Fairy Ling Su would have to stay in the Tao of Dragon Realm for at least another dozen years. With the sacred elixir, Fairy Ling Su's cultivation had soared, and she had swiftly broken through the bottleneck. Even she herself couldn't imagine it. Shermay, prepare to die. Fairy Ling Su coldly snorted. Although you and I were once of the same sect, those that offend my Heavenly Note sect will be killed. Poof, poof, poof. Sword aura pierced through Shermay's body as black blood splattered. With a whoosh, Shermay turned into a black aura and leaped out. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Fairy Ling Su turned into a streak of light as she chased after him. In the sky above the Heavenly Note sect, streaks of light streaked across. Those streaks of light were constantly exploding in the sky. Tens of millions of black lights flew towards the direction of the Heavenly Note sect from all directions. A deep and eerie voice resounded in the sky above the Heavenly Note sect. Today, my Yaoshen sect will annihilate the Heavenly Note sect. Not a single person is allowed to leave. That voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's eardrums. Within the Heavenly Note sect, countless white lights rose into the sky, forming into a huge array in the sky. Nangong Xianin stood in the array as she constantly condensed the incantation. Palace Master, the experts of the Yaoshen sect have all been mobilized. If we were to fight with them, I'm afraid that we will suffer heavy casualties. A female protector said respectfully from the side. How are the Heavenly Orioles? Nangong Xianin asked. We have sent 16 Heavenly Orioles to send a message to the other sects, but they were intercepted. The female protector said. The Yaoshen sect has long been prepared. They have mobilized hundreds of sky-devouring dragon beasts. The female protector said. Nangong Xianin frowned her brows. She clearly did not expect that the Yaoshen sect would take the initiative to attack the Heavenly Note sect. After all, the Heavenly Note sect had been operating for thousands of years, so they still had many means to protect themselves. However, there was a vague uneasiness in her heart. Since the Yaoshen sect dared to attack the Heavenly Note sect, then they must have come prepared. Activate the Heavenly Note array, Nangong Xianin said with her brows knitted. Yes, the 10 martial ancestor realm experts of the Heavenly Note sect stood in their respective positions as they started to activate the array. It was as if there was a strand of mysterious music coming from the depths of the endless void. The sound wasn't heavy, but it possessed endless penetrative power. Poof, poof, poof. Tens of thousands of experts of the Yaoshan sect spurted blood as they fell from the sky like raindrops. Heavenly Note Array? To actually gather 10 martial ancestor realm experts. It seems that I have underestimated the Heavenly Note sect. The eerie voice coldly resounded from the void. Yao Lai, since the Yaoshan sect dares to offend my Heavenly Note sect, I, Nangong Xianin, will definitely make sure that you won't be able to return today. Nangong Xianin's voice turned into a strand of ripples as it shot towards the endless void with a swish. Insignificant tricks, you dare to embarrass yourself here. The eerie voice coldly snorted. With a bang, the strands of ripples exploded in all directions. At the sight of this, Nangong Xianin's heart trembled as a bad premonition came from the depths of her heart. She never expected that the supreme Heavenly Note Array would be so easily blocked by Yao Lai. Chapter 464. Yao Lai was the second-ranked expert of the Yaoshan sect. He would usually be in closed-door cultivation and rarely showed himself. Although the Yaoshan sect and the Heavenly Note sect had some conflicts, they would rarely send out martial ancestor realm experts. Although the Yaoshan sect was much stronger than the Heavenly Note sect, it would still be extremely difficult for the Yaoshan sect to annihilate the Heavenly Note sect, since they would suffer a heavy blow. Furthermore, if the Heavenly Note sect was attacked, the other 5 sects would definitely not sit and watch. The 3 great demonic sects and the 6 great righteous sects had always lived in harmony. But today, the Yaoshan sect had suddenly made a move, which made Nangong Xianin feel extremely uneasy in her heart. Although the strength of the Heavenly Note sect had greatly increased with the help of Nieli's elixir, it was still too inferior when compared to the Yaoshan sect. Yao Lai's figure turned into demonic aura that blotted the sky as he threw a palm towards the Heavenly Note Array. Nangong Xianin furiously roared as celestial sounds from the Heavenly Note Array turned into incorporeal energy that resisted the demonic aura. The Heavenly Note Array slightly trembled, but it was still able to protect itself. However, the surrounding ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Note sect suffered as they were corroded by the demonic aura and screamed as they fell from the sky. Patriarch, with our strength, I'm afraid that we won't be able to resist for long. Yao Lai, that demon, how did he become so powerful? The faces of the martial ancestor realm experts were filled with agony. It was as if the demonic qi was corroding everything, slowly dissolving their strength. Patriarch, I wonder if Yao Lai came along. What if that demoness, Luo Xinyan, came as well? Patriarch, looks like we have to activate the sect protecting array. One of the martial ancestor realm experts anxiously said. Nangong Xianin slightly frowned her brows as she pondered for a brief moment, before coldly barking, activate the sect protecting array. Rays of light that looked like 7 colored clouds rapidly rose and enveloped the entire Heavenly Note sect. Boom! Boom! The layers of demonic qi continuously bombarded the 7-colored light. Waves of energy ripples spread out, and the demonic qi was shaken and scattered. However, Yao Lai did not continue his attack as he slowly hid within the dark clouds and quietly looked down at the Heavenly Note sect. Nangong Xianin and the rest descended from the sky. The group of martial ancestor realm experts were clearly in a sorry state. Yao Lai's demonic aura was simply too strong, and they were unable to deal with it. This protective formation can hold on for at least a few days. I hope that the other 5 holy clans will receive the news as soon as possible and reinforce us, one of the martial arts ancestor realm experts said dejectedly. This confrontation with Yao Lai was a huge blow to their morale. The patriarch of the Yaoshan sect, Luo Xinyan, had yet to arrive. Just Yao Lai alone was enough to make them unable to resist. What if that demoness, Luo Xinyan, came? It seems like the people from Yaoshan sect don't want to attack our sect, protecting array. One of the Wu Zongs said as he looked up at the sky. Just what are they trying to do? If the people from Yaoshan sect were to attack the sect protecting array with all their might, The sect protecting array of the Heavenly Notes sect could, at most, withstand for 6 to 7 days. But if the Yaoshan sect did not attack the sect protecting array, then the sect protecting array could withstand for half a year. Just what were they planning? Nangong Xianin frowned her brows. She vaguely felt that the matter wasn't that simple. Patriarch, could it be that they only want to trap us? One of the martial ancestor realm experts said in doubt. A feeling of uneasiness lingered in his heart, and he could not get rid of it. No matter what, we have to inform the other divine sects as soon as possible. Just our Heavenly Notes sect alone is definitely not the opponent of the Yaoshan sect. Nangong Xianin said in a solemn voice. Amongst the 9 demonic sects, the Yaoshan sect had always been one of the strongest, while the Heavenly Notes sect was considered to be in the middle. The difference in strength wasn't just a little. Not to mention that Yao Li's strength had a great increase this time, which far exceeded their imagination. If it wasn't for Niao Li's sacred elixir that helped them increase their strength, they would have probably been completely annihilated. Just what was going on? How could Yao Li's strength increase so quickly? Furthermore, the demonic chi from earlier was filled with a terrifying energy that made her feel a bone-piercing chill. She had never seen such demonic chi before. At this moment, in a myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, Nieli abruptly opened his eyes. He had finally completed the fusion with the Thunder God's meteorite sword. After fusing with the Thunder God's meteorite sword, the body of the sword wouldn't be destroyed, nor would his physical body be destroyed. Furthermore, the strength of the Thunder God's meteorite sword had far exceeded one's imagination. Although Nieli did not have the strength of a martial ancestor realm, nor could he defeat a martial ancestor realm expert, Nieli's physical body was sufficient to withstand the attacks of any martial ancestor realm expert. That's because Nieli's physical body was as tough as the body of the Thunder God's meteorite sword. When they saw that Nieli had woken up, Xiaoning, and Yi Ziyun immediately walked over. Nieli, are you all right? Xiaoning, looked at Nieli with concern. Yi Ziyun's gaze also landed on Nieli as she smiled and squinted her eyes. Is there something strange on my body? Nieli lowered his head to take a look. When you were cultivating, Ning Er's gaze never left you for a moment. Yi Ziyun said with a smile. Hearing Yi Ziyun's words, Xiaoning Er's face instantly blushed. Ning naturally did that because she was concerned about me. What about you? Nieli smiled as he looked at Yi Ziyun. I can't be bothered to care about you. Yi Ziyun snorted. Nieli lightly smiled. He naturally knew Yi Ziyun's character. In any case, she would definitely not admit to it. Let's get out quickly, Nieli said with a smile. We have to make a trip back to the Hagami Myunmyun. Okay. Yi Ziyun nodded her head. She was already prepared to leave the Heavenly Notes sect with Nieli. The three of them walked out of the myriad miles rivers and mountains, painting as Nieli stored it. When Nieli and the rest came out, they immediately felt that something was amiss. There were traces of battle everywhere. Nieli raised his head and saw a 7-colored light screen that enveloped the entire Heavenly Notes sect. The Heavenly Notes sect was attacked. Nieli's heart trembled. Only the Yaoshan sect could attack the Heavenly Notes sect at this moment. Nieli, what happened here? Yi Ziyun asked in puzzlement. Nieli, I heard Master's voice transmission. Our Heavenly Notes sect was attacked by the Yaoshan sect. However, the sect protecting array has been activated, so it's fine for the time being. Master wants me and Ziyun to make a trip over as soon as possible. Xiaoning raised her head and looked at Nieli. Nieli went silent for a brief moment before saying, You guys go and meet up with them first. I will investigate the situation and find you guys in a while. Okay, pay attention to your safety. Yi Ziyun pondered for a brief moment before nodding her head. Nieli, be careful. Xiaoning said as she looked at Nieli. Rest assured, even if it's the Yaoshan sect, no one could do anything to me. Nieli confidently laughed. Chapter 465. Xiaoning, and Yi Ziyun flew over. Nieli's eyes narrowed as a chilling light flashed in his eyes. After so many years, he was finally able to confront the Yaoshan sect again. Nieli was extremely familiar with the Yaoshan sect. They were all old opponents. In his previous life, Nieli had fought with the core members of the Yaoshan sect a few times and was extremely familiar with their strengths. With a whoosh, Nieli turned into an afterimage as he disappeared into the void. In the void, a few hundred miles away, 3 people were quietly floating in the air. The 3 of them were the elders of the Yaoshan sect. The one leading them was the second elder of the Yaoshan sect, Fengyu, a voluptuous and enchanting young married woman. She wore a red gauze dress, revealing her curvaceous figure. There was a kind of indescribable seductiveness to her. Her snow-white skin was faintly discernible, causing one's blood to involuntarily boil at a glance. Fengyu could be considered as an influential figure in the Yaoshan sect, the 3rd in the entire Yaoshan sect. The remaining 2 were the 16th and 17th elders. Their positions were much lower than the second elder, but their strengths were extremely powerful, reaching the initial phase of the martial ancestor realm. Rest assured, Elder Fengyu, the Heavenly Note sect has already been surrounded by us. Not even a fly can escape. The 16th elder flattered as he swept his gaze across Elder Fengyu's voluptuous chest with an undetectable trace of greed flashing in his eyes. Suhu, don't be too confident. If one of them escapes, I will hold you responsible. Fengyu coldly snorted. Understood. I have set up an inescapable net around the Heavenly Note sect. There's also the Myriad Trigram Fire Array 100 miles away from here. Even if it's a martial ancestor realm expert, it's impossible for them to escape. Suhu's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity as he spoke. I hope so, Fengyu said coldly. Elder Fengyu, us brothers have never failed in our tasks. We're just waiting for Elder Fengyu's order, and we'll kill our way into the Heavenly Note sect and not leave a single one of them alive. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corner of Su Long's lips. The reason why I came to the Heavenly Note sect today is not to annihilate the Heavenly Note sect, but to capture someone. Moreover, it must be alive. Fengyu's watery eyes flickered with a profound light as she spoke. May I ask who it is that piqued Elder Fengyu's interest? Su Long asked. That's right. We don't understand. What kind of person could make us pay so much attention to him? Suhu could not help but say, there are some things you don't need to know. You only need to know that this person is called Nieli. Although he's young and only has a Tao of Dragon Realm cultivation, he's already the patriarch of the Hagami Munyan. Fengyu said, being able to become the patriarch of the Hagami Munyan with a Tao of Dragon Realm cultivation, I'm afraid that the Hagami Munyan doesn't have any talents. Suhu laughed. You better retract your belittling heart. The current Hagami Munyan strength is deep and unfathomable. They have countless martial ancestor realm experts. With your current strength, you'll only be sending yourselves to your deaths if you go. Fengyu snorted. Since the Hagami Munyan has become so powerful, then why is this Tao of Dragon Realm youth able to become the patriarch? Su Long asked in puzzlement. That's the key. You only need to capture him. Fengyu said, if you can't find him, bring your head to me. Just as Fengyu was speaking, a burst of laughter came from the void. Elder Fengyu, the 3rd-ranked disciple of the Yaoshan sect, has come all the way here to look for me. How impressive of me. Fengyu knitted her brows when she heard the voice. She stared into the void and saw a person standing quietly in the distance. That person was none other than Nieli. To be able to hear my words and not be detected for such a long time. This person is truly not simple. Fengyu coldly stared at Nieli. You're Nieli? Fengyu's eyes flickered with a cold light as she sized up Nieli. That's right. Isn't Elder Fengyu looking for me? What's the matter? Could it be that there's some romance that you want me to admire? Nieli let out a smile as he glanced at Fengyu and her crew. One of them was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, while the other 2 were at the beginner level of the martial ancestor realm. Nieli was able to recognize their names. It's rare for Patriarch Nye to be interested in romance. It seems like my trip here was not in vain. Fengyu's cold expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a seductive look. Her eyes were filled with the desire of love. Su Long and Suhu couldn't help but be stunned by her alluring and seductive appearance. This was simply too different from Feng Yi's usual cold and aloof ice-cold beauty appearance. This must be a fake Fengyu. Women are too fickle. If it were any other day, If Elder Feng Yu would smile at them like that, even if she wanted them to die, they would be willing. Su Long and Su, who were instantly filled with enmity and jealousy toward Nieli. If I knew that it was Elder Feng Yu who came to capture me, even if I had to surrender, I would also be willing, Nieli said with a smile. I'll just stand here and tie myself up. Elder Feng Yu can capture me at any time. Nieli put his hands in front of his chest with a come and capture me look on his face. Feng Yu hesitated when she saw Nieli's expression. She scanned the surroundings. Nieli had come alone without any followers. Furthermore, he looked like he was ready to be captured. She could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be a trap? She did not think that Nieli was the kind of person who would lose his mind at the sight of beauty. How could someone who could become the patriarch of Hagami Munyan at the peak of the Tao of Dragon Realm be so simple? This brat actually came to die. He's too stupid. Big brother, let's capture him. Su excitedly clenched his fists and was about to step forward. Su Long hurriedly pulled Su back and said in a deep voice, "Wait." Su Long looked at Feng Yu, who had a solemn expression on her face. At this moment, he did not understand what made Feng Yu so cautious and fearful. Could it be that this brat wasn't as simple as he looked? Isn't Elder Feng Yu looking for me? Now that I'm here, why doesn't Elder Feng Yu want to capture me? Nieli looked at Feng Yu in confusion. Feng Yu giggled charmingly. Patriarch Nye must be joking. I'm not here to capture Patriarch Nye. I'm here to invite Patriarch Nye. Oh, to be able to obtain Elder Phoenix Feather's invitation, it was truly an honor. Could it be that I also have the opportunity to become Elder Feng Yu's guest? Nieli looked at Feng Yu lecherously, his eyes lingering on Feng Yu's body. The more eager Nieli was, the more Feng Yu felt that there was something fishy going on. However, she could not guess what Nieli would do to deal with her. However, she could not return empty-handed after coming here. Feng Yu slowly approached Nieli and smiled charmingly. As long as Patriarch Nye doesn't mind, Patriarch Nye could take any girl in the Yaoshin sect, let alone me. Including your Patriarch? Nieli chuckled. Hearing Nieli's words, Feng Yu was slightly stunned. She asked in shock and doubt, "How do you know that our Patriarch is a woman?" Our Patriarch is a woman? Why don't we know? Su Long and Su Hu looked at each other. Chapter 466. Feng Yu took a deep look at Nieli. She had some doubts in her heart. The Patriarch had been in closed-door cultivation all year round, and even some elders rarely saw him. Furthermore, the Patriarch had always concealed himself when he appeared. Only the closest people could see the Patriarch's true form. Outsiders had always thought that the Patriarch was a man, but that wasn't the case in reality. However, many elders in the Yaoshin sect, including Su Long and Su Hu, didn't know about this. How did Nieli know? Anyone who had seen the Patriarch's true form was the closest person to the Patriarch. Could it be? Feng Yu was a little puzzled. Could it be that the Patriarch and Nieli had a secret relationship? Patriarch Nye has never seen our Patriarch. How did you guess that our Patriarch is a woman? Feng Yu smiled. Your Patriarch and I can be considered old acquaintances. Nieli smiled. Not only do I know that your Patriarch is a woman, but I also know a lot of secrets about your Patriarch. Ha ha, Patriarch Nye must be joking. I would like to hear what else Patriarch Nye knows. Feng Yu smiled. Ha ha, I know a lot about this. Nieli smiled. For example, your Patriarch likes to eat the pastries made by Elder Feng Yu and often praises Elder Feng Yu for being very considerate. Hearing Nieli's words, Feng Yu frowned. Why would the Patriarch tell Nieli about such a private matter? Could it be that you have the mind-reading technique? Feng Yu shivered slightly and stared at Nieli solemnly. Haha, Elder Feng Yu must be joking. If I really have the mind-reading technique and want to read Elder Feng Yu's thoughts with Elder Feng Yu's cultivation, how can you not sense it at all? Nieli laughed. Not only do I know what Elder Feng Yu knows, I also know some things that Elder Feng Yu doesn't know. What is it? Feng Yu frowned slightly. Elder Feng Yu, may I have a word with you? Nieli looked at Su Long and Su Hu and asked hesitantly. Feng Yu looked a little hesitant. Su Long and Su Hu hurriedly looked at Feng Yu and said, Elder Feng Yu, don't be bewitched by this guy. He is cunning and treacherous. Elder Feng Yu, it's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Nieli smiled faintly and walked out. Fenyu waved her hand and said, I know what I'm doing. You don't have to say anything more. Fenyu flew across the sky and landed beside Nyeli. With a wave of her right hand, a seal gradually enveloped them. Fenyu looked at Nyeli and said, Speak. This is a soundproof array. Elder Fenyu, please don't be surprised by what I'm going to say next. Nyeli looked at Fenyu meaningfully and said, Surprised? What's there to be surprised about? Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and say it. Fenyu frowned. She had a feeling that what Nyeli wanted to say was related to the patriarch, and it was no trivial matter. She was very curious. Actually, I'm your patriarch's cultivation partner. Nyeli pretended to be profound as he looked at Fenyu and said, How is that possible? You're lying. How dare you insult our patriarch? I'll kill you. A sharp sword suddenly appeared in Fenyu's hand, and she placed it on Nyeli's neck. Fenyu was furious. Nyeli just looked at Fenyu calmly and said, Elder Fenyu, why don't you let me finish? I'd like to see if your dog's mouth can spit out ivory. Fenyu snorted coldly. The patriarch was pure as ice and as clean as jade. She was the supreme of the demon race. How could she get involved with the human race? Nyeli was sure that Fenyu would not kill him. As for the Yao Shan sect's patriarch, Mu Yu, Nyeli would definitely not be soft-spoken if he splashed dirty water on her. In his previous life, the Yao Shan sect had killed countless righteous disciples. At the moment of the final battle with the Holy Emperor, if it wasn't for the Yao Shan sect's obstruction, Nyeli might have won against the Holy Emperor. The 9 mythological beasts under the Holy Emperor were Mu Yu's ancestors. In his previous life, if it wasn't for the 9 mythological beasts besieging him, Nyeli would not have been so miserable. However, it was a pity that they were merely the Holy Emperor's pawns. They were a bunch of people that were being used without knowing it even at the moment of their deaths. The Holy Emperor wanted to refine the entire Draconic Ruins realm. If the entire Draconic Ruins realm was gone, how could the demon race survive? The demon race had always been the Holy Emperor's loyal followers. If he wanted to kill the Holy Emperor, then he had to eliminate the demon race. Nyeli had to do it. Elder Fenyu, do you know that there's a thumb-sized dragon mark on Mu Yu's wrist? Nyeli said with a faint smile. What can that prove? Even if you've seen the dragon mark on the patriarch's wrist, it still doesn't prove that you're her Dao companion. Fenyu coldly snorted. Elder Fenyu is one of the closest people to Mu Yu, so you naturally know that there's more than one dragon mark. She has 6 dragon marks on her body, 2 on her legs, 1 on her shoulder blade, and the remaining 2 on. Nyeli looked like he wanted to continue. In his previous life, in the battle with Mu Yu, at the moment of life and death, Mu Yu had activated the dragon mark. The dragon mark was so dazzling that even through her clothes, Nyeli could see the position of the dragon mark. Under normal circumstances, Mu Yu would never activate the dragon mark. Therefore, it was impossible for ordinary people to know the location of the dragon mark on Mu Yu's body. That's enough. Fenyu waved her hand and interrupted. She was extremely shocked and depressed. As one of the closest people to the patriarch of the Yaoshan sect, Mu Yu, she had helped Mu Yu take a bath. Naturally, she knew about the 6 dragon marks. Nyeli was right. A terrifying truth surged in her heart. Could it be that the patriarch had really colluded with this human? The demon race and the human race were not allowed to marry each other. If the patriarch had really done such a thing, how big of an uproar would it cause among the demon race? Elder Fenyu seems to have some doubts. Actually, you don't have to worry. As long as I explain it to Elder Fenyu will understand. Actually, I'm from the demon race. Nyeli said confidently. You're from the demon race? That's impossible. You obviously have the body of a human. Fenyu frowned and looked at Nyeli in confusion. Elder Fenyu might not know. Among the demon race, there's a secret technique called sky stealing sun. Nyeli said seriously, it could take over the body of a human. I used this secret technique to take over the body of a human. Actually, I'm still from the demon race. The reason why I use the sky-stealing art is to carry out a huge plan. The corner of Nyeli's mouth rose into a smile. So that's the case. Fenyu suddenly understood. If Nyeli was really from the demon race and took over the body of a human, then everything would make sense. There were only 2 or 3 people in the entire Yaoshin sect who knew the location of the dragon marks on the patriarch's body. Since Nieli knew about it, he must be very close to the patriarch. There must be a reason why Nieli hid it so deeply. Maybe the patriarch had some special arrangements. Chapter 467. Nieli's eyes flickered with an obscure light. Elder Fenyu must have completely believed it. After all, the dragon mark on Muyu's body was such an important secret that outsiders would never know about it. Fenyu greets the High Lord. Fenyu quickly cupped her hands and bowed. Elder Fenyu is too polite. Nieli quickly held Fenyu's arm and said with a smile. Fenyu's arm was exposed, and her skin was delicate, smooth, and crystal clear. It had to be said that Fenyu was also a stunning beauty. Feeling Nieli holding her hands, Fenyu's cheeks slightly blushed. She lifted her head to look at Nieli and couldn't help but have a hint of charm in her eyes. Fenyu raised her head to look at Nieli and said, I didn't expect to meet the High Lord here. Fenyu is extremely honored. If the High Lord needs, Fenyu can accompany you anytime. Hearing Fenyu's words, Nieli's heart couldn't help but shiver. Was this Fenyu's test? Or, according to the human race's thinking, since he was the Tao companion of the patriarch of the Yaoshin sect, Fenyu definitely shouldn't be making such ambiguous flirting. Could it be that the demon race's thinking was different from ordinary people? Or, Nieli lowered his head to look at Fenyu. He saw that Fenyu's cheeks were slightly red and had an indescribable charm. That curvy figure had an endless temptation. A light flashed in Nieli's mind. He immediately retracted his hand and said with a laugh, Elder Fenyu must be joking. I'm loyal to the patriarch and definitely won't do anything that's disloyal to the patriarch. Muyu is such a powerful person. How could she tolerate her Tao companion interacting with another woman, even if that woman was her closest subordinate? Fenyu had been secretly observing Nieli. When she heard Nieli's reply, Fenyu seemed to relax a little. She smiled charmingly and stroked Nieli's chest with her right jade-like finger. She smiled and said, Don't you want it all? Or do you have the heart but not the guts? Fenyu will never tell patriarch. Nieli shook his head and said, Elder Fenyu, please don't tempt me into committing a grave mistake. Plus, I have the body of a human now. Elder Fenyu, don't tell me you want to follow a human. Nieli looked at Fenyu meaningfully. Fenyu's figure trembled as a disgusted expression appeared on her face. With her identity, how could she follow a human? Nieli laughed. My secret technique will take at least a few decades to remove. For the patriarch's great cause, I have no choice but to make such a sacrifice. Fenyu has been rude. Lord has suffered. Fenyu's expression turned solemn as she cupped her hands towards Nieli. I've already infiltrated Hagami Myunmyun and become the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun. Right now, the Heavenly Note sect will soon be under my control, and the patriarch's great cause is being realized. Nieli said, In the past month, I have not had the time to report to Patriarch about the recent progress. I wonder why Elder Fenyu is here today. Nieli couldn't help asking as he looked at Fenyu. Does Lord know that the 6 divine sects are a little weird recently? Fenyu said with her brows knitted. Weird? What's weird? Nieli asked in puzzlement. The 6 divine sects have recently obtained some sort of divine elixir, and their strength has greatly increased. The number of experts breaking through to the martial ancestor realm has increased, but we have no idea why. Fenyu said, Therefore, we have come to the Heavenly Note sect to investigate. Even if we have to lose some manpower, we have to find out the reason. Ha ha ha, so it's this matter. Nieli laughed. Lord knows what's going on? Fenyu asked as she looked at Nieli. Naturally. Does Elder Fenyu know of any elixirs that can allow a person to break through in just 10 odd days without any negative side effects? Nieli smiled as he looked at Fenyu. With Fenyu's knowledge, she definitely couldn't understand why the divine elixir in Nieli's hands would have such an effect. I don't. Fenyu shook her head as she continued. Then why did the strength of the 6 divine sects soar? Elder Fenyu doesn't know about it. That divine elixir is said to be an elixir for cultivation, but in reality, it's just dragon origin spiritual liquid. Nieli smiled. Dragon origin spiritual liquid? Fenyu was slightly stunned. It's understandable that Elder Fengyu doesn't know about dragon origin spiritual liquid. Elder Fengyu can go back and check on the Mystic Moon Medicine Encyclopedia. Nieli said, "This is a type of medicinal liquid from the Dragon Abyss. The Dragon Abyss is the burial ground of countless dragon bloodline demonic beasts. These dragon bloodline demonic beast corpses are gathered together. After thousands of years, they slowly accumulate and form the dragon origin spiritual liquid. I wonder what effect this dragon origin spiritual liquid has. How can it allow the cultivation of the six divine sects to improve so quickly?" Fengyu frowned. Ha ha ha. Elder Fengyu is worrying too much. This dragon origin spiritual liquid can indeed improve one's cultivation, but it also has a terrifying side effect. Nieli said, "This is because the dragon origin spiritual liquid can temporarily increase one's potential, increasing one's strength by several times or even dozens of times. However, the medicinal effect can only last for 3 years. After the medicinal effect disappears, one's cultivation will drop to less than 10%. Even Fengyu and the others didn't know what exactly the divine phaseless fruit was. Hearing Nieli's words, Fengyu said in shock, "If that's the case, then why would they use the dragon origin spiritual liquid?" Elder Fengyu might not know this, but the spiritual medicine made from the dragon origin spiritual liquid can stimulate one's potential, but it's very hard to detect. "I'm afraid it'll be too late after 3 years," Nieli said with a smile. "If that's the case, then how many people have consumed this dragon origin spiritual liquid?" Fengyu asked. "According to what I know, I'm afraid there are at least 1,000 people. Basically, the top experts of the 6 divine sects have consumed the dragon origin spiritual liquid," Nieli said. Then, 3 years later, hearing Nieli's words, Fengyu's eyes lit up. "That's right. The heavens are on the Patriarch's side. 3 years later, the Patriarch will achieve great things," Nieli said with a smile. "Is this the doing of the Honorable Lord?" Fengyu couldn't help but ask Nieli. No. The dragon origin spiritual liquid did come from the Hagami Myunmyun, but it wasn't done by me. According to my guess, it might be the ancestral heavenly demon land," Nieli said with a deep gaze. "So that's the case." Fengyu couldn't help but understand. Since it's the layout of the ancestral heavenly demon land, we just need to wait and see. Yes, especially when the Patriarch is in a critical period of seclusion. We shouldn't disturb him for such a small matter. We just need to wait for 3 years, and the 6 divine sects will fall by themselves," Nieli said with a smile. Yes, the Honorable Lord's words make sense. When the Patriarch comes out of seclusion, the strength of the 6 divine sects will be greatly reduced. At that time, the Patriarch will definitely be able to suppress the 6 divine sects," Fengyu said with a slight excitement. "Fortunately, we met the Honorable Lord here. If we rashly start a war with the 6 divine sects now, I'm afraid that we will suffer great losses. Thank you for your advice, Honorable Lord. Elder Fengyu is too polite. This is my duty," Nieli said with a smile. Chapter 468. Honorable Lord is alone in the Heavenly Notes sect. The situation is dangerous. You have to be careful. Fengyu glanced at Nieli as she spoke in a gentle voice. Her eyes were filled with endless charm. Fengyu's beauty was unparalleled. Her gentle appearance was even more charming, causing Nieli's heart to sway. "Rest assured, Elder Fengyu, those people of the Heavenly Notes sect can't do anything to me. With my strength, I can come and go as I please," Nieli said with confidence. "Honorable Lord is wise and mighty." Fengyu's charming voice was transmitted into Nieli's ears. Nieli felt as if his heart was touched by something as his emotions surged. Nieli's heart trembled as he inwardly cursed. Indeed, Fengyu wasn't that easy to be deceived. She actually wanted to use a charming technique to probe him. He nearly fell in her trap. "Elder Fengyu is flattering me." Nieli looked like he was drunk as he laughed. "Although my strength isn't as good as before after my reincarnation, I'm proficient in the charm perplexing art. The moment I execute it, those few martial ancestor realm experts of the Heavenly Notes sect can forget about obstructing me." Seeing Nieli's blushing face, The charm in Fengyu's eyes grew even more intense as she shyly said, "Honorable Lord, what is the charm perplexing art? I've never heard of it before." Elder Fengyu has never heard of the charm perplexing art before? Could it be that you or has never mentioned it to you before? Nieli was a little puzzled as he asked. His voice came and went as his breathing turned heavy. Yua? Fengyu was stunned at first, but then she understood that Nieli was calling their patriarch Muyu. She didn't expect that Nieli would call her so intimately in private. She said, "Fengyu has never heard patriarch mention the phantom illusion technique. It's no wonder. This technique was passed down from the ancestral land. It's one of the top 10 secret techniques of the ancestral land," Nieli said. "So it's from the ancestral land." Fengyu suddenly said, "No wonder I've never heard the patriarch mention it. Did the High Lord also come from the ancestral land? You can't tell anyone about this." Nieli hurriedly gestured for Fengyu to stop talking. "Yes," Fengyu obeys. Fengyu hurriedly responded. The charm in Fengyu's eyes was slowly dispelled. Nieli seemed to have just woken up. He glanced at Fengyu and said in a deep voice, "Elder Fengyu, I order you to immediately lead everyone back to the Yaoshin sect and protect the Yaoshin sect until the Patriarch comes out of seclusion. The Patriarch is at a critical moment of seclusion. Beware of someone taking advantage of the Yaoshin sect to launch a surprise attack on the Yaoshin sect." "Yes, the High Lord." Fengyu hurriedly responded. "Leave the 6 holy sects to me. When the Patriarch comes out of seclusion, we'll wipe them out in one fell swoop." Nieli said in a deep voice. "Yes." Just when Fengyu was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something. She stopped and said, "It's a coincidence that we met the High Lord today. If there's someone in the Yaoshin sect who doesn't know the High Lord and injures the High Lord, wouldn't they be dead? Fengyu has a token here. The High Lord can keep it. With this token, no one in the Yaoshin sect will dare to hurt the High Lord." Fengyu moved her right hand, and a golden token appeared in her hand. There were 3 ancient words written on it, Yaoshan sect. It was also covered with all kinds of mysterious runes. She respectfully raised the token and presented it to Nieli. "My identity is a secret. No one can know about it." Nieli seemed to be in a difficult position. The High Lord only needs to keep this token in case of emergencies. Fengyu looked at Nieli as she sincerely said, "Please accept it, High Lord." Since that's the case, Nieli briefly hesitated, then said, "Then I'll accept it. I won't meet anyone else. The fewer people that know about my identity, the better." "Yes, the High Lord. I understand." Fengyu nodded her head. "Go back. I will return to the Heavenly Note sect," Nieli said as he looked at Fengyu. After bidding farewell to Fengyu, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Looking at the direction that Nieli disappeared in, Fengyu hesitated for a brief moment before she turned around and flew back. Su Long and Su Hu waited for a long time before they saw Elder Fengyu returning and immediately went up to welcome her. "Su Long," Su Hu passed down my orders. "All disciples of the Yaoshin sect are to retreat and return to the Yaoshin sect with me." Elder Fengyu barked. "Elder Fengyu, we can't do that. We have yet to investigate the reason for the rise and the strength of the experts of the Heavenly Note sect. How can we return so easily?" Su Long immediately said, "Yeah, how can we let those girls of the Heavenly Note sect off so easily?" Su Hu was a little unhappy. "You guys dare to disobey my words?" Fengyu frowned her brows as she snorted. "We don't dare. Us brothers will naturally follow Elder Fengyu's lead." Su Long hastily said as he gave Su Hu and I signal. "Since Elder Fengyu has said so, then I will withdraw my brothers," Su Hu said with a little depression. Su Long was a little astonished. Fengyu's sudden request to withdraw probably had something to do with Nieli. He had no idea what Nieli had said to Fengyu, but Fengyu was one of the most trusted subordinates of the Patriarch, so he did not dare to offend her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of light soared from the mountain range of the Heavenly Note sect as they turned into streaks of light and disappeared. At this moment, Nieli stood on the crown of a tree as he watched from afar with a slight smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. With the strength of Fengyu's group, it wouldn't be easy for them to annihilate the Heavenly Note sect. After all, the Heavenly Note sect had been painstakingly built for thousands of years. Their foundation was deep, and it wasn't that easy to shake them. However, it was still possible for Feng Yu's group to heavily injure the Heavenly Note sect. If they were to go through a huge battle, the current Heavenly Note sect would definitely suffer a great loss in strength, which wasn't a good thing. After all, the six righteous sects were all grasshoppers tied to the same boat. Nieli's current plan was to allow Feng Yu's group to leave and gain more time for the six righteous sects. With the efficacy of those sacred elixirs, if they could delay for another half a year, the strength of the six righteous sects would definitely soar. At that time, they would have more confidence in dealing with the Yaoshan sect. When Muyu comes out of seclusion, Feng Yu will tell Muyu about what I said. I wonder what her reaction will be. Nieli couldn't help thinking in his heart. Even if he could only disgust that prideful woman, it was still a joyous matter. After all, they were old rivals in his previous life. He didn't know when Muyu would come out from her seclusion, but he hoped that it would be half a year later. For an expert of Muyu's level, it was normal for her to go into closed-door training for 3 to 5 years at a time. He hoped that this period of time could be pushed back as much as possible. Otherwise, with his current strength, it would be very difficult to deal with Muyu. This was something that gave him a headache. Chapter 469. The Great Hall of the Heavenly Note sect was still in the midst of an intense battle. The disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and the experts of the Yaoshan sect were locked in a stalemate. There were hundreds of corpses lying on the ground as a dense stench of blood spread throughout the entire Great Hall. In the center of the Great Hall, numerous afterimages were so fast that they couldn't be seen. Guard the Soul Hall. We cannot let the Yaoshan sect take half a step into the Soul Hall. Nangong Xianin furiously roared. Yes, Patriarch. The group of girls of the Heavenly Note sect yelled out. Xiao Ning, and Yiziyun were guarding the entrance of the Soul Hall. The two of them possessed astonishing strength, and any expert of the Yaoshan sect that came over would be instantly killed. Although the grudges between them had yet to be completely removed, they had a tacit understanding in this moment of life and death for the Heavenly Note sect. Bolts of lightning and ice protected the two of them in the center. With a bang, Nangong Xianin sent several experts of the Yaoshan sect flying away. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of her mouth as her face turned pale, looking as though she was on the verge of collapsing. Just when the experts of the Demon God sect were about to continue their attacks on Nangong Xianin, a whoosh sound rang out from far away as a dazzling ball of light soared into the sky, turning into dazzling fireworks that danced in the sky. The dazzling light illuminated the entire Heavenly Note sect. The experts of the Demon Gods sect hesitated for a brief moment before they turned into black smoke and disappeared. Just when the group of experts of the Heavenly Note sect wanted to chase after them, they were stopped by Nangong Xianin. Don't chase after them, Nangong Xianin said, looking a little powerless. When the surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Note sect saw this, they all gathered over. Patriarch, how are you? Patriarch, are you all right? The group of disciples of the Heavenly Note sect asked with concern. I'm fine. Nangong Xianin shook her head. I never thought that the Yaoshan sect would be so powerful. If they did not retreat, I'm afraid that it would be a fierce battle. The experts of the Heavenly Note sect exchanged a look with worry in their hearts. The Yaoshan sect had always been the enemy of the six righteous sects. With the current strength of the Yaoshan sect, the Heavenly Note sect was the weakest amongst the six great sects. Thus, it was easy for the Yaoshan sect to target them. All along, although the Yaoshan sect and Heavenly Note sect would occasionally have some friction, this was the first time they had such a ferocious attack. At the start of the battle, the Heavenly Note sect did not have sufficient vigilance. Only until later did they realize that the Demon God sect had actually sent a total of 10 martial ancestor realm experts over. Furthermore, they were all heading towards the Soul Hall, which made others tremble in fear. In order to fight against a few martial ancestor realm experts, Nangong Xianin even suffered serious injuries. The Yaoshan sect had only retreated for the time being. If they were to come again, the Heavenly Note sect would probably be powerless to resist. Although the strength of the Heavenly Notes sect had greatly increased after obtaining the sacred elixir, it was still too lacking when compared to the Yaoshan sect. Not to mention that the patriarch of the Yaoshan sect had yet to arrive. If the patriarch of the Yaoshan sect was here, the Heavenly Notes sect would probably be completely annihilated today. You guys, go and take a look at how the other elders are doing. Nangong Xianin asked. The other elders of the Heavenly Notes sect were fighting with the Yaoshan sect in other places. After a brief moment, Nieli leisurely walked in from the entrance of the Great Hall. Nieli. Upon seeing Nieli, Xiao Ninger exclaimed in surprise. She was still worried about Nieli's safety, but upon seeing Nieli's safe return, the stone in her heart had naturally fallen down. Yixian took a deep glance at Nieli as she walked to the side of Nieli. Are you all right? I'm fine. I've said before, good people don't live long, while scourges last for 1,000 years. For someone like me, if I don't live for 10,000 years, how can I recover? Nieli chuckled. Uffed. Xiao Ninger couldn't help laughing. Every time she saw Nieli not being serious, she would find a little funny. Not serious at all. Yixian couldn't help muttering, but her mood was much better. Patriarch Nieli. Upon seeing Nieli's arrival, Nangong Xianin cupped her hands towards Nieli. Patriarch Nangong, what's wrong? Are you all right? Nieli said in astonishment. At this moment, Nangong Xianin's face was pale. She should have suffered heavy injuries. I was just injured by a few experts of the Yaoshan sect. Nangong Xianin bitterly smiled as she continued, but it's nothing serious. Experts of the Yaoshan sect? The enemies that Patriarch Nangong faced earlier should only be a few shadow thorns of the Yaoshan sect. When I was outside the hall, I encountered Elder Fengyu of the Yaoshan sect. Fortunately, I did not engage in a battle with them. If Elder Fengyu were to make a move, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Notes sect. Nieli appeared to be rejoicing in others' misfortune. Yixian immediately pulled the corner of Nieli's clothes. Nieli's words were simply not giving any face to Nangong Xianin. The surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect all had unhappy looks on their faces. Nieli's words had simply stabbed a sore spot in their hearts. Hearing Nieli's words, Nangong Xianin bitterly smiled. I don't know why, but the Yaoshan sect has suddenly stopped their attacks. The Yaoshan sect was only temporarily frightened into retreating. They had received Fengyu's orders, so they naturally retreated. Nieli lightly smiled. So it was Patriarch Nie who helped. Nangong Xianin is extremely grateful. Nangong Xianin lightly cupped her hands towards Nieli. Just now, the experts of the Yaoshan sect were about to succeed, but they suddenly received the signal to retreat. It should be as Nieli had said, Nieli's contribution. Although Nieli's words were a little unpleasant to hear, as the sect master, Nieli had saved the Heavenly Notes sect, so she still had that bit of breadth of mind. Patriarch Nangong, what do you intend to do next? Nieli looked at Nangong Xianin and asked, if the Yaoshan sect returns, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Notes sect, if the Yaoshan sect comes again, my Heavenly Notes sect will definitely fight to the death, even if we have to perish together with them. Nangong Xianin righteously said, I, Nangong Xianin, swear to live and die together with the sect. Swear to live and die together with the sect. The female disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect echoed. Everyone of the Heavenly Notes sect is truly courageous. I have a method that can resolve the urgent situation of the Heavenly Notes sect. I wonder if Patriarch Nangong. Nieli appeared to be a little difficult. Patriarch Nya, please speak. Nangong Xianin briefly paused as she asked. She had no idea what Nieli was planning. But right now, the Heavenly Notes sect was on the brink of destruction. Even if Nieli made a request, as long as the Heavenly Notes sect could be protected, they would be able to accept any sacrifice. Actually, it's simple. Our Hagami Myunmyun is currently powerful, and we have countless martial ancestor realm experts. I will send a letter over and have the Hagami Myunmyun dispatch more experts to the Heavenly Notes sect. Naturally, we will be able to protect the Heavenly Notes sect. Nieli said, that's simple. Nangong Xianin was stunned for a brief moment. She thought that Nieli would make an excessive request. That's simple. Nieli nodded his head as he lightly smiled. Chapter 470. The main hall of the Hagami Munyan. It was a dazzling and majestic place. The current Divine Feathers sect was completely different from the decline of a few years ago. The current Divine Feathers sect had a completely new feeling. Due to the shocking amount of elixirs provided by Nieli, the Hagami Munyan had gathered a large number of experts. Apart from the main sect's disciples, they had also recruited countless disciples from the outer sect. The entire sect had expanded by several times. Moreover, the strength of these disciples had improved very quickly, causing the Hagami Munyan strength to grow rapidly. It was now the #1 sect of the righteous sections. However, as the Hagami Munyan had sealed off all information, the various sects did not know the true strength of the Hagami Munyan. Although the gates of the Hagami Munyan were tightly shut, people from the various sects still came in an endless stream. Some of them were there to investigate the strength of the Hagami Munyan, while others were there to purchase elixirs. At that moment, 5 consciousnesses were communicating above the Hagami Munyan. The 5 of them were all peak martial ancestor realm experts. Hierarch Martial Sky could not help but let out a sigh. I didn't expect that after coming out of seclusion and looking at the Hagami Munyan, there would be such an earth-shattering change. It seems like giving the position of Patriarch to Nieli was indeed the right choice, said Hierarch Skycloud. With the current strength of the Hagami Munyan, we should be fully deserving of being the #1 sect of the righteous sections. Nieli has indeed made a great contribution. Hierarch Longyan added, we must keep such a talented person with us. I have a suggestion. Why don't the 5 of us choose a stunning lady from each clan to marry Nieli? This way, Nieli will naturally put in more effort for the Hagami Munyan, said Hierarch Linglong. Our clan's Long Yuan happens to be in love with Nieli. We can arrange for them to get married as soon as possible. Hierarch Crimson Blood pondered for a moment before saying, this is a good method. However, I wonder what Nieli thinks about it. In my opinion, that Nieli is not a lecherous person. Doing so will likely not have any effect, Hierarch Skycloud said. I wonder if Brother Skycloud has any brilliant ideas? Hierarch Crimson Cloud asked. Nieli is a man who values friendship and righteousness. We just need to take good care of him. Moreover, he is now the Patriarch of the Hagami Munyan. With his character, he will definitely not betray the Hagami Munyan. If we force him to marry one of our clan's young ladies, I'm afraid it will backfire, Hierarch Skycloud said. Nieli is Hierarch Skycloud's disciple. Hierarch Skycloud naturally understands Nieli's temperament. Just follow Hierarch Skycloud's instructions, said Hierarch Martial Sky. Suddenly, strands of information entered Hierarch Martial Sky's ears, causing him to slightly focus. I've just received a message from Nieli from the Heavenly Notes sect. Hierarch Martial Sky slightly knitted his brows. I wonder what news Nieli has sent. The other hierarchs couldn't help asking in puzzlement. Nieli said that the Heavenly Notes sect was just attacked by the Yao Shen sect. He wants us to pick 50,000 experts from the Hagami Munyan to protect the Heavenly Notes sect. Hierarch Martial Sky said, at least Heavenly Axis Realm and Tao of Dragon Realm. Furthermore, there must be 10 experts at the 3rd heavenly stage of Martial Ancestor Realm or above. 50,000 experts, that many? Hierarch Crimson Cloud was a little puzzled. I wonder what Nieli's intentions are. The Heavenly Note sect might not agree to it. The Heavenly Note sect has already agreed. Hierarch Martial Sky said, however, Nieli has some requests. Nieli has requested that the disciples we send must be single men with no lovers. Why would there be such a strange request? Hierarch Crimson Cloud was stunned. Hierarch Sky Cloud and the rest were also puzzled. Hierarch Linglong thought about it and laughed. That Nieli is really cunning. Please explain, Hierarch Linglong. Hierarch Martial Sky said in puzzlement. Everyone, please think about it. What does the Heavenly Note sect have the most? Women, of course. The Heavenly Note sect has never accepted male disciples, so they're all female disciples. Hierarch Linglong smiled. The other hierarchs briefly pondered and instantly understood. The Heavenly Note sect was probably attacked by the Yaoshin sect and was on the verge of death before Nieli rescued them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to Nieli's request to send so many Hagami Myunmyun disciples to the Heavenly Note sect. Nieli is also cunning. He actually requested for all the disciples to be single men. Hierarch Linglong smiled. Those female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect wouldn't even get to see a man. After so many years, they would definitely be thirsty. You can imagine what would happen if 50,000 bachelors were sent in. Hierarch Skycloud, didn't you say that Nieli is filled with righteousness? Hierarch Crimson Cloud had a weird expression on his face. I take back my words. Hierarch Skycloud couldn't help awkwardly saying, it's not wrong for a man to be loyal, but he can't be too straightforward. Sometimes, it's not a bad thing to have a little brain. I like that brat Nieli's character. Hierarch Linglong smiled. What do you guys think about Nieli's suggestion? Hierarch Marshall Sky couldn't help asking. This matter was a little awkward. I agree with Nieli's suggestion. Hierarch Linglong immediately said, think about it. We don't have any intention of plotting against the Heavenly Note sect. We can protect the Heavenly Note sect and quench the thirst of the female disciples. It's killing two birds with one stone. Why not? 50,000 Hagami Myunmyun disciples will enter the Heavenly Note sect. If 50,000 couples are formed, I'm afraid that the entire Heavenly Note sect will be under our control. In another 10 to 20 years, the Heavenly Note sect will not be able to break away from the Hagami Myunmyun. Although this matter isn't a conspiracy, isn't a little too dishonest? Hierarch Crimson Cloud said with his face a little red. Hagami Myunmyun, do things in an upright manner. Hierarch Crimson Cloud's words are wrong. How is this matter not upright? Hierarch Linglong said, the Heavenly Note sect needs our assistance. Do you think we should send someone over to help? Yes. Hierarch Crimson Cloud said after a brief pondering. Since we're going to send someone, who should we send? What's wrong with Nieli sending a few bachelors over? How many disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun admire the female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect? Shouldn't a gentleman help others achieve their goals? Hierarch Linglong snorted as she continued. Hierarch Crimson Cloud has wives and concubines in his family, but a well-fed man cannot know the suffering of a starving man. We, the disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun, can't be bachelors forever, right? Hearing Hierarch Linglong's words, Hierarch Crimson Cloud's face blushed as he said, then, I agree with Nieli's suggestion. Hierarch Skycloud said, I also agree with Nieli's method. Hierarch Marshall Sky pondered, then said, since that's the case, then we will choose 50,000 bachelors from the Hagami Myunmyun to head to the Heavenly Note sect. To prevent the Heavenly Note sect from being attacked again, we have to do this as soon as possible. Chapter 471. Since the 5 great heads had agreed to this matter, then it wouldn't be difficult for the Hagami Myunmyun to promote it. The entire Hagami Myunmyun was bustling with activity as everyone gathered at the center of the Hagami Myunmyun martial field. Those that were gathered were all male disciples. I wonder why the Vice Patriarch has gathered us. Yeah, it's said that it must be a single male disciple. Could it be that the Vice Patriarch wants to propose marriage for us? The group of disciples discussed amongst themselves as they didn't understand what was going on. When the matter of Nieli becoming the Hagami Myunmyun Patriarch started, many disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun were unconvinced in their hearts. The reason was simple. Nieli had only joined the Hagami Myunmyun for a few years, and his qualifications were too shallow. Furthermore, his strength hadn't even reached the martial ancestor realm. But as time passed, they didn't mind about this matter anymore, and even held Nieli in high esteem. Which patriarch could raise their cultivation so quickly in such a short period of time? Ever since Nieli became the patriarch, their cultivation had increased by at least one realm. Some with outstanding talent had even increased their cultivation by a few realms. Right now, Nieli's position in the hearts of these disciples was incomparably lofty. Li Xingyun swept his gaze across the martial field. There were tens of thousands of people on the martial field. All sorts of noises rose and fell as everyone was discussing amongst themselves. No one was listening to Li Xingyun's words. Li Xingyun coughed, and his voice was transmitted to everyone's ears. He solemnly said, "Ever since the Patriarch went to the Heavenly Notes sect, I have assumed the position of the Vice Patriarch of the Hagami Munyan. This is the first time that the Patriarch has sent an order. All of you, listen carefully." Upon hearing that it was the Patriarch's order, the entire martial arts arena fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Li Xingyun. The sudden silence caused Li Xingyun to be slightly taken aback. She was not used to it. He didn't expect Niao Li's order to be so effective among the ordinary disciples. Li Xingyun coughed a few times to conceal her awkwardness and said, "The Patriarch asked me to gather you guys to send you guys to the Heavenly Notes sect. Vice Patriarch, does the Patriarch have an important mission for us to go over? Do you want us to protect the Patriarch?" One of the disciples asked loudly. Everyone looked straight at Li Xingyun. "Is the Patriarch in trouble? If the Patriarch summons us, we will definitely risk our lives for him." Li Xingyun immediately waved her hand and said, "The Patriarch did not encounter any trouble. This time, the reason why I sent you guys is not to protect the Patriarch." Everyone looked at each other with doubt in their hearts. What was the reason? "This time, there is indeed an important mission for you guys to protect the Heavenly Notes sect," Li Xingyun said with a light smile. "Protect the Heavenly Notes sect? Why would the Heavenly Notes sect want us to protect them?" A few disciples asked in puzzlement. Some time ago, the Yaoshan sect suddenly attacked the Heavenly Notes sect, causing the Heavenly Notes sect to suffer heavy losses. Thereafter, the Yaoshan sect was scared off by our Patriarch. After all, the Heavenly Notes sect is one of the 6 righteous sects. So we have to protect them from the demonic sections. Li Xingyun said, "We understand, Vice Patriarch. Rest assured, we will definitely complete the mission. We will definitely do our best to protect the Heavenly Notes sect." Many disciples responded. Li Xingyun suddenly said with a mysterious smile, "Aside from protecting the Heavenly Notes sect, the Patriarch has given you guys an even more important mission. That is, to bring back a bunch of young ones for us." Bring back a bunch of young ones? I wonder what the Vice Patriarch means by this. Many disciples looked at each other. Li Xingyun laughed. "Do you need me to make it clearer? It means that when you guys arrive at the Heavenly Notes sect, you have to chase after girls. Think about it. Those female disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect have been cultivating in the sect all day long. How many years has it been since they have seen a man?" Everyone was stunned for a long time. They never thought that the Patriarch would actually give them such an order. Seeing the dumbfounded looks on everyone's faces, Li Xingyun pointed at everyone and said, "Don't you guys understand? What the Patriarch means is that you guys are ordered to chase after girls. The Patriarch has said that if you guys can't even bring back a single girl from the Heavenly Notes sect, then you will simply be throwing the face of our Hagami Munyan. From then on, you will be expelled from the sect and will never be hired again. If you guys bring back one child, then it will be a great contribution to the sect, and you will be rewarded with 10 sacred elixirs. If you guys bring back 2 children, then you will be rewarded with 30 sacred elixirs. Do you guys understand?" "Understood." The group of Hagami Munyan disciples let out a deafening roar. Every single one of them was beaming with joy. The Patriarch had actually summoned them to the Heavenly Note sect to chase after girls. Following such a Patriarch was simply too refreshing. Only you guys know about this matter. Just do it quietly and don't let anyone from the Heavenly Note sect know about it. Do you guys understand?" Li Xingyun said loudly. "Understood." The group of Heavenly Note sect's disciples loudly responded. Li Xingyun nodded his head and lightly smiled. Although his face was a little red, he never thought that Niao Li would actually order him to announce such a shameless matter. But looking at the excited expressions of the group of wolf cubs, he couldn't help feeling an itch in his heart. He heard that the girls of the Heavenly Notes sect were all peerless beauties. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a wife at home, a tigress at that, he really wanted to take a stroll in the Heavenly Notes sect. Niao Li, that fellow, was truly shameless. Very quickly, the group of Hagami Munyan experts packed their luggage and set off. All the bachelors in the Hagami Munyan couldn't bear the loneliness any longer. The group of experts headed towards the Heavenly Note sect. This time, they had an extremely arduous task because the patriarch had said that if they couldn't even bring back a single girl, then they would be expelled from the sect and never be hired again. If that really happened, then it would be a lifetime of humiliation for them. At this moment, in a room of the Heavenly Note sect, Li slowly kept the letter and lightly smiled. Li Xingyun has already sent 70,000 people over. It's more than enough to protect the Heavenly Note sect. The corner of Li's mouth lightly rose as he spoke. Xiao Ninger glanced at the letter and asked in doubt, "I'm very curious about something. Why did Li have to send a group of bachelors over? Can't the others protect the Heavenly Note sect?" Xiao Ninger blinked her eyes. That innocent look made Li blush with shame. Am I a little too shameless? Li couldn't help thinking inwardly. After a brief pondering, he said, "This is for the good of the Heavenly Note sect. Only bachelors would do their best. With their protection, the Heavenly Note sect will definitely be safe." Chapter 472. Why would a bachelor do his best? Xiao Ninger was still puzzled. Ninger, you have to think of it this way. The Heavenly Note sect is filled with female disciples. If a male disciple with a family were to be sent over, wouldn't it cause a family conflict if he were to fall in love with a female disciple of the Heavenly Note sect? Therefore, a bachelor must be sent over. Li said righteously. I seem to understand. Xiao Ninger's face turned slightly red. Li's move was truly a drastic measure. If there was a day when the female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect were to become partners with the male disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun, the Heavenly Note sect would probably become a subsidiary of the Hagami Myunmyun. There doesn't seem to be anything left for the Heavenly Note sect. Should I go visit the other divine sects? Li muttered to himself. If the Heavenly Note sect was slowly being controlled, then he would have to continue expanding his influence. Li, what are you talking about? Xiao Ninger didn't hear him clearly and asked in puzzlement. Ninger, I suddenly want to discuss something. Li said after pondering for a brief moment. What is it? Xiao Ninger looked at Li with a curious look. It's like this. I've been investigating something related to the Black Devil Forest. Li said, regarding the Black Devil Forest? Is it the Black Devil Forest southwest of Glory City? Xiao Ninger asked in puzzlement. Why would Li suddenly think of something so far away? Yes, it's that Black Devil Forest. Li sank into deep memories. Back then, Xiao Ninger stepped into the Black Devil Forest and never came out. In his previous life, Li met another girl, Xiao Ning. For some reason, Xiao Ning had memories of her. All of this was very likely related to the Black Devil Forest. Perhaps in his previous life, Xiao Ning hadn't died after entering the Black Devil Forest and had instead come to the Draconic Ruins realm to meet him. Therefore, toward Xiao Ning, Li always had a trace of guilt in his heart. About that Black Devil Forest, I've been there a few times, Xiao Ning said after thinking for a while. You've been there? What's there? Li asked in surprise. I didn't enter the Black Devil Forest. Xiao Ning shook her head and said, It's just that every time I pass by the Black Devil Forest, there seems to be a voice calling out to me. Every time I get close to the Black Devil Forest, I get a strange feeling. How do you feel? It's like I traveled through time and space and became another person. It's like some kind of sad relationship happened. Every time I pass by there, my heart is filled with sadness and sadness. Xiao Ning couldn't help but have tears in her eyes. Become another person? Li paced back and forth as he muttered. Strange. Why would there be such a feeling? Could it be that Ninger can also feel her past life? In my previous life, could it be that Ninger also felt the call of the Black Devil Forest and stepped into the Black Devil Forest without any hesitation? Li frowned. If that's the case, then things like fate and time and space are worth pondering. Li, what are you talking about? Xiao Ninger asked, puzzled. The Temporal Demon's Spirit Book. Why is it able to revive me? What's the principle behind it? Li frowned as he thought. Could it be that time and space is a ring-shaped structure? What's a ring-shaped structure? Xiao Ninger asked in astonishment. Nothing. Li shook his head and said, Ninger, I want you to show me something. What is it? Xiao Ninger asked, puzzled. Take off your clothes. Nieli said in a serious tone. I'll take off my clothes? Xiao Ning-er's face instantly turned red. Why would Nieli make such a request? What does Nieli want to do? Xiao Ning-er looked a little hesitant. She raised her head and looked at Nieli. Her face was already burning red. Do I have to take it off? Yeah. Nieli nodded his head. But, it's a little inappropriate now. Xiao Ning-er raised her head and looked to the side. She saw that the doors and windows in the room were still open. I suddenly forgot. Nieli thought for a moment and looked at Ning-er's blushing face. He suddenly realized that it was indeed a little inappropriate now. However, there were some things that he really couldn't wait to verify. Then let's close the doors and windows. Xiao Ning-er was stunned. She thought that Nieli would say forget it. She didn't expect that Nieli would actually want to close the doors and windows. Did Nieli really want to? Xiao Ning-er felt as if there was a little deer in her heart, thumping wildly. Nieli turned around and went to close the doors. Bang, bang, bang. The doors and windows were closed one by one. Nieli, it's broad daylight right now. Isn't that inappropriate? Xiao Ning-er said shyly. When she lowered her head, she had a shy and timid expression. Any man who saw it would not be able to resist. What's inappropriate about it? Nieli asked doubtfully. Between you and me, do we still care about such things? Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ning-er felt her heartbeat quicken. That's right. Since a long time ago, she had already decided in her heart that she would only belong to him in this life. However, everything seemed to be a little too rushed. Shouldn't they get married before? Thinking about marriage, Xiao Ning-er's expression became a little gloomy. Ziyun is Nieli's fiancée. If they were to get married, it should be her. Even if she doesn't have a status, even if she would be pointed at by others, as long as she could stay by his side, she would give up everything. Xiao Ning-er felt that she was willing. This way, it would be better than waiting for him and Yi Ziyun to get married. After Nieli closed the doors and windows, he walked to Xiao Ning-er's side and lowered his head to look at Xiao Ning-er. He saw that Xiao Ning-er's pretty face was slightly tilted up. Her face was as red as a beautiful, blooming flower. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her eyelashes were slightly trembling. She looked very restless. Those pink lips made people want to kiss them. Why did you close your eyes? Nieli looked at Xiao Ning-er in doubt and asked, Don't tell me for this matter. I still have to open my eyes? Xiao Ning-er thought in her heart and couldn't help feeling shy. Nieli, what do you want me to do? Xiao Ning-er's chest heaved up and down. Looking at Xiao Ning-er's shy and moving appearance, Nieli couldn't help but feel a little moved. In his heart, he couldn't help but daydream. At this moment, any man who saw such a scene would be unable to resist. Nieli's breathing couldn't help but quicken. He couldn't help but want to reach out his hand to Xiao Ning-er's buttons. Perhaps, in the following period of time, there won't be such a good opportunity. Chapter 473. Xiao Ning-er's eyes were tightly shut. Her blushing cheeks were as beautiful as a blooming crabapple. Her clothes slowly slid down her shoulders, revealing her fair skin. Her skin was so delicate that Nieli couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Any man who saw Xiao Ning-er's bashful appearance wouldn't be able to hold themselves back. Wherever his fingers passed, there was a delicate sensation on the delicate skin. At this moment, Xiao Ning-er was only wearing a doo-doo. Her curvaceous figure was vividly displayed in front of Nieli. Xiao Ning-er's body slightly trembled. She could feel Nieli's fingers brushing past her skin. An indescribable feeling spread throughout her body. Along with the shyness in her heart, her mind went blank. Looking at Xiao Ning-er's appearance, Nieli's heart was filled with pity. He knew that Xiao Ning had already made all the preparations and handed herself over to him. Nieli slowly moved to Xiao Ning-er's back. He saw a sparkling and translucent collarbone with a small pink imprint below it. Just as I expected, Nieli's eyes were already filled with tears as he gently touched the imprint with his right hand. In his previous life, Xiao Ning also had a similar imprint on her back. Nieli's heart was filled with doubt. In his previous life, Xiao Ning had entered the Black Devil Forest and never returned. So why would she appear in the Draconic Ruins realm as Xiao Ning? Nieli was filled with doubt as to what Ning had experienced in this period of time. Nieli's heart was filled with guilt toward Xiao Ning. If it wasn't for him, Xiao Ning wouldn't have died. Furthermore, when Xiao Ning died, that look of relief and pity she had for Nieli, whenever he recalled it, it felt like a sharp knife was stabbing into his heart. Xiao Ninger groaned, appearing to be in a bit of pain. Ning, did you have this birthmark when you were born? Nieli asked. Xiao Ninger opened her eyes and shook her head. No. Where did this birthmark come from? Nieli couldn't help but ask. When grandfather passed away, he used a seal to seal a section of the page of time and space into this seal, Xiao Ning said. Page of time and space. Nieli was stunned. What page of time and space? Just like this one? Nieli took out the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book from his bosom and looked at Xiao Ning. Xiao Ninger turned her head. She was stunned for a moment. Then she nodded her head and said, It's this thing, but it's sealed in this imprint of mine. Grandfather once said that I will face a great calamity. It's my opportunity. It can save my life. So that's the case. Nieli seemed to have understood something in his heart. At the same time, there were even more doubts in his heart. In his previous life, when Xiao Ning entered the Black Devil Forest, it was the seal on her body, the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book, that brought her through the calamity. However, it also ruined her appearance and forced her to wear a mask, changing her name to Xiao Ning. Later on, she entered the Draconic Ruins realm and met Nieli. It was also because of the remnant page of the temporal demon spirit book that after Nieli's reincarnation, Xiao Ning would occasionally have some memories of her previous life in her mind. Looking at Xiao Ning before him, Nieli's heart was filled with complicated feelings. Love, pity, regret, guilt, heartache, all sorts of complicated feelings surged up. No matter what, in this lifetime, Nieli would never let Ning down again. Nieli pulled Xiao Ning into his embrace. In his previous life, Nieli had let down too many people. Ziyun, Xiao Ning, his master. Some people died for him. Some people died because of him. In this lifetime, he wanted to change everyone's fate. Feeling the warmth of Nieli's embrace, Xiao Ning suddenly felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. She quietly felt Nieli's aura. She still remembered their first encounter in the forest. At that time, Xiao Ning had a faint feeling of fate. It was as if a predetermined fate had changed because of Nieli's appearance. Nieli was the one that changed her fate. From that moment on, Xiao Ning knew that her life had been tightly linked with Nieli. Nieli, does this mark have any special meaning? Xiao Ning couldn't help asking. Your grandfather was a wise man. We have to make a trip back to the tiny world as soon as possible. There should be some unimaginable secrets hidden there. Nieli said, Right now, my Thunder God's meteorite sword can completely break the seal of the tiny world. Yeah, Xiao Ning nodded her head. Then, when are we going back? I'll make some arrangements here first. We'll set off in a few days. Nieli seriously said. Then, what should we do now? Xiao Ning asked timidly. Only now did she recall that she only had a Dudu with her. She couldn't help feeling bashful in her heart. Since that's the case, then let's do something important first. Nieli suddenly smiled. Xiao Ning suddenly felt a lecherous hand and couldn't help feeling bashful. Nieli, it's still daytime right now. Xiao Ning couldn't help letting out a soft moan from her throat. It's fine. It's a rare opportunity. Nieli smiled as he became even more insatiable. At this moment, the door creaked open and the person who entered was Yiziyun. When Yiziyun saw the scene in front of her, she was suddenly stunned. Nieli, you guys. Yiziyun's face turned red. She never imagined that Nieli and Ning would actually do such a shameful thing in broad daylight. She couldn't help awkwardly standing on the spot, not knowing what to do. Nieli was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that Yiziyun would come in at this time. It was simply too embarrassing. Xiao Ning was even more unbearable. She wished that she could find a hole to bury herself in. You guys continue, I'll go out first. Yiziyun hastily said as her face turned red. She couldn't help stomping her feet and quickly retreated. although Yi Ziyun had already accepted this fact in her heart. In this world, they depended on each other and supported each other. She and Ning were already like a family, but Nieli was a little too impatient. In broad daylight, Ziyun, wait a moment. Nieli hastily called out. I'll wait for you guys outside. I have something important to tell you guys. Yi Ziyun retreated outside, closed the door, and said. Nieli bitterly smiled. Although Ziyun's voice didn't sound angry, his actions today were a little too rash. Chapter 474. By the time Nieli and Xiao Ninger came out, Yi Ziyun was already waiting in the hall. Ziyun, earlier Nieli wanted to explain. Yi Ziyun glared at Nieli in embarrassment and said, I didn't call you here to talk about this. Ziyun, earlier we really didn't. He only wanted to confirm the birthmark on my body. Xiao Ninger's face was boiling. She didn't dare to look at Yi Ziyun. After all, the earlier scene was too embarrassing. Nieli, did you find an excuse to lie to Ning? Yi Ziyun curled her lips as she looked at Nieli. I really only wanted to confirm the birthmark. Nieli's face was bitter. I don't think you would dare. Yi Ziyun snorted and continued. All right, let's get down to business. Seeing Yi Ziyun's expression, Nieli knew that Yi Ziyun was no longer angry. Their lives were hanging by a thread in the Draconic Ruins realm. What they had to bear was the life and death of the entire Glory City, and even the entire tiny world. She was someone who understood the big picture, so she naturally wouldn't be bothered by this. Not to mention that she already understood something in her heart. Her, Ninger, and Nieli's fate had long been tied together. It couldn't be cut off, nor could it escape. What else could she do now? No matter what the future held, she could only let nature take its course. Thinking about it here, Yi Ziyun's heart naturally calmed down a lot. Patriarch Nangong found me and said that she wanted to discuss something with you. However, it wasn't convenient for her to come, so she asked me to help pass the message, said Yi Ziyun. Oh, what did she say? Nieli raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. He had roughly guessed it. Patriarch Nangong said that it's a little inappropriate for so many of us from the Hagami Myunmyun to come to the Heavenly Notes sect. Yi Ziyun said she had already considered herself as a member of the Hagami Myunmyun. After all, the Hagami Myunmyun was already under Nieli's control, and the Heavenly Notes sect was only a temporary residence for them. Oh, what's wrong? Nieli blinked and asked. She said that the current Heavenly Notes sect has already become. Yi Ziyun's face blushed. What did I become? Nieli asked with a smile. It's become a matchmaking event. Ever since the arrival of our Hagami Myunmyun, although we did protect the Heavenly Notes sect, it's a complete mess in private. As Yi Ziyun spoke till the end, she was simply too embarrassed to speak. She asked if we could restrain our disciples. Complete mess? What did they do? Nieli was stunned. Because you've given the order that if they can't find their other half, then they can forget about returning to the Hagami Myunmyun. Therefore, the disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun are simply unscrupulous. Last night, there were over a dozen who were caught climbing the walls, and over 30 who were caught hiding in the rooms of the female disciples. This morning, we found out that there were over 60 pregnant female disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect. No matter how we interrogated them, many of them refused to say who their children were. As Yi Ziyun spoke till the end, she was simply too embarrassed to continue. Cough, cough. Ziyun, go back and tell this to Patriarch Nangong. Back then, she was the one who agreed to let us, the Hagami Myunmyun, to protect the Heavenly Notes sect. I, the Hagami Myunmyun, am a man of my words. She can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. If that's the case, I, the Hagami Myunmyun, will definitely not agree to it. Nieli said seriously. Xiao Ninger, who was beside him, couldn't help bursting into laughter. This time, the Patriarch Nangong had boarded the pirate ship. It wouldn't be that easy to get off the pirate ship. Nieli, that fellow is simply too evil. As she thought about it, Xiao Ninger's face couldn't help turning red. Yi Ziyun rolled her eyes at Nieli and said, If you have anything to say, just say it. I'll be responsible for passing the message to Patriarch Nangong. Cough, cough. Nieli was a little embarrassed. The Patriarch Nangong did not ask about it himself, but sought help from Ziyun. Naturally, he understood that there were some words that Nieli couldn't say in front of Ziyun. However, Nangong Xianin had underestimated Nieli's shamelessness. Nieli paced back and forth as he pondered. Just tell this to Patriarch Nangong. Since it's impossible for us to retreat, the Hagami Myunmyen will do our best to protect the Heavenly Note sect. As for those who were caught climbing the walls in the middle of the night, they're simply a bunch of trash. Not only did they climb the walls, they were also caught. It's the fault of our Hagami Myunmyen for not being strict in our teachings. I hope that Patriarch Nangong can forgive them. However, climbing the walls isn't a huge crime. Just give them a few planks to teach them a lesson. As for those who hid in the rooms of the female disciples, there might be a reason behind it. For example, they were invited there to talk about the cultivation path with the female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect. As for why they were caught, we have to question them. Our Hagami Myunmyen will definitely not let go of a disciple with bad intentions, but we will also not wrongly accuse a good person. Hearing Nieli's words, Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ninger couldn't help holding back their laughter. Nieli was simply full of bad intentions. Hearing Nieli's words, Patriarch Nangong would probably explode from anger. Nieli was clearly biased towards the disciples of Hagami Myunmyen, so Patriarch Nangong naturally couldn't fall out with him over such a small matter. Not to mention that the current Heavenly Note sect strength was inferior to the Hagami Myunmyen. If they were to fall out with him, what kind of situation would it be for the Heavenly Note sect? Nangong Xianin was naturally clear about that. As for those pregnant female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect, the heavens have pity on them. Their children don't even know who their father is. If the Heavenly Note sect is strict and wants to expel them from the sect, then I, Hagami Myunmyen, will be willing to accept them out of pity. I hope that Patriarch Nangong will not push them into a dead end. Nieli pondered before continuing. This matter has exposed a huge problem. The guard of the Heavenly Note sect are too weak. There are actually so many people that could openly enter the sect and even humiliate the female disciples. As the Patriarch of Hagami Myunmyen, I am filled with righteous indignation after hearing about it. Next up, I will send the disciples of Hagami Myunmyen to assist the Heavenly Note sect in protecting the sect. Let the disciples of Hagami Myunmyen live together with the guards of the Heavenly Note sect, sharing the joys and sorrows together. If another person is allowed to enter the inner courtyard of the Heavenly Note sect, I will hold them accountable. Nieli snorted a few times. The guards of the Heavenly Note sect were all female disciples. With Nieli sending the male disciples of Hagami Myunmyen over to eat and live together with them, it would be weird if there weren't any feelings. Furthermore, the guards were all from Hagami Myunmyen. Wouldn't it be more convenient for the male disciples of Hagami Myunmyen to enter the Heavenly Note sect? However, did Nangong Xianin have the ability to reject it? She could either close one eye or break off relations with Hagami Myunmyen. How would Nangong Xianin choose? Chapter 475. The disciples of Hagami Myunmyen also had no other choice. Before coming to the Heavenly Note sect, Nieli had already given them a death order. Those that did not manage to find a Tao companion from the Heavenly Note sect were not allowed to return. If they couldn't complete the mission, then what would happen? Wouldn't that make him a homeless wanderer? In the beginning, no one was anxious since they still had ample time. They were all looking for the person that they fancied. Not to mention anything else, the Heavenly Note sect was indeed a famous immortal sect. Every single one of the female disciples in the sect was as pretty as flowers and jade, simply dazzling the eyes of others. However, on the second day, since they came to Hagami Myunmyen, there was already a disciple that hooked up with a female disciple of the Heavenly Note sect. The two of them lived together for a long time. It was an enviable sight to behold. Later on, it was said that that disciple spent the night in the room of the female disciple of the Heavenly Note sect. This was simply intolerable. However, the disciples were not anxious. Weren't the good things still waiting for them? On the third day, another 3 disciples found their Tao companions. On the 4th day, another 5 found their Tao companions. On the 5th day, there were 13. Sometimes being in love would spread like a plague. When others found their Tao companions and you didn't, would you want to find one? Not to mention that this was a death mission from the sect. Who would dare to not complete it? This made those clumsy people suffer. When they saw those beautiful girls in the Heavenly Notes sect, they couldn't even speak, so how would they find their Tao companions? However, even if they died, they had to complete the mission given to them by the Patriarch. Thus, all sorts of love manuals and techniques to hook up with girls started to circulate among the disciples of Hagami Myunmyun. Furthermore, to hook up with the female disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect, they simply resorted to all sorts of methods. Every night, they would enter the rooms of the female disciples. As the saying goes, a chaste woman is afraid of a pestering man. Seeing that the surrounding sisters had found their own Tao companions, wouldn't those female disciples also give in? Thus, the entire Heavenly Note sect had turned into a matchmaking event. In the main hall of the Heavenly Note sect, Nangong Xianin was simply on the verge of collapsing. Just when she was feeling vexed, she never expected that her request of Hagami Myunmyun to protect the Heavenly Note sect would result in such a situation. He really said that? Nangong Xianin stared at Yiziyun. Yiziyun blushed a little and said awkwardly, "Yes, Patriarch." That's what Nieli said. This is simply... Nangong Xianin wanted to flare up, but she didn't know what words she should use to describe this matter. If she were to say something that she shouldn't say, and it was spread to Nieli, it would probably be a troublesome matter. After all, Hagami Myunmyun was currently very powerful. Even if Nangong Xianin had fire in her stomach, she had to swallow it down. "Patriarch, do you have any words for me to convey?" Yiziyun looked at Nangong Xianin and asked. Nangong Xianin pondered, before tactfully saying, "Since Hagami Myunmyun isn't willing to leave, then can we send a portion of our disciples to other places?" "Patriarch, Nieli has already thought of this problem. He said that the Yaoshun sect is currently capturing those from the righteous sects. The female disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect are too weak, so it wouldn't be a problem for one or two of them to go out. But if they were to go out in groups, it would be easy for them to be ambushed by the Yaoshun sect," Yiziyun said in a serious manner. "One or two of them?" Nangong Xianin's brows twitched. With the current situation of the Heavenly Note sect, what's the use of sending one or two of them out? Furthermore, Nieli also said that since the Hagami Myunmyun has come to the Heavenly Note sect, they can't not express their intentions. Regardless of what the Heavenly Note sect wants, be it peerless secret arts, supreme great elixirs, or even sacred elixirs, the Hagami Myunmyun can supply them without limit. However, these things can only be given to their own people. Yiziyun said with a little sweat on her face. "Our own people?" Nangong Xianin was stunned. "Correct. Those that are closer to the disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun." Nieli said that there are some female disciples in the Heavenly Note sect that are pretending to be virtuous and virtuous. They are not pleasing to the eyes of the disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun. Those are people that the Hagami Myunmyun does not wish to interact with. Yiziyun said, "Nieli, that fellow is simply shameless." Nangong Xianin's face flushed red. If it wasn't for the fact that she knew that Yiziyun was Nieli's fiancé, she would have flipped out by now. Even if it was because of the power of the Hagami Myunmyun, she still couldn't help cursing out. This move of Nieli's was simply too ruthless. Pretending to be virtuous and virtuous? Wasn't that pure and virtuous? In the next period of time, those pure and virtuous female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect would definitely suffer some suppression. As for those female disciples that were close to the disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun, Nieli had peerless secret arts, supreme great elixirs, and even sacred elixirs. Wasn't he simply trying to hollow out the entire Heavenly Note sect? What else did he say? He's simply going too far. Does he really think that there's no one in my Hagami Myunmyun that's easy to bully? Nangong Xianin furiously cursed. "I will gather the disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and fight it out with him." Nieli also said that Patriarch Nangong, "Why are you doing this?" Firstly, the Hagami Myunmyun and the Heavenly Note sect are not enemies. The Hagami Myunmyun only wants to protect the Heavenly Note sect. No matter what happens to the female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect, they will forever be disciples of the Heavenly Note sect. As long as Patriarch Nangong doesn't chase them away, they will definitely not leave. Yiziyun carefully observed Nangong Xinin's expression. Nieli had already calculated Nangong Xinin's reaction. Seeing that Nangong Xining did not flip out, he continued, as the saying goes, the harmony of yin and yang is the way of the human world. There are some female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect that are in love with the male disciples of the Hagami Myunyan. Since we, the Hagami Myunyan, are not willing to separate them, why would Patriarch Nangong do such a thing? However, the Heavenly Note sect has its own rules and ancestral teachings. Nangong Xianin solemnly said. Nieli also said that the so-called sect rules and ancestral teachings were set by an ancestor on a whim. However, the later generations followed them like dogma. Think about it. What benefits does this bring to the Heavenly Note sect? Right now, the talents of the Heavenly Note sect have withered and is already one of the weakest sects. If the Hagami Myunyan doesn't care about it, who knows what the outcome would be? If the Yaoshin sect start a war with the righteous sects, the first one to be annihilated would be the Heavenly Note sect. If the Heavenly Note sect and the Hagami Myunyan were to be united, wouldn't it be a wonderful thing for the Heavenly Note sect to spread its branches? Seeing Nangong Xinin's hesitation, Yiziyun continued. Nieli also said that as long as the Heavenly Note sect doesn't chase them away, the Hagami Myunyan will not bring a single disciple of the Heavenly Note sect away. As for those disciples that are in love with each other, it wouldn't take long for them to travel from the Hagami Myunyan to the Heavenly Note sect. It's fine as long as they visit each other frequently. Nangong Xianin fell into a long silence as her expression fluctuated. After all, it was too difficult for her to make such a decision. Chapter 476. Nangong Xianin still couldn't make a decision. When Yiziyun saw her hesitation, she cupped her hands towards Nangong Xianin and said, Nieli also said that no matter what decision the Patriarch makes, he will gladly accept it. If the Heavenly Note sect doesn't need the protection of Hagami Myunyan, he is willing to withdraw all the disciples of the Hagami Myunyan from the Heavenly Note sect and will not disturb the Heavenly Note sect. Yiziyun said. Nangong Xinin's expression eased up a little as she looked at Yiziyun and bitterly smiled. Ziyun, as the Patriarch of the Heavenly Note sect, what do you think I should do? Patriarch can be reassured. With my understanding of Nieli, he is indeed a person that doesn't follow the rules and will always do things that are out of line. But there's one thing that is unquestionable. He has righteousness in his heart. If the Heavenly Note sect really encounters a calamity with Nieli's character, he will definitely protect the Heavenly Note sect, even if he has to sacrifice his life. Yiziyun said with certainty. How can you be so sure? Nangong Xinin's brows slightly twitched. With my understanding of him, Yiziyun looked into the distance as she sunk into her memories. We were born in a place called Glory City. It suffered the attacks of demon beasts all year round and could be destroyed at any time. Every single one of our clansmen fought for the safety of Glory City. Countless ancestors sacrificed themselves so that Glory City could survive the calamity. Later on, we found out that Glory City was originally a part of the Tiny World, and the Tiny World was only a part of the Draconic Ruins realm. The human and demon clans have been fighting endlessly. All along, Nieli had used all sorts of methods. Some were willing, some were against his heart. But the objective was to protect Glory City. For Glory City, we can throw away our lives, because that is the place that we grew up in. That is our hometown. Yiziyun's eyes flickered with tears as she continued. I don't know if the Patriarch can understand our feelings. I understand a little. Nangong Xianin said quietly. Logically speaking, if the sacred elixirs in Nieli's hands were well hidden and only given to Hagami Myunyan's disciples, the gap between the Heavenly Note sect and Hagami Myunyan would be as wide as the heavens and earth in less than 10 years. This was especially true for martial ancestor realm experts. The Patriarch was well aware of the effects of the sacred medicine. However, Nieli is willing to take out a portion of the sacred medicine for the other righteous sects to use. This is all because Nieli wants the Righteous Path's 6 great sects to become even stronger. He wants everyone to work together to resist the Devil Dao sections. Yiziyun looked straight at Nangong Xianin and said, Nieli has done so many things for everyone. Could it be that Patriarch Nangong still doubts Nieli's intentions? This, Ziyun has misunderstood. I'm not doubting Patriarch Nie's intentions. I'm just feeling a little indignant about his actions. Nangong Xianin immediately explained. If the Yao Shan sect comes again, Patriarch Nangong feels that with the current strength of the Heavenly Note sect, they can safely retreat. If the Heavenly Note sect is still the same as before, they will definitely die. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, why not make some changes? Yixian looked at Nangong Xianin as she earnestly said. Nangong Xianin went silent for a long time. No matter how she thought about it, she no longer had any other choice due to the current situation. Even if Nieli was truly doing it for the good of the Heavenly Note sect, this overbearing method was too unpleasant. But so what if she was unhappy? The current Heavenly Note sect was too weak, so couldn't they just endure it? Ziyun, help me pass a message to Patriarch Nye that the Heavenly Note sect will naturally welcome Hagami Myunmyun. It's just that Hagami Myunmyun does not go overboard, and I will treat it as nothing has happened. Nangong Xianin bitterly smiled as she waved her hand. Okay, I will definitely pass on Patriarch Nye's words to Nieli. Yi Ziyun lightly smiled. Seeing that Nangong Xianin had accepted it, she was extremely happy in her heart. Although she was a disciple of the Heavenly Note sect, she was Nye Li's fiancée. So naturally, she would stand on Nye Li's side. Not to mention that they had a glory city that they wanted to protect. Everything that Nye Li did was for Glory City, so she would naturally agree to it. Furthermore, the rule that the Heavenly Note sect only accepted female disciples was a little too old-fashioned. It was time to change it. In Nye Li's courtyard, Nye Li sat there, quietly caressing the Thunder God's meteorite sword in his hand. Ever since he devoured the fragment of the myriad ancestor sword, Nye Li could sense the terrifying might contained in the Thunder God's meteorite sword. Even he couldn't help feeling shocked in his heart. He had no idea how powerful the Thunder God's meteorite sword would be if it was truly unleashed. Just when Nye Li was caressing the Thunder God's meteorite sword, Yixian walked in from the outside. Patriarch Nangong has agreed. Nye Li cast a glance at Yi Ziyun as he lightly smiled. How do you know? A smile hung on Yi Ziyun's face as she asked. As the saying goes, the situation is stronger than the person. Patriarch Nangong isn't a fool. If she really wants to break off relations with Hagami Myunmyun, the consequences are not something that she can bear. She knows that we are forcing her, so she can only obediently accept it. Nye Li laughed. What if the Heavenly Note sect really wants to have a life and death struggle? Yi Ziyun cast a glance at Nye Li. Then, a sharp light flashed across Nye Li's eyes. She can only change to another patriarch. I believe that there will definitely be someone in the Heavenly Note sect that likes the position of patriarch. Give her more sacred elixirs and let her build a relationship. Then, she will definitely have the strength to fight for it. Nye Li, it's best not to do such a thing. Yixian thought for a while before she let out a long breath. Fortunately, Patriarch Nangong has agreed. When the nest is overturned, how can there be an intact egg? If the Holy Emperor wants to refine the entire Draconic Ruins realm, the Heavenly Note sect won't be able to stand alone. Rather than letting a mediocre leader lead the Heavenly Note sect to destruction, why not give it a try? Nye Li said. Fortunately, Nangong Xianin has admitted defeat. Then, what should we do next? Yixian looked at Nye Li as she asked. Knowing that the Holy Emperor was such a powerful existence, Yi Ziyun felt a little more pressing in her heart. Gather Ninger, Duan Jian, Daozit, and the rest. We will make a trip back to the tiny world, Nye Li said as he looked at Yi Ziyun. Return to the tiny world? Hearing Nye Li's words, Yi Ziyun's eyes lit up. However, she suddenly recalled that her father was no longer around, and her eyes couldn't help dimming down. Rest assured, I will definitely find a way to revive father-in-law, Nye Li said as he patted on Yi Ziyun's shoulder. Okay. Yi Ziyun nodded her head as she looked at Nye Li's eyes and firmly said, I believe in you. Looking at Yi Ziyun's firm expression, Nye Li couldn't help embracing her. This girl was carrying too many things in her heart. Chapter 477. Heavenly Notes Sect, Heavenly Dawn Pavilion. This was a tranquil courtyard filled with flowers and grasses, all of them contending with each other in beauty and beauty. There were a few tables set up here, and the patriarch of the Heavenly Notes Sect, Nangong Xianin, was currently holding a banquet. Several big shots of the Heavenly Notes Sect had also arrived. Nangong Xianin sat on the main seat as she pondered about something. Patriarch, I wonder why the Patriarch has gathered us here today. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Notes Sect, Yin Hongye, cupped her hands towards Nangong Xianin. Isn't it because of that Hagami Myunmyun? Nangong Xianin snorted. What's wrong with Hagami Myunmyun? Yin Hongye looked at Nangong Xianin as she asked in puzzlement. The Patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, Nyeli, has simply treated our Heavenly Notes Sect as his backyard. We have so many female disciples. If we were to marry Hagami Myunmyun, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Notes Sect will become his backyard. Nangong Xianin snorted as she continued. This time, I have gathered all the sect masters of the various divine sects to let that fellow, Nyeli, have some fear. Patriarch, there's nothing wrong for our Heavenly Notes Sect to marry Hagami Myunmyun. Right now, with the help of the sacred elixir, the strength of the Heavenly Notes Sect has been raised by several folds. Now that we have the protection of Hagami Myunmyun, we are happy to be safe. Yin Hongye cupped her hands as she lightly smiled. Nangong Xianin glanced at Yin Hongye as she snorted. Don't think that I don't know that you have received many benefits from that brat, Nyeli. Next up, do you want to be a patriarch as well? Patriarch, you're exaggerating. I've gone through fire and water with the patriarch. Don't tell me the patriarch doesn't trust me. Yin Hongye's eyes flickered for a moment before she cupped her fists towards Nangong Xianin and said, Patriarch is wise. I'm not the only one who has received benefits from Hagami Myunmyun. Everyone has received benefits, including the patriarch. Why can't I? Hearing Yin Hongye's words, Nangong Xianin's face turned slightly red. Indeed, even she had accepted it. So what qualifications did she have to criticize others? He could only blame Nyeli for being too cunning. Before he knew it, he had already corrupted the entire Hagami Myunmyun. Even Nangong Xianin had no idea how many people in the Heavenly Notes Sect were siding with Hagami Myunmyun. This time, the reason why she gathered the sect heads of the various sects wasn't to confront Hagami Myunmyun, but to let Hagami Myunmyun have some fear and not take things too far. Nyeli, Patriarch has arrived. A servant yelled. Nyeli, along with Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ninger, and the rest, walked over. Nyeli greets Patriarch Nangong. Nyeli lightly cupped his fists towards Nangong Xianin as he said with a smile, Umph. Nangong Xianin snorted as she appeared to be a little dissatisfied. Patriarch Nangong, are you still dissatisfied with the previous matter? Nyeli said with a smile. He knew that Nangong Xianin had already given in and was just throwing a little tantrum. If she really wanted to break off relations with Hagami Myunmyun, she wouldn't just put on a face. You know it yourself. Nangong Xianin solemnly snorted. Ha! In order to apologize to the seniors of the Heavenly Notes Sect, I have specially prepared some gifts for the seniors of the Heavenly Notes Sect. Nyeli smiled as he cupped his hands towards Nangong Xianin and the various elders of the Heavenly Notes Sect. Nangong Xianin turned a deaf ear to his words, but the eyes of the various elders of the Heavenly Note Sect lit up. Nyeli took out a golden elixir as the corner of his lips lightly smiled. This is my latest creation, the Long Yin elixir. It is currently the strongest sacred elixir, with a density that is dozens of times higher than ordinary sacred elixirs. Only martial ancestor realm experts can bear its medicinal power. If you want to refine it, you will have to spend an entire year. As long as an ordinary martial ancestor realm expert can refine and absorb it, they would be able to step into the 8th heavenly martial ancestor realm. If an 8th heavenly martial ancestor realm expert were to consume it, they might be able to step into the 9th heavenly martial ancestor realm. This elixir can be said to be invaluable. Nyeli smiled with his eyes narrowed. This time, I will give a Longyan elixir to the Heavenly Notes Sect as a gift. This Longyan elixir cannot be consumed separately. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the outcome. Seeing this Longyan elixir, The eyes of the elders of the Heavenly Note sect lit up. A box that contained a Long Yin elixir was placed on the table. There's only one Long Yin elixir, and there are 7 elders in the Heavenly Note sect. How do you want us to distribute it? Nangong Xianin frowned her brows. This Long Yin elixir is indeed too precious. It's already not easy to obtain one. Nieli bitterly smiled. Such a powerful elixir is naturally rare and hard to come by. Patriarch, do not disappoint the good intentions of Nieli's patriarch. Yin Hongya's eyes lit up before dimming down as she spoke. There is only one Long Yin elixir. It was absolutely impossible for her to get it. Nangong Xianin felt extremely awkward in her heart. This Long Yin elixir was truly a hot potato. It would be a pity if she didn't accept such a treasure. If she accepted it, who should she give it to? If she used it, the other 7 elders would definitely be furious in their hearts. If she gave it to someone else, there would be an 8th Heavenly Martial Ancestor Realm expert appearing in the Heavenly Note sect a year from now. At that time, it would be a problem if she could keep her position as patriarch. Nangong Xianin raised her head and saw the smile on Yeli's face. Although she was angered in her heart, there was nothing she could do. She knew that Nieli did it on purpose, so she could only silently accept it. Then, I'll have to thank Patriarch Nieli. Nangong Xianin cupped her hands as she stored the Long Yin elixir. Seeing Nangong Xianin storing the Long Yin elixir, the group of elders of the Heavenly Note sect looked at it with reluctance as they helplessly sighed in their hearts. For people like them who were infatuated with cultivation, there was nothing more tempting than this item. Patriarch Xiao of the Phaseless sect has arrived. A clear voice resounded from the front of the hall. A group of 6 people walked in. The one leading was an old man donned in silver-gray robes. He was brimming with energy, and his steps were steady. The people behind him were also bursting with heroic postures. The most eye-catching thing was that amongst the group, there was a person with a pair of dragon-shaped wings behind his back. His entire body was golden, as if he was forged from metal. That person was Duan Jian, who was heading to the Phaseless sect to cultivate. The current Duan Jian was like an unsheathed treasured sword, emitting an extremely sharp aura from him. His face was cold like ice, giving others an invisible pressure. Who was that person? Why haven't we seen him before? The female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect raised their eyebrows as they couldn't help guessing Duan Jian's identity. The aura that was being emitted from Duan Jian was extremely powerful. It was even comparable to the Patriarch Xiao of the Phaseless sect. Duan Jian was walking. When he saw Nieli, his eyes lit up as he immediately walked towards Nieli. Chapter 478. Seeing Duan Jian steadily walking over, that soaring aura actually made Nangong Xianin feel a strong pressure. Although this person's cultivation has yet to step into the martial ancestor realm, the aura coming from him isn't any weaker than mine. Nangong Xianin thought in shock. If this person steps into the martial ancestor realm, how powerful would his strength be? Duan Jian stood before Nieli. Nieli lightly closed his eyes as he sensed the aura coming from Duan Jian. Duan Jian and Nieli faced each other as they stood there. Everyone in the hall couldn't help casting astonished gazes at them. They were all guessing the relationship between Duan Jian and Nieli. One of them was a pinnacle genius of the Phaseless sect, while the other was the patriarch of the Hagami Munyan. Both of them were all-powerful figures amongst the younger generations. Did the two of them have any conflicts in the past? It's hard to say. The two of them are pinnacle geniuses, so it's normal for them to have some conflicts. As everyone discussed, they felt that the atmosphere in the hall wasn't right. Just when the patriarch was about to say something, Nieli opened his eyes with a satisfied smile on his face. Seeing that Nieli had opened his eyes, Duan Jian cupped his hands towards Nieli. Master. Hearing Duan Jian's words, everyone in the hall was shocked. What did Duan Jian just say? Duan Jian called Nieli master? Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Whether it was the disciples of the Heavenly Note sect, Phaseless sect, or Hagami Munyan, they were all shocked. Everyone had heard of Duan Jian's shocking talent. It was said that some busybodies had investigated the geniuses of the various sects and made a ranking. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Duan Jian was fully deserving of being number one. Although no one knew the exact cultivation level of the powerful Duan Jian, they guessed that Duan Jian should be at the pinnacle of the Tao of Dragon Realm and had yet to step into the martial ancestor realm. On one hand, Duan Jian's cultivation speed was simply unimaginable. In a short period of time, he had gone from a penniless kid to the pinnacle Tao of Dragon Realm. On the other hand, although Duan Jian was only at the pinnacle Tao of Dragon Realm, the strength he had displayed was not inferior to a martial ancestor realm expert. Only Nieli knew why Duan Jian's cultivation speed was so fast. In such a short time, he had pulled away from the others by so much. On the one hand, Duan Jian's cultivation talent was indeed amazing. On the other hand, it was also because of his strong physique. With the dragon's blood flowing in his body, the strength of his physique wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. Furthermore, it was thanks to Nieli's sacred elixir. Nieli's sacred elixir was extremely powerful. After an ordinary person consumed it, they would normally need at least a month to fully refine and digest all the medicinal energy. If they consumed too much, their body would explode and they would die. However, Duan Jian didn't have to worry about this. Therefore, the sacred elixir he consumed was a few hundred times more concentrated than ordinary martial ancestor realm experts. Furthermore, he could completely refine the medicinal energy within 10 days. Therefore, one could imagine how shocking Duan Jian's cultivation had become after such a long time. In particular, the strength of his physique had also evolved to a terrifying level. However, such a genius actually called Nieli master. Just how shocking of a matter was that? Especially Patriarch Xiao and the other members of the Phaseless sect, they were even more shocked. Even though they'd always been vigilant and reverent towards Duan Jian, who possessed terrifying strength and cultivation that rose at a shocking speed, it wasn't exaggerated to say that they'd already taken Duan Jian to be an important chip for the rise of the Phaseless divine sect. If an overlord were to really be born within the sect, then they would feel honored as well. In the future, Duan Jian would definitely become an overlord in the Draconic Ruins realm. Therefore, even the patriarch of the Phaseless sect had a courteous attitude towards Duan Jian. Why would Duan Jian call Nieli master? What kind of relationship did they have? Everyone couldn't help having their suspicions. Looking at Duan Jian, Nieli lightly smiled and said, "Not bad. You've already cultivated the Golden Dragon physique. Although the level of the Golden Dragon physique isn't high enough, it's more than enough to deal with ordinary martial ancestor realm experts. When your cultivation breaks through to the martial ancestor realm, even pinnacle martial ancestor realm experts won't be able to match your strength. If it wasn't for Master, Duan Jian wouldn't be where he is today." Duan Jian cupped his hands as he looked at Nieli with incomparable reverence and respect. Although Duan Jian's cultivation had far surpassed Nieli's, in Duan Jian's eyes, Nieli was simply an omniscient god that had guided him on the path of cultivation. In his eyes, Nieli was truly unfathomable, unreachable by anyone. Even the patriarch of the various divine sects couldn't be compared to Nieli in terms of cultivation. Since we're reunited today, it's something worth celebrating. Nieli patted on Duan Jian's shoulder. Nangong Xianin took a long time to suppress the shock in her heart as she awkwardly said, "I wonder what's the relationship between Patriarch Nie and Duan Jian? Back in the tiny world, he and I had a master-servant relationship. Later on, I joined Hagami Munyan while he went to the Phaseless sect. That's all." Nieli laughed as he looked at Patriarch Xiao of the Phaseless sect and said, "Patriarch Xiao wouldn't mind, right?" "Of course not." Patriarch Xiao awkwardly smiled as he couldn't help ridiculing in his heart. Why would he mind? Speaking of which, the Phaseless sect had received quite a bit of benefits from Nieli. Just those sacred elixirs alone had greatly increased the strength of the Phaseless sect. Even if he was a little unhappy and fearful in his heart that someone like Duan Jian was subdued by Nieli, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud. In the future, he still had to cooperate with Hagami Munyan. That's good. Patriarch Xiao is magnanimous. Nieli laughed. Suddenly, A slender youth with a bewitching complexion attracted Nieli's attention from the other side of the hall. A faint and bizarre smile hung on his face as he sipped a mouthful of wine and sat there. No one knew when he had appeared. His pale complexion had an indescribable charm and strangeness to it. Looking at this person, Nieli's eyes narrowed. The person before him was the demon lord who had entered the Phaseless God sect with Duan Jian, the one that controlled the Dark Guild in the tiny world and brought endless disasters to Glory City. It was said that after the demon lord entered the Phaseless sect, he became sect master, Xiu's disciple. After that, he lived in seclusion and had always been cultivating. He rarely showed his face in public. No one expected that he would actually come here with the people of the Phaseless sect. Nieli pondered for a brief moment, then walked towards the demon lord's seat. Chapter 479. The demon lord's gaze fell onto Nieli with a bewitching light flashing through his eyes. He took a sip of tea with a calm expression. Nieli could sense a terrifying aura coming from the demon lord. He could sense that if they were to fight, he might not be the demon lord's opponent. When she saw the demon lord, Yiziyun couldn't suppress the hatred in her heart and wanted to charge forward. However, Nieli immediately extended his hand and stopped Yiziyun. I never expected that your cultivation would rise so much in such a short period of time, Nieli coldly said. Yizong's enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. The Draconic Ruins realm is truly worthy of being a place where experts gather. There are all sorts of cultivation techniques here, so it's not difficult to become a pinnacle expert. The demon lord faintly smiled as he continued. It's a completely different realm compared to the tiny world. You're cultivating the spirit-devouring divine art. Nieli narrowed his eyes as he stared at the demon lord. Not bad. I never expected that you would be able to see through it. The demon lord's teacup briefly paused before he returned to normal. Although the spirit-devouring divine art can absorb the souls of demonic beasts in a short period of time to increase one's cultivation, allowing one's cultivation to reach an extremely shocking level, this art is extremely dangerous. If one is not careful, they will suffer a backlash, and when that happens, their bodies will explode and they will die. Nieli sneered as he continued. The higher your cultivation, the more dangerous it will be. I want to see how far you can cultivate the spirit-devouring divine art. I never expected that you would know so much. What a pity. The demon lord sighed. What's a pity? A cold light flashed through Nieli's eyes. It's a pity that we're enemies. If you can help me, it wouldn't be difficult for the two of us to control the Draconic Ruins realm. The demon lord laughed. Hearing the demon lord's words, everyone in the hall had dissatisfied expressions. Who is he? He's too arrogant to say such words. Everyone seemed to be very annoyed. Nieli faintly smiled and said, people of different principles cannot make plans together. Moreover, there's an irreconcilable hatred between us. You're talking about Yizong? The demon lord smiled. Is someone from the tiny world worth your attention? To me, he is my closest kin, Nieli said coldly. That's a pity. I don't want to be your enemy, at least not now. In fact, we have a common enemy, and we might be able to work together. The demon lord's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. A common enemy? Why don't you tell me about it? Nieli scoffed. The demon lord stared at Nieli for a long time before he slowly said, Holy Emperor. Hearing the demon lord's words, Nieli's figure slightly trembled as he also stared at the demon lord for a long time. Nieli couldn't understand how the demon lord knew about the Holy Emperor. Although the Holy Emperor was refining the entire Draconic Ruins realm, no one in the Draconic Ruins realm knew about it. That's because people on their level didn't have the ability to know. For thousands of years, anyone who managed to surpass Martial Ancestor Realm and step into that realm died mysteriously. No one knew how those experts died, but only Nieli knew that they were killed by the servants of the Holy Emperor. Back then, when Nieli broke through to Martial Ancestor Realm, he hid in the Temporal Demon Spirit Book for hundreds of years before he managed to escape. But in the end, he had no choice but to face the Holy Emperor and have a fight to the death with the Holy Emperor. Seemingly satisfied with Nieli's reaction, the demon lord lightly smiled as he leisurely took a sip of tea. When the surrounding people heard the conversation between the demon lord and Nieli, they couldn't help being puzzled and started to discuss. Who's the Holy Emperor? I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him either. They were all guessing who it was that could make Nieli and the demon lord, two super geniuses of the younger generation, pay so much attention to him. How would I know that you're not one of his men? Nieli tightened his grip on the teacup beside him. If I was one of his men, you would already be dead. The demon lord smiled with his eyes narrowed. Nieli held onto the teacup for a long time before he slowly released it. I cannot make things difficult for you, but you caused the death of my father-in-law, so it's impossible for me to cooperate with you. Nieli raised his head and looked at the demon lord. Just a moment ago, I was still wondering how you managed to raise your cultivation so quickly. Only now do I understand. You must be the reincarnation of a spiritual god from ancient times. It's not difficult to guess that. I've only awakened for slightly more than a month. The demon lord raised his head and looked at Nieli. I believe you know how powerful the Holy Emperor is. Even if we work together, we might not even have a 1% chance of winning. If we fight alone, we'll only die faster. That might not be the case. I don't think you can help me with anything. Nieli coldly replied. Looks like you're still brooding over Yizong's death. The demon lord smiled as a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He placed the bottle on the table and said, "This is for you. Although we might not be able to cooperate, we can at least let bygones be bygones." Nieli looked at the demon lord in puzzlement before he picked up the bottle and took a sniff. A refreshing fragrance wafted out from the bottle. The spring of life. Nieli's eyes widened as a smear of disbelief flashed across his face. That's right. The spring of life from the end of the universe. I believe you know how to use it. The demon lord looked at Nieli and continued. At least this can prove my sincerity. Before the demon lord could say anything, Nieli stored the spring of life. Thank you for giving me this. Although we might not be able to cooperate, we can at least let bygones be bygones. Nieli nodded his head. With the spring of life and Yizong soul that Nieli had collected, he could use a secret technique to resurrect Yizong. If Yizong could be resurrected, then the enmity between the demon lord and the demon lord would naturally cease to exist. You're not giving me the spring of life just to let bygones be bygones, right? Nieli looked at the demon lord with a piercing gaze that seemed as though it wanted to see through the demon lord. That's right. Aside from letting bygones be bygones, I also want something from you. The demon lord nodded his head. What is it? Nieli asked. The divine phaseless fruits elixir, no matter how much. The demon lord looked at Nieli. How do you know that I have it? Nieli asked. The sacred elixir that you gave out should be made from the divine phaseless fruits elixir. However, the concentration of that so-called sacred elixir is too low, and it's useless to me. I want the purest elixir. The demon lord said. How do you know that I will give it to you? Nieli stared at the demon lord. Since you've obtained so many sacred elixirs, you must have a divine phaseless fruit in your hands. Giving me some elixir won't be a loss to you. The demon lord looked at Nieli with his eyes narrowed. Of course, you can choose not to give it to me. However, you don't wish to have another enemy, right? Chapter 480. I don't think so. It's just some divine, phaseless fruits liquid. Take it. Nieli took out a few bottles and tossed them over to the demon lord. The demon lord received the bottles and stored them. You're not going to take a look and see if they're real? Nieli's brows twitched as he looked at the demon lord. There's no need for that. You're a smart person, so you won't do something so foolish. The demon lord replied. Yizong pulled on the corner of Nieli's clothes and asked, Nieli, is this person trustworthy? At least the spring of life that he gave me was real. With the spring of life, I can resurrect your father. Aside from that, I have no grudges with him. Nieli calmly said. But Glory City has always been under his threat. Yizong said. If there was, then it's already gone. Right now, the biggest threat is the Holy Emperor. A cold light flashed through Nieli's eyes as he continued. If he continues to refine the Draconic Ruins realm, both the tiny world and the Draconic Ruins realm will be reduced to nothingness. Everyone will die. So, sometimes, an enemy can become a friend. At least before the Holy Emperor dies, We have the same goal. Nieli said, although I don't really understand. As long as it's your decision, I will support you. Yi Ziyun said with certainty. Me too. Xiao Ninger nodded her head. When the others heard the conversation between Nieli and the demon lord, they were a little puzzled. What spring of life? What divine phaseless fruit? What holy emperor? They didn't know anything about it. They never thought that Nieli and the demon lord would be acquainted. In this world, up until now, only the two of us can still be considered to be clear-headed. The demon lord faintly smiled as he continued. Before the holy emperor dies, you and I are comrades in arms. After he dies, we'll fight it out. It's a deal, Nieli said with a faint smile. The demon lord swept a glance at the people in the surroundings and said, You've spent so much effort to win over these people, but will they really be useful in the final battle? Why don't you break through the shackles of your strength and step into the pinnacle to fight him? Glancing at the demon lord, Nieli faintly smiled. I once had the same thoughts as you. My cultivation is already close to the limits of the heavenly Tao, but I still lost to him. Do you know why? Why? Nieli smiled bitterly. Because he has 6 deity tier Yao beasts and thousands of deity servants under him. Every single one of them is at least mid-stage heavenly Tao. He also has the protection of so many demonic Tao sections. After defeating so many of his subordinates, I was already exhausted when it came time to fight him. You fought him before. The demon lord's brows twitched. That's right. I'm guessing that you must be possessed by an ancient spiritual god. When you fought him, he didn't have many experts by his side. But over the years, he has been accumulating his strength for too long. If we want to deal with him, just the two of us won't be enough. Nieli bitterly smiled. No wonder you want to rope in the 6 divine sects. The demon lord swept a glance at the people around him. That's right. Not only do I want to rope them in, but I also want to help them increase their strength to break through the martial ancestor realm and step into the legendary heavenly Tao realm. Nieli said as he clenched his fists. Only by doing so can we fight the Holy Emperor. I'm afraid that it's impossible for so many people to step into the heavenly Tao realm. The demon lord said, Since the Holy Emperor could do it, I can naturally do it as well. Nieli said with certainty. Then I hope that you can succeed. I'm not interested in them. Since you've given me the divine phaseless fruit, I'm prepared to go into seclusion for a few months. The demon lord calmly said as his silhouette slowly disappeared. He had already left, but his voice lingered in the air. I hope that the next time we meet, your cultivation won't be too far behind mine. A strand of intent came from the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. It was Plume Flame Godney's voice. Nieli, do you know what kind of spiritual god that fellow is? Plume Flame asked. I don't know either. Nieli bitterly smiled as he continued. There's an extremely strange aura coming from this fellow that even I feel a little fearful of. Duan Jin looked at Nieli and said, In the phaseless sect, I'm not afraid of martial ancestor realm experts. But that person's strength is unfathomable, and I'm not his opponent. That's normal. Even I can't see through that person. Nieli said, Just don't make him your enemy for the time being. Very quickly, the patriarch of the 6 divine sects arrived. Aside from the patriarch of the Heavenly Notes sect, Nangong Xianin, and the patriarch of the Phaseless sect, Patriarch Xiao, there was also the patriarch of the 100 Flowers sect, Hua Qianyue, the patriarch of the Sky Origin sect, Helian Lai, and the patriarch of the Skyblaze sect, Yining. When the patriarch of the 6 divine sects arrived, even Daozit, Wei Nan, and Zhang Ming had arrived. Nieli, they all gathered towards Nia Li's side with joy. Ever since they came to the Draconic Ruins realm, it had been a long time since they last met Nieli, even though they had exchanged letters with him. In this period of time, everyone had undergone great changes. Are you guys doing well? Nieli looked at Daozit and the rest as he lightly smiled. I'm doing well. Daozit lightly smiled. We're doing well as well. Our cultivations have also greatly increased. Wei Nan, Zhang Ming, and the rest spoke out. They are? Nangong Xianin looked at Nieli and asked. They're all my brothers. Nieli faintly smiled. The expression in Nangong Xianin's eyes changed as her heart was filled with incomparable shock. As the sect master of the Heavenly Notes sect, her information network was extremely well informed. Basically, she knew about the younger generations of the various sects with a little bit of talent. Not to mention that Dowsett and the rest were the most outstanding in their respective sects and held great authority in their respective sects. She never thought that Nyeli would actually plant his trusted aides in every single sect. The crucial point was that every single one of the people that Nyeli had planted had powerful talents. What Nangong Xianin didn't know was that the reason why Dowsett and the rest were so powerful wasn't only because of their talents. It was because they had cultivated in peerless cultivation techniques that couldn't be compared to ordinary cultivation techniques. In addition to the many sacred elixirs that Nyeli had given them, it would be hard for them to not be outstanding. Naturally, they were also extremely hard-working in their cultivation and did not fall behind in the slightest. With powerful talents, in addition to the management of their sects, they had become people with great authority in their respective sects. Therefore, when the various patriarchs came to the Heavenly Notes sect, they would bring them along. This was an absolute honor amongst the ordinary disciples. Today, us brothers have reunited. We definitely have to celebrate. Nyeli laughed. Chapter 481. The banquet was filled with toasts as Nyeli chatted happily with everyone. Nangong Xianin was a little absent-minded as she sighed after a long while. Although she was unwilling in her heart, she knew that if she continued to be enemies with Nyeli, only death would await her, so much so that even the entire Heavenly Notes sect would be dragged in. It looked like in the future, the Heavenly Notes sect could only be a vassal of Hagami Myunmyun. The moment they became a vassal of Hagami Myunmyun, it would be hard for them to extricate themselves. With so many female disciples marrying into Hagami Myunmyun, how could the Heavenly Notes sect remain independent? In the future, they could only be tied even deeper. As for the other sects, the most outstanding disciples of those sects were Nyeli's subordinates. Furthermore, they even had the sacred elixirs given by Nyeli, so they would naturally be lenient. Right now, the 6 great righteous sects were vaguely led by Hagami Myunmyun. There were hundreds of people in the hall. All of them were experts of the various sects. The patriarch of the 6 great sects was also here. They were naturally here to see Nyeli. After all, they had received so many favors from Nyeli. If they did not come to see the person in person, it would be a little unreasonable. They also wanted to see who was the one that changed the situation of the 6 great sects. Nyeli was younger than they had imagined. At such a young age, he had already become the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun, which was truly formidable. Just as the righteous sects were chatting, Nyeli stood up and raised the wine cup in his hand as he looked at the patriarch of the various sects. Welcome to the Heavenly Notes sect. Nyeli is honored. Nangong Xianin rolled her eyes. However, she did not refute him. Earlier on, Nyeli had secretly given her a bottle of sacred elixir. It's said that the effect of the sacred elixir is 10 times stronger than ordinary sacred elixirs. Therefore, she could only let it go. Patriarch Nya, you're too polite. Patriarch Xiao of the Phaseless sect laughed. I wonder what's the relationship between the Heavenly Notes sect and Hagami Myunmyun. The primal chaos god sect patriarch calmly looked at Nyeli. He never expected that Nyeli would actually speak up for Nangong Xianin. Nyeli laughed. Patriarch Wu, Hagami Myunmyun, and the Heavenly Notes sect are like a family. Hearing Nyeli's words, Lu Piao smiled in her heart. The female disciples of the Heavenly Notes sect were all Hagami Myunmyun's people, so how could they not be close to each other? Oh, really? The primal chaos god sect patriarch cast a glance at Nangong Xianin, only to see that she did not deny it. Hagami Myunmyun's roots were so deep that it made others fearful. Even the most outstanding talents of the primal chaos god sect, Dowsett and Hua Hua, were also friends of Nyeli. The primal chaos god sect patriarch couldn't help feeling a little doubtful in his heart. Could it be that Nyeli wanted to dominate the 6 divine sects? What I want to talk about today is this matter. With Hagami Myunmyun's strength at its peak, I believe that all of you patriarch feel that Nyeli has the intention to dominate. Does everyone think so? Nieli looked at the patriarch of the six divine sects. The primal chaos god, sect patriarch, phaseless god, sect patriarch, and the rest all lowered their heads in silence. They did not reply or deny. The other patriarch also sat down with a calm expression. They wanted to hear what Nieli was going to say. On the contrary, Hagami Myunmyun does not have the intention to dominate the six divine sects. If Hagami Myunmyun really wanted to dominate the six divine sects, they wouldn't have given so many elixirs to the six divine sects. With so many elixirs, Hagami Myunmyun only had to use them secretly. In just a few years, they would naturally become the strongest divine sect. Do all of you patriarch agree with what Nieli said? Nieli faintly smiled. Hearing Nieli's words, the expressions of the patriarch of the six divine sects eased up a lot. Nieli was right. If Hagami Myunmyun really wanted to dominate the six divine sects, why would he give them the elixirs to strengthen them? Everyone in the Sky Origin sect, a toast to Patriarch Nieli. The Patriarch of the Sky Origin sect raised his cup and toasted Nieli from afar. Ever since Patriarch Nie gave us the elixirs, the phaseless sect's strength has greatly increased. Patriarch Nieli's grace will never be forgotten. Patriarch Xiaoming and the rest of the phaseless sect also raised their cups and toasted Nieli. Everyone stood up. After all, they had indeed received Nieli's grace. Naturally, I didn't help everyone for no reason. Nieli smiled as he continued. Everyone has their own selfish motives, and I'm no exception. If Patriarch Nie needs anything, we will definitely do our best. Patriarch Nie, feel free to tell us. We will definitely repay you. Even Nangong Xianin pricked up her ears. It seems that Nieli does have a motive. However, what is his motive? Why would he give so many sacred elixirs to the various divine sects? Even she has no idea. Nieli smiled as he continued. Everyone listen to a story. In this world, there are countless powerful spiritual gods. Hearing the two words, spiritual gods, everyone pricked their ears. As the patriarch of the various divine sects, they had naturally seen the records of their divine sects and knew that spiritual gods did exist in this world. Furthermore, there were also many experts that were the reincarnations of spiritual gods. Their ancestors were basically the reincarnations of spiritual gods. They were the pioneers and established the divine sects. Later on, the various divine sects had a long history and continue to this day. In this world, there is a powerful spiritual god. He wants to pursue the supreme existence and become a pinnacle spiritual god. Therefore, he wants to refine the entire Draconic Ruins realm. At that time, all the living beings in the Draconic Ruins realm will be turned into origin energy for him to use. Nieli looked at the patriarch of the various divine sects and continued. I believe that the records of the various divine sects should have records of this spiritual god. This spiritual god is called the Holy Emperor. The patriarch of the various divine sects exchanged looks. That's just an ancient legend. Nangong Xianin frowned her brows. Could it be that Patriarch Nangong thinks that your ancestor is lying to you on purpose? Nieli looked at Nangong Xianin with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. There are records of it in our divine sect. The Patriarch of the Sky Origin sect nodded his head. There are records of it in our divine sect as well. Ours as well. The Patriarch of the various divine sects nodded their heads. Everyone was inwardly startled. Could it be that this spiritual god, called the Holy Emperor, really exists? They suddenly recalled the conversation between Nieli and the Demon Lord. What I'm trying to say is that the records of your divine sect aren't legends. This spiritual god, called the Holy Emperor, does exist, and he has never stopped refining the Draconic Ruins realm. In order to fight against the Holy Emperor, several reincarnated spiritual gods even established the ancestral godland to fight against him. Nieli swept his gaze across everyone. The ancestral godland is the place where our ancestor ascended. Only those who have broken through to the martial ancestor realm, or those who are chosen, can head to the ancestral godland. The Patriarch of the Sky Origin sect said, That's right. For hundreds of millions of years, the ancestral godland has been recruiting powerful experts to fight against the Holy Emperor. Now that the ancestral godland is on the verge of collapse, they still haven't defeated the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor is about to refine the draconic ruins realm, and the apocalypse is coming. It's just that none of you know about it. Nieli bitterly smiled. Chapter 482. The sect masters of the various divine sects exchanged looks. They were all shocked by Nieli's words. So the legendary Holy Emperor really existed and refined the entire draconic ruins realm. Just how powerful was he? Take these elixirs, for example. Aside from the ancestral godland, where else do you think we can find them? Nieli smiled as he looked at everyone. So you're saying that you're someone from the ancestral godland? All the Patriarch looked at Nieli in astonishment. Patriarch aren't stupid. If it wasn't for the survival of the draconic ruins realm, who would do such a stupid thing to selflessly offer so many elixirs to everyone? Nieli said as he looked at everyone. Everyone exchanged looks as they pondered for a long time. It seemed that Nieli was really from the ancestral godland. Since he was from the ancestral godland, they could only unite and obey Nieli's orders. That was the only way out. Lu Piao, Dowsit, and the rest blinked their eyes in doubt. Since when did Nieli become someone from the ancestral godland? It seemed like Nieli didn't admit it, but everyone from the various sects had the same thought. Our Sky Origin sect is willing to follow Patriarch Nie's lead. After a brief pondering, the Patriarch of the Sky Origin sect cupped his hands towards Nieli and continued. If Patriarch Nie has any means to deal with the Holy Emperor, we are willing to cooperate with you. Our phaseless sect is willing to follow Patriarch Nie's lead. The sect masters of the various divine sects spoke out one after another. They were also open-minded. Nieli had taken out so many sacred elixirs. If he wanted something from them, their sects wouldn't be able to take out anything more precious than these sacred elixirs. The only explanation was that it was to fight against the Sage Emperor. If that's the case, then it made sense. Previously, when Nieli and the Demon Lord confronted each other, they had also talked about the Holy Emperor. Me, the Heavenly Note sect as well. Nangong Xianin helplessly said after a brief pondering. Everyone, if we work together, we can definitely defeat the Holy Emperor. Nieli lightly smiled as he swept his gaze over everyone. He had achieved his goal. Patriarch Nie, what should we do next? The Patriarch of the various sects asked. There are a few things that we need to do next. Listen up, sect masters. I want all the sect masters to recruit disciples. Right now, the 6 sects have at least 1 million disciples, but that's far from enough. I want all the sects to recruit tens of millions of disciples. Every year, the most talented people in the minor Kiliacosm have already been absorbed into the sect. The rest are all repulsive. Even if we absorb them, it's useless. How should we teach them? The Patriarch of the Phaseless sect asked. I will give you guys some cultivation techniques for you guys to copy. You only need to pass those cultivation techniques to the disciples. Furthermore, all the disciples must cultivate a technique called the Divine Soul Tao Technique. Nieli said, Divine Soul Tao Technique? What cultivation technique is that? The Patriarch couldn't help asking. Only by cultivating the Divine Soul Tao Technique can one step into the ancestral godland and enter another realm. There's a benefit to cultivating the Divine Soul Tao Technique, which is that it can greatly increase the speed of cultivation. Nieli said with a smile, Since that's the case, then we'll follow Patriarch Nie's arrangements. The Patriarch said, I will be leaving for a period of time. In this period of time, I hope that everyone, Patriarch, can make arrangements for my matters as soon as possible. Nieli cupped his hands towards everyone. Please be reassured, Patriarch Nie. The Patriarchs replied. Over the next few days, Nieli handed over some of the cultivation techniques that he had recorded to the Patriarch of the various sects. The various sects immediately sent people to make copies. All sorts of mysterious and powerful cultivation techniques made the Patriarch of the various sects sigh in admiration. Most of the cultivation techniques were even more powerful than the secret techniques that they had cultivated. Therefore, the Patriarch of the various sects were even more convinced that Nieli came from the ancestral godland. Just these cultivation techniques alone were priceless. Under Nieli's lead, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, Lu Piao, and the rest packed their things and prepared to leave for the tiny world. Nieli, just what is this divine soul Tao technique? Since it can greatly increase our cultivation speed, why don't you let us cultivate it? The patriarchs couldn't help asking in puzzlement. You guys aren't suitable to cultivate the divine soul Tao technique. This divine soul Tao technique is something that I had no choice but to deal with the Holy Emperor. This divine soul Tao technique is something that I created myself. Anyone who cultivates the divine soul Tao technique can indeed increase their cultivation speed. However, in the process of cultivation, a portion of their spiritual energy will be diverted. Nieli said after a brief silence. Diverted a portion of your spiritual energy? Dowsett couldn't help being stunned. What for? This spiritual energy can be absorbed by those who cultivate the divine soul binding technique. Nieli said, Next, I will impart the divine soul binding technique to the few of you. Hearing this shocking news, everyone couldn't help widening their eyes. If I tell them the truth, I'm afraid that they will be suspicious and won't dare to cultivate it. Nieli said with a bitter smile, In order to deal with the Holy Emperor, I need everyone's power to be concentrated on a small number of people. This way, we can reach the God realm in the shortest time possible. How terrifying! What a powerful cultivation technique. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in shock, unable to recover for a long time. Nieli, what will happen if there are millions of people cultivating the divine soul Tao technique? Dowsett pondered and asked, If there are millions of people cultivating the divine soul Tao technique, we will only need a day to reach the martial ancestor realm. Nieli said after a brief pondering. A day. The patriarchs couldn't help taking in a cold breath. Then, what are the side effects of this cultivation technique? Yeah, this cultivation technique is too powerful. There aren't any side effect for the time being, but the effect of the divine soul binding technique will only last for 30 years. After 30 years, the divine soul cultivation in our bodies will slowly dissipate. Nieli said, I see, Lu Piao said after a brief pondering, but it's still very powerful. Nieli, are you planning to fight the Holy Emperor in 30 years? Dowsett looked at Nieli and asked, That's right, we only have 30 years at most. This is our only chance. Nieli nodded. Duan Jian is willing to follow Master and fight the Holy Emperor. Duan Jian said. Nieli looked at Lu Piao, Dowsett, Xiao Ninger, and Yi Ziyun. He could see the passion in everyone's eyes. In his previous life, he had watched these people die one after another. In this life, he would not let it happen again. He must win for them. Nieli swore in his heart. Chapter 483. Glory City has already experienced several months of war. Countless demon beasts have charged into Glory City. Fortunately, with the protection of EMO and the rest, they managed to repel the attacks of the demon beast time and time again. The city walls were filled with mottled marks left behind by the claws of the demon beasts. Below the city walls, there were corpses of demon beasts everywhere. There were also many brave demon spiritualists whose corpses were also buried under the city walls. In order to protect this city, for this last chance of survival, countless people have charged forward. EMO stood on the towering city walls as he looked into the distance. Right now, Glory City only has 300,000 people left. Every year, there would be casualties. The roars of demon beasts could be heard from the other side of the canyon. Emo's aged face was filled with deep sorrow. His only son, Yi Zong, is dead and his granddaughter has gone to a faraway place. He doesn't know when Glory City will be destroyed, and he doesn't know when he can see his granddaughter again. Emo can only continue to fight for the last hope of Glory City. In the entire tiny world, demon beasts are everywhere. There are already several demon beasts that have evolved to surpass legend rank. Yisho looked at Yemo's aged silhouette and lightly sighed. Lord Yemo, it's getting late. You should go and rest first. Right now, the reality is a little cruel to an old man. At this moment, a spirit puppet bird landed on Yemo's shoulder. Yemo looked at the spiritual puppet and said in a respectful tone, Lord Primogen. Yemo, I've been roaming the entire tiny world in this period of time. There are several human settlements that have been destroyed. I'm afraid that the 5 demon beasts that have surpassed legend rank will soon notice Glory City. Recently, I've noticed that the spatial energy has been violently fluctuating. I have no idea what's going on, Ian said in a slightly worried tone. I can feel that the demon beasts around Glory City have been making strange movements. The next wave of attacks will probably be stronger than any of the previous ones. Emo looked into the distance as he continued. If we all die in battle, Lord Promjur, please find a place to hide. When Ziyun and Yeli return, pass the key to them. These children are the last hope of Glory City. This key is... Ian was slightly stunned. The key to Glory City's ancestral spirit God's land. Emo nodded his head and said, Yes, the oldest inheritance in Glory City. It said that the snow wind spiritual God's soul is there. At this moment, at the end of the horizon, the endless space-time was trembling nonstop. A scarlet streak of light flashed across the horizon, and a voice shook the heavens. Ha! The seal of the tiny world has finally been opened. I've been waiting for this moment. A demonic voice spread throughout the entire continent. Countless demon beasts surged forth, emitting ear-deafening roars. Within the scarlet streak of light, a scarlet python appeared. Its massive body was dozens of meters long. Its powerful spiritual sense instantly spread throughout the entire tiny world. In the Draconic Ruins realm, it belonged to the Yaoshin sect and was responsible for guarding the seal of the tiny world. In the past, the seal of the tiny world had always been closed, so it couldn't enter. But recently, a crack suddenly appeared on the seal of the tiny world. Sensing the powerful spiritual sense, the billions of demon beasts in the tiny world started to tremble. The scarlet python opened its mouth, and hundreds of thousands of demon beasts flew up from the ground. Their bodies were rapidly disintegrated, and their flesh was sucked into the python's mouth. Ha! It's been a long time since I've had such a good meal. The scarlet python laughed as it reverted to its human form. At this moment, 5 streaks of light flew towards the python and stopped before it. They were 5 massive demon beasts that spoke out in unison. Disciples, pay our respects to the ancestor Crimson Serpent. Back then, I left you guys in the tiny world, but I never expected that your cultivation would still be so weak. The ancestor Crimson Serpent coldly snorted with a terrifying aura that nearly caused the 5 demon beasts to collapse. Ancestor, please calm down. A profound Netherfrost bird spoke out. A few years ago, when Big Brother Abyssal Azure Dragon made a breakthrough into the heavenly fate realm, a bolt of divine lightning descended from the sky and shattered his body. Thus, we did not dare to make any further breakthroughs in our cultivation and could only suppress it. Hearing the profound Netherfrost bird's words, the ancestor Crimson Serpent nodded his head. Back then, there was a powerful expert that laid down a restriction in the tiny world that killed all experts in the heavenly fate realm. This restriction was suddenly opened, so I have to leave this place before it closes. So the few of you, listen to my instructions. We will definitely follow the ancestors' orders. The 5 demon beasts replied in unison. I want you guys to capture all the humans in the tiny world. Not a single one of them can be left alive. You guys know the consequences if you guys miss out on any of them. The ancestor Crimson Serpent glanced at the 5 demon beasts. The 5 demonic beasts were so frightened that they kept quiet out of fear. Yes, ancestor, the 5 demon beasts acknowledged. What are you guys waiting for? The ancestor Crimson Serpent coldly snorted. Yes. They turned into streaks of light and flew in different directions in the tiny world. The profound Netherfrost bird and Black Fog Earthen Dragon flew in the same direction, searching for traces of humans. I never expected that the tiny world seal would be broken. This time, we're in trouble. The profound Netherfrost bird bitterly smiled. What do you mean? The Black Fog Earthen Dragon asked in puzzlement. You have to think about it this way. In the tiny world, anyone above the heavenly fate realm will be annihilated. So the few of us can do whatever we want in the tiny world because the Yao Shan sect needs us to restrain the humans. If the humans are all dead, do you think the Yao Shan sect still needs us? The profound netherfrost bird bitterly smiled. This is also the reason why you haven't annihilated the humans all these years. The black fog earthen dragon asked after a brief pondering. That's right. We're only useful to the ancestor because of the humans. If the human race is annihilated, then there's no reason for us to exist. Who knows, we might even be devoured by the ancestor. The profound netherfrost bird bitterly smiled. Then what should we do now? The black fog earthen dragon locked his brows together. We'll naturally listen to the ancestor. Let's find the remaining humans first. The profound netherfrost bird replied. The two of them turned into streaks of light and flew towards the east. At the end of the horizon, in the deep canyon, a towering city appeared before their eyes. This is one of the last human settlements, Glory City.